Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. How did they catch Snowball? Also, this place is off limits in your academy. Do you not know how dangerous this is? Is it all worthwhile, just for a pet? Suping was mad at her. They could always get another pet. That charcoal-like phantom flame beast didn't have some rare bloodline, either. I know that, but Snowball has always been my pet. And you trained Snowball, so she's better than before. I cannot allow anything to happen to her. Sulinayu bit her lips and tears glistened in her eyes. She wasn't bad because Suping had scolded her. It was because she felt sorry for what she did, which was the only reason for Suping to be there in the first place. She knew what that place was. She thought Suping would be able to get in but never get out. So, you wanted to come here and end up in trouble along with Snowball? Suping said grumpily. He did want to let his temper go rampant, but the look on her face made him stop. He might have done the same thing if Snowball were his battle pet. Did you find Snowball? Yes. How did they catch Snowball in the first place? Wasn't Snowball in your contract space? Snowball likes to hang out and I always let Snowball stay outside with me, Sulinayu whispered. Suping rolled his eyes. Snowball liked to hang outside. Just for that, it almost got its master killed. He realized that he may not have trained Snowball well. Give Snowball to me when we get back. I will train it some more. Suping squeezed the words out of his mouth. Sulinayu stared at him. Somehow, she found his words were full of killing intent. But could they even go back? She lowered her eyes. I'm sorry for having dragged you down again. I'm glad that you do know this. Don't you always forget? Suping interrupted her self-blame. Sulinayu was a proud girl. Apologizing, again and again, was not making her feel good about herself. She was indeed sorry. Still, Suping believed he had to make her remember. After all, the deep caves wasn't a place to have fun. Li Yuang smiled as he saw the siblings. We can go back now that you've found your sister, he said to Suping. Yes. Li Yuang's voice made Suping feel less grumpy. This isn't the place for us to talk. I'll take you outside first, he said to Sulinayu. Sulinayu finally raised her head. There are 5 beast kings roaming about in this area. We can run into them if we get out. Then we'll run. Suping didn't bother to waste time in that place. He opened up the scroll. Get inside and have some rest. I can help you. Moon has learned very powerful hiding skills, like the one I'm using. The skill can cover up our breaths and sounds completely. This is how I've been able to survive without the Beast Kings finding me. But I can't move fast enough when I'm using it. She refused to go into the scroll. Suping also noticed that the skill she had just used was quite strange. Even though she had given a solid reason, he wouldn't allow her to stay outside. You don't have a lot of astral powers left in you. Go ahead and have some rest. We can find a way out now that we made our way in. Staying outside with us will only slow us down. Sulinayu wanted to defend herself. But Li Yuan advised her otherwise. Just listen to your brother. We've been here for some time now and we must get out. Sulinayu had to relent since the 2 men insisted. She crawled into the scroll, but before she went in, she gave one last gaze at Suping. If you're in danger, run and leave this place. Don't worry about me. I'm going to count on you to take care of our parents. You doomsayer. Shut up, Suping stopped her. He pushed her head into the scroll. Sulinayu fell into the scroll, headfirst. Suping closed the scroll, violently. Li Yuan didn't know what to say. Come on. Time to go back, Suping said to Li Yuan. Li Yuan asked a weird question, Brother Su, do you have a girlfriend? Why would I want a girlfriend? In the depths of the corridor, there was a massive hole. Its bottom was the actual lair where all the beasts in the deep caves gathered. Of course, as more and more beasts were multiplied, the lair had no more space left. Naturally, the weak would be marginalized in that place. As such, those beasts would have to leave their lair and get a place to live in the corridor. Many pieces of bones were scattered by the edge of the hole in a pitch-dark den. The flesh had been eaten up by something. A crimson eye was suddenly opened in the darkness. The pupil ran across the eye vertically. Its structure was complex, being made by tissues entangled together. The look in the eye was as cold as ice. Whoosh! A beast with 4 wings flew over. It had the body of a lion but a human head. The beast landed in front of the eye and the beast was merely as big as the pupil. The 4-winged beast lowered its head and said with the utmost respect, "Sir, how can I be of service?" The crimson eye moved. A deep and sonorous voice was heard. "I smelled some puny things. Find them and kill them." Although surprised, the winged beast immediately acknowledged the order. Chapter 600 Pursuit. Hush! Li Yuang and Su Ping were on their way back. All of a sudden, Li Yuang signaled Su Ping to keep quiet. Su Ping understood the signal right away. He held his breath and submerged into the wall with Li Yuang. Boom! A beast full of power and grandeur had crawled over from a fork in the road, leaving behind a foul-smelling scent. Su Ping felt he was getting dizzy. He quickly held his breath again and used astral powers to force the toxins out of his body. The beast swabbled away. Li Yuang and Su Ping waited for a while before they resumed their journey. "I think those beasts are getting more active," Li Yuang pointed that out with a grave look on his face. Most of the beasts had been asleep when they first got into the corridor. But by also counting the beast they had just met, they had encountered over a dozen beasts on the move as they made their way back. They found 4 of the beasts which had been asleep when they got there in the beginning. They currently were also moving about. When it came to beasts, their time would be spent either on finding food or resting, mostly the latter. That was it. But the beasts could remain full for half a month or even longer after each time they hunted. It was strange that all the beasts would come out to find food all of a sudden. "I think we must leave as soon as possible," Su Ping said. He also felt something was off. He could not say what, but it felt as if something were watching them. The beasts that were roaming about seemed more violent than before. He felt uneasy. "Sure." Li Yuan nodded. They pressed along, following the marks they had left on their way in. The corridor had a complicated structure, like a massive spider web where anyone could get lost. However, they were able to find their way back thanks to the marks left by the dark dragon hound. "Wait a moment." Li Yuan made a sudden stop. He pressed his ear on the wall. Something seemed to have frightened him a few seconds later, because he began to shout, "Run!" Su Ping was confused. But Li Yuan had begun to teleport, not even bothering to maintain his disguise. Su Ping quickly realized that it had to be some grave danger and immediately followed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them quickly teleported from one spot to another in the corridor. Sometime later, a dark swirl suddenly appeared in the air right in front of them. Wings reached out from that swirl and following the wings was a gigantic beast which resembled a lion. The beast had 4 black wings and its height reached over a dozen meters, while its length was at about 30 meters. The beast carried an overwhelming energy. "I see the 2 tiny things now." The beast with 4 wings looked down at Su Ping and Li Yuan from a height, flashing a terrifying grin. The beast's upper body didn't resemble a lion, but a human being. It had 4 arms and each held different weapons, including a rod, an axe, a sword, and a piece of iron chain. "It's a void state beast." Li Yuan was scared. His instinct told him that it wasn't an average void state beast king. He was even getting goosebumps. He wouldn't have felt that way when he was fought regular beast kings of that rank. After all, he had been fighting in the deep caves for 800 years, he had killed a lot of them. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. He was also able to notice this before Li Yuan cautioned him. He was familiar with beast kings of all states because he had met many. "Let's get this over with," Su Ping whispered to Li Yuan. A swirl opened up and a little skeleton came out. Li Yuan nodded. He opened up swirls of his own to let out his beast king battle pets as well. He had opened up 12 swirls in an instant. The 12 beast kings stood on the path. That was the most powerful ensemble he had. Whoosh! A dragon covered with sharp spikes bellowed. Just like a ray of light, the dragon vanished as it went into Li Yuan. He merged with his dragon. The old warrior grew in strength instantly. He had gone far beyond the void state immediately. The other battle pets didn't stay idle while he went through the merging. They started to unleash their skills. Colorful wisps of energy were poured into Li Yuan. He became a warrior wearing elegant armor the moment he finished with the merging. He looked like a god who had descended from heaven. "Go to hell!" Li Yuan snarled. He absorbed the energy that his battle pets shared with him and instantly reached the 4-winged beast. Li Yuan extended his arm, which had turned into a dragon's limb. Space was twisted. A black claw mark appeared in the air. Space was wrapped into a cube from which many iron chains were shot out, tying up the flying beast. Bang! Li Yuan slapped the winged beast. There was a bang and the vicious beast slipped backward for hundreds of meters. Li Yuan then heard that the iron chains were breaking before he could strike again. The four-winged beast uttered a long cry into the air. The beast's violent energy was soon spread all across the corridor. The beast was covered in dust, but the red glow from its eyes was still visible. "You puny void state insect. This is not a place for you to prance about." The flying beast stepped forward as it roared again. A dark blast wave came out from the beast's mouth. It had hit Li Yuan across the distance the moment it appeared. Li Yuan's many armors and shields broke. He quickly used his arms to protect his head, but the impact still smashed him away. Su Ping rushed over and stopped Li Yuan from touching the ground. But the impact of the fall still stunned him. Whoosh! Su Ping helped Li Yuan recover his footing. "That thing is scary." Li Yuan looked pale. He wasn't able to win with a single blow, even while using his utmost strength. The four-winged beast was simply terrifying. "Let's flank it," Su Ping proposed. He gradually showed his true strength. White bones were appearing from under his skin, covering him up like a piece of armor. Even his face and lips were covered with white bones. It seemed as if his teeth were growing outside. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes. "What is this?" "A special skill," Su Ping mentioned casually before he teleported to the beast. Apart from borrowing the little skeleton's strength, Su Ping was also able to unleash some of the little skeleton's skills. Of course, save for the legendary rank skills. Bang! Su Ping was then merely dozens of meters away from the winged beast. The space around the beast had become more solid. There were blades in that space which could cut Su Ping into pieces the moment he stepped into that area. He directly decided to use a spiritual skill, a rare one that the little skeleton had mastered. Nightmare space. The spiritual strike could bypass any limitations in space. The four-winged beast was startled. The next second, the spiritual manifestation of the beast appeared in the nightmare space that Su Ping had summoned. "Go to hell." Su Ping slapped at the beast with tremendous force. Roar. The winged beast had finally seen its surroundings. The towering Su Ping scared and enraged the beast. It was immediately able to tell that it was the spiritual realm. The beast felt humiliated by the fact that a human being was trying to crush it with spiritual strikes. The beast roared and demonstrated its strong killing intent, gradually growing in size to become as large as Su Ping, then pounced at him. Su Ping punched at the beast, but the latter was even more vicious, ignoring the punch and pinning Su Ping on the ground, then attempted to tear him apart with its teeth. That was Su Ping's spiritual manifestation, and the strike was aimed at his spirit. The killing intent was ebbing away from Su Ping's face. The next second, a dark force field opened up from behind him. An incomparable low roar from the ancient times melodiously emerged from inside. It seemed to be coming from the end of the sky. The four-winged beast trembled as if having suffered a heavy blow. It gazed into the force field and saw the outline of a terrifying creature. The beast was scared. The beast cried all of a sudden. It turned into a puff of mist and vanished. Su Ping went back to reality again. He saw a deep wound in the beast's chest. That pain had pulled the beast out from the nightmare space. Li Yuan was about to land another blow, but the beast pushed Li Yuan away. The shockwaves in the air forced him to step back. Boom! The earth trembled and the mountains swayed. Vines grew out from the walls around them, entangling the beast's body and wings. That was the doing of one of Li Yuan's beast kings. The next second, dark flames burst out from the winged beast, which burned off the green glowing vines. Roar! The beast turned around, glaring at Su Ping with fear and rage. Chapter 601 Calling of Death. The ancient creature that the four-winged beast had seen in that spiritual realm still had a terrifying effect on the beast. It had been much more intimidating than anything it had seen before. The beast had no idea how that puny human being had been able to embed that intimidating creature in his spiritual world. He would have to have a will of steel to do that. Time to use my sword. Su Ping noticed the wound on the beast's chest. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that Li Yuan was fine and unharmed. Su Ping had no more concerns. He decided that he had to eliminate the threat and get out of that place as soon as possible. It couldn't have been a good thing when the winged beast went straight at them. Phew. Su Ping found his sword in his storage space. He poured some energy that belonged to the Ash Horror King into the sword. The dark sword woke up, emitting a blinding but dark glow. Sin Cutter. That was a skill beyond a legendary rank. Su Ping unleashed his astral powers along with divine energy. Space froze instantly, affecting several hundred meters around him. The void turned into countless blades and Su Ping was the commander of them all. Kill that beast. A virtual figure appeared behind Su Ping. The figure also wielded a sword, mimicking Su Ping's movements. No words could describe what happened. At the moment of the attack, there was some turbulence in the air. It was like an invisible creature ripping through the air, leaving behind many dark cracks that contained a destructive force. I can't. Li Yuan had just stabilized himself when he saw that appalling view. Horror. Even as a non-looker in the distance, Li Yuan was able to feel that profound sense of death born from that black sword. If he were the target, he was certain that his death would be inevitable. Is Su Ping only at the title rank? Li Yuan was baffled. In the meantime, the winged beast finally broke free from the residual influence of the attack suffered in the spiritual realm. Then it saw that black sword. Extreme fear had inspired extreme fury. The beast roared, eyes reddened as it waved its 4 weapons. Each of the 4 weapons had their unique strengths. The axe could cut through the air, the iron chains could split and multiply countless times, the sword was the sharpest and the huge rod was the one the beast had used, aiming at smashing Su Ping's head. The beast fought back with extreme energy in that desperate moment. The strike was so powerful that a void-state creature would have to run away, and would most certainly die if it decided to take the fall. Splash! The many iron chains reached toward the sword, but the sword light had severed the iron chains before they could reach their target. The axe created a deep crack in the air and the twisting force was trying to swallow the sword light, but the latter had that deep crack. The second layer of the void? I don't believe it. The 4-winged beast shouted and stared at the young man as if he were the monster. Bang! The rod was stopped by an invisible force. The beast's sword bumped into the light emitted by Su Ping's sword. Everyone was able to hear a loud noise before everything came to a stop. It seemed as if many, many years had passed. Then, they heard something that could make them go deaf, something akin to the sky falling down. The beast's sword broke. The beast's cry was cut off. The sword light gradually disappeared. The winged beast was forced back by hundreds of meters, it leaned against a wall, and the cut on the beast's body was appalling to the eyes. The cut started from the beast's chest, going all the way to its tail. Blood was gushing out from the cut. The beast was terrified. Just then, death was upon its door. But, even though the beast was bleeding, the pieces of flesh near the cut were moving, trying to close the cut. Li Yuan was shocked to see how tenacious the beast's life was. Go to hell! Li Yuan shouted and ran to the beast. But Su Ping stopped him. It's okay. The beast is dead. Li Yuan stared at Su Ping who was putting away his sword. He then heard a shrill cry after a blasting sound. He looked over and saw dark flames jumping out from the beast's wound. The hellish fire burned the flesh and blood, gradually spreading across the beast's body, devouring it in its entirety. You'll never get out. The 4-winged beast cried out in the flames. Li Yuan gazed at the struggling beast in the flame. The beast was as good as dead right then. His lips twisted as he put on a forced smile. Brother Su, you're not making me look good, you know. Li Yuan went back and approached Su Ping. Let's get out of here, Su Ping said. The beast's shout just then worried him even more. Li Yuan stopped bantering. He ran away with Su Ping with a weary face. You will not get out. As the two were trying to get out, the beast's shout grew even more gruesome. The beast suddenly split up into pieces and a black swirl appeared right in the middle of the beast. The swirl merely had a 10-meter diameter. 2 seconds later, a pair of sharp claws reached out and tore the swirl open. You've killed my vanguard. Are you the leaders of the tiny, puny human creatures? A cold voice came out from the swirl as a huge head stuck out. The beast's body was covered in scales and spikes, it was as big as a small hill, large enough to fill up the entire pathway. Boom! The ground was trembling. Su Ping and Li Yuan turned pale from fright. Fate state. Li Yuan could not help but shout out in alarm. The years of experience gained told him that it was a Fate State Beast King. Su Ping didn't feel good about that, either. Apart from the beasts he had fought within the cultivation sites, the only Fate State Beast King he had encountered on the Blue Planet was the Otherworld Heavenly King. Still, he was able to tell that the Otherworld Heavenly King was nothing compared to that one. Run! Su Ping shouted. Li Yuan ran away with full strength, not looking back. They tried teleporting from one spot to another. Roar! A Beast King came out to stop them. But Su Ping had run right through the Beast King as soon as it appeared, tearing apart its vital organs. Its death was imminent. He killed the Beast King with a single move. Both Su Ping and Li Yuan had the strength to kill Ocean State Beast Kings. They chose to hide from them as they traveled toward the corridor, because they didn't want to create too much of a disturbance. They would finish the fights soon when they had nowhere to hide, trying to minimize the impact. But then, they no longer needed to hide. The Winged Beast and that Fate State Beast King were purposefully targeting them. Their tracks had been exposed. Boom! The 4-winged beast was burned into ashes. The black swirl grew from its remains as the huge beast gradually crawled out. Finally, the beast appeared in its entirety in the corridor. The swirl was gone, and so was the winged beast. The Fate State Beast King that the winged beast had summoned with its remaining life force suddenly began to tremble. The Beast King shrank in size, gradually turning into a creature that was merely several meters tall, which resembled a human. But it was more as if a human would have merged with a pet. The thing had no eyebrows but had 4 crimson eyes on its forehead, and its cheeks were more like gills. The creature had quite the wicked and vicious feeling. Chapter 602 Fight the Fate State Beast King. The crimson-eyed young man who was actually the Fate State Beast King gazed toward the place where Su Ping and Li Yuan were running to. The space around the Beast King began to twist until it was submerged into the air. Hurry! Su Ping and Li Yuan were still trying their best to get away. More and more Beast Kings came out from the forks in the road as they pressed forward. Those Beast Kings were acting under certain orders, which were to stop the 2 humans. Even some Beast Kings that were sleeping had come out for that mission. Get out of my way. Li Yuan felt anxious. When compared to those Beast Kings, the one at the Fate State was the real terror. Since he was at the Void State, he could easily defeat the Ocean State Beast Kings. Following that logic, that Fate State Beast King could easily defeat and even crush him. Li Yuan unleashed an even greater strength. A dark mark appeared in the air. It was a sign space being torn open. Li Yuan and Su Ping made their way forward, dodging the Beast King's strikes. Some of the Beast Kings were using spiritual strikes and some used elements to attack them. They also noticed that some Beast Kings were able to use special force fields. Li Yuan was experienced in fights, he knew many skills and possessed a lot of treasured artifacts. Those spiritual strikes were ineffective to him and his agility ensured he could avoid many strikes in time. Su Ping was also experienced. Even though he had not stayed in the deep caves for 800 years, he had fought intensely in the cultivation sites. He had tasted death many times over, possibly gaining more experience than Li Yuan. After all, Li Yuan had not spent every minute battling during those years. There was also the fact that some battles had been less dangerous. Bang! Su Ping ran right through a Beast King. There were bolts of lightning glistening by the edge of the wound. Su Ping had been using the elementary rules of thunder. He felt that he might be able to attain the force of thunder with the force of space if he could deepen his understanding of the rules of thunder. Imagine that. Adding thunder to the nothingness of the void, it would generate a blasting effect. Boom! A Beast King was overturned by Li Yuan. Su Ping and Li Yuan were able to free themselves from the strikes at the same time. Suddenly, they felt a tremor, which made their hearts skip a beat. It appeared that it had originated from the void. The tremor sounded like something's heartbeat. The next second, a twisted swirl appeared in front of them. Following that, a young man with 4 crimson eyes on his forehead stepped out. That beast. Li Yuan recognized the beast at once. He thought of something. You're the 1,000-eyed demon beast. Beast? I think that you, little humans, use the term beast for the lesser beings. You know, it is a damning thing to use that term on me. The crimson-eyed young man grinned at Li Yuan. Space folding. Su Ping looked worried. He had recognized the young man's skill the moment he appeared. It was related to space, which was an ability that all the Fate State creatures mastered. Space folding, as the name entailed, gave them the ability to fold space. Creatures that used this ability were able to get anywhere they wanted. It was even more powerful than teleportation. You could go directly from the North Pole to the South Pole of the Blue Planet with space folding. Teleportation would require 10,000 uses to cover a similar distance. Space folding could exert great influence in battle as well. Teleportation would enable anyone to get to any random spot and surprise the target. With space folding, you'd be able to take any given piece of space and fold it. Those at the void state would be unable to break free from that piece of space. They would forever be trapped in that corner, much like a bug in a bottle. No amount of struggle would help. Void state creatures were able to appear without a trace with teleportation, which could enable them to easily kill ocean state creatures easily. But all of that meant nothing when compared to what the Fate State creatures could do. Brother Su. Li Yuan stood with his back to Su Ping. Su Ping looked at him. He was in a daze. That look. Suddenly, Su Ping felt he was once again in the Longjian base city when the Inferno Dragon stood in front of him. Li Yuan was just as determined as the Inferno Dragon back then. You have a more promising future than I do. Li Yuan's voice was low but he was serious. I'll stop him, and you. You will live on for my sake. You must get out of here alive. I am not leaving. Su Ping refused. The Inferno Dragon had risked its life to protect him. He would not stand in the back. Don't be impulsive. Li Yuan didn't expect for Su Ping to get so rash at that time. Su Ping certainly sounded full of courage and righteousness, but he wasn't looking at the big picture. Li Yuan preferred to be the one dying than allow Su Ping to fight to the death. It was all because he had seen hope and a bright future in Su Ping. He was the hope for all humankind. Su Ping was at the intermediate position of the titled rank, but he already had strength on par to the void state. If even he was unable to save the deep caves and the blue planet when he developed further, then who could? He determined that Su Ping could not die, not there, not that day. He didn't know what he could do but he would not allow that. If you don't go, I will only die with an everlasting regret. Li Yuan snarled. It was against his wishes to see Su Ping given to his emotions. He wanted for Su Ping to treat him as a disposable stepping stone. He wanted Su Ping to get out. The faster, the better. He couldn't give in to his emotions. Su Ping remained silent. He stepped in front of Li Yuan and said, "You won't die with everlasting regret because you will not die. I asked you to come to show me the way, not to sacrifice your life." You. Li Yuan could no longer see the crimson-eyed young man because Su Ping was standing in front of him. Li Yuan bellowed in a fit of rage, "Get out of here. I am ordering you as a legendary battle pet warrior. Go away. I haven't beaten something at the Fate State yet, but I'm almost sure that I can get out alive. Go ahead and get inside." Su Ping opened the scroll with his back toward Li Yuan. Li Yuan could simply not believe what Su Ping was doing. "Are you kidding me? You are just at the titled rank and this one here is at the Fate State. Do you even know what it means? He can kill the both of us with a mere thought. If that's the case, you standing here won't make a difference. Why don't you listen to me and see what happens?" Su Ping stated calmly. Li Yuan laughed out of anger. Of course, he knew he couldn't stop anything. But he had treasured artifacts, skills. He could burn his life and he could use taboo skills to buy some time for Su Ping to get away. What did Su Ping have? When Li Yuan was about to talk some more sense into him, Su Ping had answered with his actions. Dark mist rose from him. The Ashura King's energy and the divine energy flowing in his veins were surging out. Something unspeakable was instantly spreading all over Su Ping. He was becoming even more powerful than those at the Void State. Amid the dark mist were some rays of golden light. Li Yuan's jaw dropped. Su Ping carried that overbearing momentum and Li Yuan felt Su Ping was even more powerful than he was. Is Su Ping really at the titled rank? Li Yuan's eyes reddened. Su Ping was a rare talent. He would feel sorrier about Su Ping's death than his own. Li Yuan regretted not stopping Su Ping in the first place. He should have tried his best to stop him from entering the corridor. Get inside. Su Ping shouted. Li Yuan bit his teeth. He eventually said nothing as he went into the scroll. He wanted to stay and fight alongside him. However, Su Ping was determined. He had to choose to believe in him. Chapter 603 The Real Hell. Su Ping felt relieved once Li Yuan went inside the scroll. Li Yuan was certainly a powerful fighter, but it was enough to run fast when escaping was the sole objective. Su Ping put away the scroll and looked at the young man with crimson eyes that had yet to take any action. He found interest and curiosity in that young man's eyes. The young man with crimson eyes pointed out, "You have Ashura energy and some strange divine energy. I don't think you're one of the regular human creatures." Su Ping darted him a glance and then teleported away at once. Chatting? No kidding. That Beast King could chat with him, but he would be courting death if he continued to stay there. Those were the deep caves. More and more Beast Kings would arrive with every passing minute. He would be unable to escape if he was surrounded by Beast Kings. He wasn't even sure if that Beast King was the biggest boss of the deep caves. It could very likely be another minion. It would be even more dangerous if the second case were true. The crimson-eyed young man licked his lips as Su Ping dashed away. The Ashura energy is so pure. Reaching that rank will no longer be a dream if I can get that, said the young man, eager for a taste. Buzzing. He raised his hand. The space in front of him became twisted. Thousands of meters away, the walls began to grow in front of Su Ping. It was more as if he were falling. He was being sucked into a folded space, like a bottled bug. Break. Su Ping shouted. He cut through the folded space with his sword. Boom. He unleashed both Ashura force and divine energy with that move. The dark sword light cut through the folded space. Whoosh. Su Ping broke free from the constraint. He teleported away without looking back. What? That confident smile on that crimson-eyed young man. He could not believe that a guy at the titled rank had been able to break free from his space folding. Not even the other Fate State beasts would have had such an easy time getting away. That sword is not a common one. The young man noticed the root cause at once. The sword was strange and its light was worrisome for him. That was a move that could threaten the lives of those at the Fate State. No wonder he dares to let the other Void State human hide. The young man narrowed his eyes, killing intent was visible in all of his 4 eyes. He decided to quit playing games, stepping into the void and vanishing right then. If space folding wasn't enough to keep Su Ping inside, he would go and kill Su Ping himself. Boom. Su Ping reappeared on a certain spot. He had barely emerged when he lifted his sword. Bang. A sharp claw reached out from a place in front of him, aimed at smashing his head. But he successfully deflected the blow with his sword. The crimson-eyed young man came out. He frowned at his failure. Such acute perception. You're a curious one among your kind. The young man squinted his eyes. no longer hiding his killing intent. Suping's skills had frightened him. That person was merely at the titled rank. What would he become when he reached the legendary rank? A hidden hazard had to be dealt with. Suping had been able to get away, all thanks to the sword. He teleported again without saying anything. Many sharp blades assaulted him when he emerged. He cut them off with his sword. Suping's agile reactions frustrated the vicious young man. Freeze. He lifted his hand and space began to tremble. Suping felt as if someone had smashed his chest with a hammer. That blow would have killed him if it weren't for his exceptionally strong body. That was the true strength of a creature at the Fate state. Such a creature could kill another creature at the Void state with a single blow. Go away. Suping bellowed. Dark flames were burning around the sword. He wielded the sword with all of his might. The space was so thick that teleportation was not possible. The area gave out a harsh noise and the sword left a dark crack in space. Turbulent air filled that crack. Suping stepped into it without hesitation. The crimson-eyed young man pulled the crack to the sides. The crack widened further and something pushed Suping outside. The young man said, "World of nothingness." Suping turned out to be a trickier problem than he had imagined. The spatial skills alone weren't enough to stop Suping, which was a surprise. He was compelled to use his other skills. The world of nothingness was an inherent skill that he could use since he was born. It was a spiritual strike that could affect other Fate state beasts. That was not a skill that could enable him to kill Fate state creatures. The crimson-eyed youth was not good at close-quarter combat. He was more skilled with long-range spiritual strikes. Silence. The world had no sound. Blood-red beams emerged from the young man's eyes and lit up the world. The red light enveloped everything, including Suping. The young man only had the chance to use the skill when others looked right into his eyes. But then, he no longer needed to wait. Suping felt the world turn red in front of his eyes. The next second, he found himself falling into something soft, and that substance soon gave him a cold and slimy feeling. He looked around. He was in an ocean of blood. The young man with crimson eyes appeared in the sky. He looked down at Suping, who was soaking in the ocean of blood, and gave his verdict: "Human creature, prepare to experience fear." He was annoyed, given that Suping had been able to escape several times. It was like the times you were trying to kill a mosquito, and failed after several tries. You might have lost that urge after some time. The tranquil ocean of blood began to tumble. Suping saw many evil creatures rising from the ocean of blood. Their appearances were ugly and vicious. Some of them had organs growing outside of their bodies, which was quite gruesome. The smell of blood was so real that Suping thought that he would die in reality if he died in that ocean of blood. The young man with crimson eyes said to Suping, "You don't have to wonder. Your brain will die here and you will never go back to your normal life." Suping was surprised. He was just thinking about that. "I can sense every thought you have in my world of nothingness. So, you have no chance to escape at all. This is something like a field of laws. Do you know what a field of laws is?" the vicious young man asked with contempt. The field of laws was something that only those at the star rank would be able to construct. That was a rank he aspired to reach. Of course, it wasn't fun talking about his great expectations with a human creature. Something like a star rank skill? Suping was frightened. The thousand-eyed demon beast had to be a very powerful beast at the Fate state, much more so than the other world Heavenly King. "You know the star rank?" The young man was surprised to have learned that thought from Suping. Suping said nothing and ignored the evil creatures that were crawling closer to him. Wisps of Ashura energy burst out of him, cutting the evil creatures into pieces. "Is this the fear you talked about?" Suping gradually lifted himself from the ocean of blood and he calmly gazed at the young man with crimson eyes. Suping was unwilling to give up. The crimson-eyed young man snorted. "This is just the warm-up." Suping heard some sad and shrill cries when the sound of his voice faded away. Twisted beasts crawled out from the ocean of blood. Some of them were formed entirely of bodily organs and it was truly disgusting. Suping looked at the beasts that were approaching him, but he didn't seem to be disturbed. "Since you can see my thoughts, then see the true hell," Suping said. Hardly had his voice faded away when an area with darkness and shadows appeared behind him. His force field was opened, full of killing and slaughter. This time, the force field seemed to be able to extend all the way to infinity. He was in a spiritual realm. The strength of the force field was related to the strength of his spirit. An ancient and ugly world appeared in the force field. The mountain had been formed with corpses and the water was blood. The demons and fiends roamed around in that world. Roar. A strange, yet indescribably free cry was heard. A gigantic figure emerged and came down from the sky. The figure was larger than anyone could imagine. Its descent was disturbing the clouds. It was impossible to express the horror contained inside that figure. Anyone could be driven to madness because of fear. However, something grabbed that gigantic figure and pushed back into the sky. The scream of pain echoed in the sky and on the ground. At the same time, a noise was heard, as if someone were chewing on bones. Blood rained down from the sky. The clouds were tainted red and the ocean of blood was disturbed by drops of blood. There were some remains mixed in the blood rain. The pupils of the young man were contracted upon witnessing that sight. The terror in his face was extreme. Chapter 604 The Cul-de-sac Hand. Flames of Fury. No way. The crimson-eyed young man clenched his fists as he trembled. That energy, that feeling. No, you couldn't have imagined this. Have you seen this? No, no way. I don't think a place like this exists. He shouted, hysterically. If that was a world that indeed existed, it would be the most devastating realization. That world was enough to make one go crazy. That is a place I've seen. It does exist, Su Ping stated the fact calmly. That was a place he had certainly visited. It was just a corner of the chaotic realm of the undead. That was the most distinct world of undead creatures, such views were the norm in that place. It was a world that was even more terrifying than hell, where all the undead creatures across history had gathered. The most vicious and disgusting creatures could be seen everywhere. And Su Ping had lived there for an entire month. He had seen enough terrifying things, all thanks to the system and unlimited revival chances. He didn't lose his sanity because he had refined his will and spirit. I don't believe it. The young man shouted, but he could no longer hide the fear in his eyes. Right then from the clouds behind Su Ping that thing that was eating the bones suddenly stopped. A roar that was the most violent of all was heard. The roar lingered in the sky. The ocean of blood was tumbling violently. The young man was trembling and his eyes were so wide that his eyeballs could fall out. That roar was more threatening than any dragon's roar. He felt like an ant standing in front of a behemoth. He could be eaten or stepped on to death at any minute. He had never seen anything like that. Even the ruler he had met at the deepest parts of the deep caves would be considered vulnerable compared to that creature. But the world of nothingness was telling him that it was a world that the human creature had seen with his own eyes. That was not something the human had imagined. Had the world outside the deep caves become that terrifying? The crimson-eyed young man was terrified and confused. He was becoming mentally disturbed. Many ugly and large figures appeared in Su Ping's force field, each and every one of them was intimidating. They had to be above the legendary rank, even above the star rank. It was a rank that the young man was unable to fathom. But there was more than one of them. They came, one after the other. Ah! The young man cried toward the sky. He cradled his head and cried non-stop. That blood world was cracking open. The ocean of blood was being sucked into a deep swirl under Su Ping's feet. The evil creatures would disappear right after they came into being in the ocean of blood. Bang! The entire world finally collapsed. The ocean of blood vanished. The sky was gone. Su Ping was seeing the dark road in the corridor again. The force field was still working behind Su Ping, but it wasn't as vast as it was when Su Ping was trapped in the world of nothingness. There would be the occasional appearance of some horrifying creatures in the limited force field, seemingly real creatures that were just trapped in another dimension. Phew. Phew. The young man with crimson eyes was panting. Tears of blood were coursing down from his 4 eyes. He stared at Su Ping, the fear in his eyes soon turned into anger and killing intent. He didn't want to admit it, but he had just been frightened to the point of tears. It was humiliating. He was at the fate state and he had gained his status in the deep caves with his viciousness and killing intent. Still, he had been scared by a human creature. How insulting. You should rot in hell. The young man with crimson eyes clenched his teeth. He must have been clenching his jaw too hard that his teeth became deformed. No matter how terrifying the projected world was, it wasn't real combat strength. One would have to rely on claws and teeth to fight. Roar. The young man resorted to action, exerting his full strength right away. He first confined the surrounding space and then teleported to where Su Ping was, aiming to smash the latter's head with his sharp claws. In the meantime, Su Ping had opened his eyes. He saw the young man about to reach him. Su Ping lifted his hands and a strong impact upon contact smashed him backward. He was stopped by the wall hundreds of meters away. The entire pathway was trembling. Su Ping felt a piercing pain in his arms. He looked down to check. The white bones on his hands were cracking, but the healing was already in process. The little skeleton had protected him. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart. Run. He ran away at once, without any hesitation. He had been able to break free from the Beast King's spiritual strike by using his force field. Even so, he was sure he didn't have the ability to fight that Fate State Beast King. That Beast King was much more terrifying than the other world Heavenly King. The only way out was to run. The young man shouted, "You cannot get away from me." He swung his arms and space began to change. Su Ping was running forward, but he was only traveling backward in reality. Su Ping wanted to take his sword to cut the space, but the young man had appeared behind him and the former was scratching at the air with his sharp claws. The space twisted again. Suping had to turn back to stop the claws from reaching him. Bang! The Beast King bashed Suping again. Go to hell. The young man approached Suping. Suping was losing ground, his arms had become numb. The white bones on his arms had too many cracks after fending off more than a dozen strikes. It was appalling to the eyes. Suping knew that the little skeleton could not hold on for much longer. He was worried indeed. A battle pet warrior at the titled rank such as him would not have enough strength to deal with a Fate State Beast King. Inside the scroll. Whoosh! Li Yuan had gotten in. He stood at the place where the scroll closed and then saw what seemed to be a blue sky. Li Yuan looked pale. He had placed all of his hope on Suping at the moment. If Suping died, he would also die. Sir? Su Linayu rushed to where he was. She still had the silver scales on her body and she could fly. Yan Binayu could not believe that. She had easily subdued the girl during the Elite League in the Longjiang base city. The latter had only been able to fight because of that strange dragon. But here they were again, and the girl had somehow become able to fly. Did she reach the titled rank? Li Yuan had also noticed that Su Linayu was flying, but he wasn't in the mood to probe. He was just too worried. Su Linayu noticed the worry in his face. She had to ask, where's my brother? Your brother is outside, Li Yuan said. Su Linayu didn't understand. And what about you? Li Yuan decided that he should tell her since she was Suping's sister. We got into some trouble. The thousand-eyed demon beast, a creature that guards the corridor for the other beasts, somehow noticed us and it is hunting us down at the moment. The thousand-eyed demon beast? Su Linayu was able to guess the ominous significance hidden behind those simple words. My brother cannot do it alone. Sir, you. Su Linayu was anxious. Li Yuan explained, your brother is only at the titled rank, but he's much better than I am. I would only slow him down. Su Linayu asked, so, my brother is out there alone with that thousand-eyed demon beast? Li Yuan clenched his fists and nodded. Out of pure impulse, Su Linayu wanted to say that she could go out to help. But before she could reach the word help, she had regained her senses. Could I help at all? Her eyes reddened. The deep caves were full of beast kings, but Suping came in regardless, to find her at the risk of his life. On the other hand, she couldn't even offer the slightest help. She had to stay there. If Suping died, they would also go down with him, but she didn't mind that. She was the reason why Suping was taking such risks. She knew that Suping was talented, more than anyone she knew. The brother she had was not the loser whom she used to think he was. He was a genius. She had met many students that were considered talented after entering the academy, including those with last names Nan, Ji, and Go. But compared to her mean brother, those talented students were just so-so. Given time, Suping would be able to reach a height that no one would be able to imagine, and she firmly believed it. And yet, just for her sake, Suping, her brother, who had such a promising future, had entered that place and might even die in there. Am I really worthwhile? Am I? Su Linayu bit her lips. Blood oozed out. The taste of blood was bitter in her mouth. She wished that she could trade the rest of that life, the next life, and the next life after that for Suping's safety. If God was merciful and asked her for a price in return, she would agree without hesitation. But reality was that it would never happen. Nothing she did would have any meaning. That was true desperation. Inside the complex corridor, beast kings were coming out from their lairs, heading toward one place. There was an order they could not disobey. At the same time, beast kings were eager for the taste of blood themselves. They were more than happy to kill the invaders. While the beast kings were on their way, they heard a sonorous sparkle of a sudden. That was a bark filled with fury. Bang! A dog's head appeared. It was the dark dragon hound. It appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Suping, unleashing over 100 legendary rank skills the moment he showed up. The glare was enough to light up the world. Skills of the legendary rank were hard to get, not to mention mastering over 100 of them at the same time. This would be a striking scene to anyone and any beast king. Those were all defensive skills. The strikes from the young man stopped. He narrowed his eyes as he landed his gaze on the angry dog. To his surprise, he was scared by the killing intent in the dog's eyes. What was that? The young man moved back to add some distance. He had to observe the battle pet first. Chapter 605, reaching the legendary rank. Buzzing. The young man with crimson eyes stepped away. Glows from the dark dragon hound skills enveloped it and Suping together. The brightness dazzled the eyes. My god. Even Suping was stunned by the many defensive skills that the dark dragon hound had been able to put into use in one go. For one thing, it was hard even for beast kings to master more than 100 defensive skills. For another, even if they could, it would be troublesome to use them all at once because of energy limitations. It was all beyond logic and reason for the Dark Dragon Hound to have enough energy to sustain that action. The amount of energy stored was close to the one seen on Void State creatures. But the Dark Dragon Hound was merely at the 9th rank. Su Ping thought of the many training rounds he exposed the Dark Dragon Hound to in the cultivation sites. It had also gone through many heavens tests and had eaten many treasure derbs. On top of that, the pet had been blessed with the old Dragon King's legacy. It wasn't hard to understand that the Dark Dragon Hound had more energy stored than the usual. Not even a Beast King? The crimson-eyed young man had noticed the battle pet's strength and was surprised by what he found, since it was merely at the 9th rank. It wasn't even a Beast King. Just as bad as the human creature. Both were merely at the 9th rank. The young man clenched his fists. You, puny insects from the surface. I cannot believe that things like you have evolved amongst your kind. I'm glad you're here, because if you hadn't shown up. He felt lucky. Sure, the human creature had stunned him. He would become a bigger problem if he were allowed to reach the legendary rank. But the good thing was that the little creature had gone there willingly. Die. The young man didn't say anything else. He had considered killing Su Ping a fun thing at first. Then, he believed that killing Su Ping was a great contribution. Killing a talent like that would weaken humankind. The sharp blades which had been formed with the void pierced through the Dark Dragon Hound's defense, reaching its head. The Dark Dragon Hound's skills were of the legendary rank but only at the ocean state. There was also the beast's intellect. The Dark Dragon Hound didn't have a deep understanding of the workings of space, so it was incapable of stopping a single spatial strike. The defensive layers certainly looked glamorous, but a Fate State Beast King could cripple them all from within. The first round worked because the crimson-eyed young man didn't see that coming and ran right into the defensive layers. Su Ping was startled by the young man's sudden move. He drew his sword and cut off the sharp blades that were about to land on the Dark Dragon Hound's head. I think I'll have to do that to get out, Su Ping thought. Since his enemy was a Fate State Beast King, he would be unable to run and his enemy could easily catch up with him. He would have to defeat his enemy if he wanted to get out alive. That was how it worked. Being the inferior party, there wouldn't even be a chance to run away. Whoosh! Su Ping lifted his hand. Astral powers gathered in his palm. He looked at the Dark Dragon Hound, his pet was his only hope at the moment. Let's undo the seal. Su Ping said. He poured astral powers into the trembling Dark Dragon Hound. The latter felt a strange sensation inside. A strand of unspeakable energy was filling the Dark Dragon Hound's limbs. Its dark hair was gradually turning golden. The legacy passed by the old Dragon King was too much for the Dark Dragon Hound back then, so the old beast was compelled to add some seals, later teaching Su Ping how to undo them. Su Ping wanted to raise the Dark Dragon Hound's aptitude, so he kept the seals. He was also afraid that his pet's foundation would not be solid enough if the progress was too fast. And yet, right then and there, he had no choice but to undo the Dark Dragon Hound's seal to get rid of the thousand-eyed demon beast. Roar. The Dark Dragon Hound was growing in size, its eyes reddened and then it roared in a way that only dragons were able to. Dark clouds began to gather at the ceiling and there were bolts of lightning jumping around. That was the heavens test. Su Ping was undoing the 3rd seal. The Dark Dragon Hound would become a Beast King. There were 9 seals in total. The pet would reach the peak of the ocean state when the 4th one was removed. Undoing the 5th seal would take the Dark Dragon Hound to the Void State. Su Ping was only able to sign contracts with Ocean State Beast Kings. If he also undid the 5th seal, the contract would backfire and it would hurt both him and the pet. Let's do it. Su Ping poured astral powers into the Dark Dragon Hound again. The hound grew larger again. Its hair turned golden, from tip to root. It became a golden hound. But soon after, a wisp of dark mist rose from its hair, adding a layer of shadow to the golden color, then the beast didn't look as glaring. The dark mist gave the pet a more dignified look. The mist came from the original dark energy inside the Dark Dragon Hound, since it was a demon pet. Even though it had received the old Dragon King's legacy, the original demon bloodline was still there. Roar. The Dark Dragon Hound's roar echoed in a large area. It just so happened that a bolt of lightning born from the dark clouds was going to crash down on them. The heavens test was a powerful one. This was a grave matter, for battle pet warriors and beasts alike. They would have to find a place of absolute safety and make sure that they were in their best state before they initiated the heavens test. However, since the enemy was there, the heavens test couldn't be any more untimely. The Dark Dragon Hound roared when that bolt of lightning was about to land. Boom. The bolt of lightning was dispersed by the roar. The dark clouds were tumbling, as if on the verge of disappearing. One roar had stopped the lightning bolt. The Dark Dragon Hound wore a vicious look and its momentum was overbearing. It was reaching the peak of the ocean state and its combat strength was also growing. As the seals were undone, some of the hidden bloodline skills were being transferred to the Dark Dragon Hound. The pet was learning the history of the old Dragon King and its many battle skills. A burst of dragon's breath came out from the dark dragon hound. Maybe it was because the seals had been freshly undone, there was a feeling that the dark dragon hound was even beyond the legendary rank. What the heck was that? The young man with crimson eyes watched in disbelief. A sudden increase in rank? Becoming a beast king directly? Such a thing could not happen so randomly. A beast would have to be fortunate enough and powerful enough to become a beast king, just like when a battle pet warrior was trying to reach the legendary rank. Also, the young man stared at the dark clouds. He was unable to see the end of them. He still remembered how the dark clouds had extended for nearly 15,000 meters. The current cluster of clouds was definitely beyond that range. He was unable to see the end of the dark clouds. Of course, the forks in the road had also made it impossible. That being said, the young man was sure that the dark clouds were bigger than when he was at the heavens test. He knew that the extent of the clouds was related to the candidate's aptitude. So, that battle pet was better than he was? The almost disappearing dark clouds began to gather again. Another bolt of lightning was going to come down. Roar. The dark dragon hound breathed out a ray of golden light that pierced through the very center of the lightning and crushed it directly. The crimson-eyed young man was at a loss for words. He had never seen anything like that. Go away. Suping helped the dark dragon hound. That was not the time for taking the heavens test which could distract them, giving the beast king a chance to sneak up on them. Suping and the dark dragon hound had also gone through many of those tests. It wasn't necessary for them anymore. It no longer mattered to them. Beast kings or legendary battle pet warriors would end up malnourished if they didn't go through the test. This would make them weaker than their peers. Bang. Suping slashed at the dark clouds. A crack appeared in space and the turbulent air inside sucked the dark clouds in. The young man stared in undisguised shock. When someone unrelated to the test tried to meddle, the bolts of lightning would only grow in strength because the heavens would be enraged. However, Suping had done the most amazing thing. He dispelled the heavens test by relying on nature's force. He had stopped the heavens test. He completely ignored the test. 2 seconds of days later, the young man came back to his senses. He understood that Suping was making sure that he wouldn't have a chance to launch a surprise attack. However, without having taken the heavens test, that battle pet was crippled as far as the young man could tell. That battle pet had become a beast king all of a sudden and becoming even more terrifying than before, but it made the young man want the battle pet even more. If he could eat the battle pet and take its bloodline, he would be one more step closer to that rank. The young man with crimson eyes whispered, "Moon eyes." The 4 bloody eyes on his forehead suddenly opened to the extreme, and the invisible power was released. The dark dragon hound who had been roaring in anger suddenly shook its body, and its angry red eyes suddenly became dull-looking. Chapter 606 Emotional Connections. And Return. Damn it. The world was contorted in Suping's eyes. He was feeling a tingling pain everywhere. He lowered his head and saw many bugs biting on his flesh. Is this an illusion? Suping knew that none of that was real, but he was unable to find a solution. Buzzing. Right then, a ray of golden light shone radiantly, accompanied by a Buddhist sound. Suping felt that something in his mind shook, and then the pain vanished. It was as if he had only dreamed of that pain. The contorted world transitioned back to the real world. The moment everything went back to normal, Suping saw that the young man had teleported to where the dark dragon hound was. His claw was enlarging and his fingers were twisted. There was a mouth growing out of the palm. He was planning on devouring his pet. Go away. Suping shouted. He poured all of his Ashura and divine energy into this one cut. Space broke. The ray of sword light landed on the weird mouth growing out of that palm. The young man narrowed his crimson eyes. I don't believe it. He shouted in terror. Suping's sudden move had taken him off guard. He had been unable to move his hand fast enough and the mouth ended up biting Suping's word. Crack. The sword then left a deep cut on the lips. Space began to crack along the cut, and the crack itself was about to suck the lips in when the young man closed it in time. Whoosh. The young man retreated for hundreds of meters, gazing at Suping sullenly. A golden goblet appeared over Suping's chest. The golden goblet was spinning, emitting rays of golden light. Suping felt a spread of warmth inside him. He noticed that the golden goblet was one of the artifacts the old Dragon King had given him. It was one of the useful ones. But he didn't know, before then, that it was an artifact that could repel spiritual strikes. Thank you so much, Dragon King, Suping said inwardly. If it weren't for that golden goblet, things would have taken an awful turn for him. Wake up. Suping slapped the dark dragon hound's back. The pet trembled but clarity returned to its eyes. Realization soon arrived, enraging the pet even more. It had tried to protect Suping, but the both of them had almost ended up getting killed. The dark dragon hound snarled and its claws were enlarging. Crack. The temperature was dropping and the air was freezing. The dark dragon hound was emitting ghastly streams of cold air. It was a skill called Abyssal Zero, a skill that belonged to the old Dragon King species. Those heaven expansion dragons had once mastered all sorts of elements in nature, being able to manipulate them with agility. That was why the Dark Dragon Hound was able to learn more than 100 legendary ranked defensive skills after it got the legacy from the old Dragon King. Su Ping's hound was able to learn skills of different sorts before, but those skills were of the titled rank. The pet had only managed to learn them after its many brushes with death. But legendary rank skills were much more complicated. The Heaven Expansion Dragon's bloodline gave the hound the ability to absorb a great deal of different new skills within a limited time. The Heaven Expansion Dragon's bloodline had two distinct categories, fire and water. The old Dragon King had been born with a nature closer to water. What? The young man watched as the air froze. Its eyes were able to see at the molecular level. At the moment he was able to see how the water in the air was freezing up. The young man had also noticed effects on a deeper level. Even the air itself was being affected by the falling temperature and began to stop moving. Trying to free the space? The crimson-eyed young man pulled a long face. The battle pet turned out to be something beyond his imagination. While at the ocean state, with a shallow understanding of spatial mechanisms, the battle pet was still able to control space. That skill was truly terrifying. The star rank bloodline is amazing. The young man took a deep breath. Dark liquid oozed out from his pores and the thick liquid covered his skin, forming many pigment layers. The hand he had turned into a claw before returned to normal, but the cut on his palm was still bleeding. The young man licked the blood. The four eyes on his forehead were rolling about wildly. He seemed to have become excited. Bang! Bang! His skin was opening up on his face, neck, and body, revealing the many crimson eyes inside. The Beast King had instantly opened up dozens of eyes and its momentum was rising. Watch out! Su Ping immediately cast some augmentation skills to the Dark Dragon Hound. In the meantime, he told the little skeleton to absorb energy for undead creatures which floated in the air, to then pass the harvested energy to him so that he could share it with the Dark Dragon Hound. It went without saying that the Dark Dragon Hound was the one with the strongest defense. The little skeleton was almost immortal but it couldn't pass that trait to him, the master. On the other hand, the Dark Dragon Hound's defensive skills could benefit them all. Distract him. I will find us a way out. Su Ping said to the Dark Dragon Hound in his consciousness. He looked around. He had not chosen a random route while he was trying to run for his life. He had been making his way to the exit. But the exit would not lead them to the field device which was too far away. It would take him at least half a day to get there. He had been running to the exit closest to him. He had no idea what he would see on the other side. But he was closer to that exit. It would take him 5 minutes to get there. He would have to exert the utmost strength during those 5 minutes to keep on teleporting. Still, distracting the thousand-eyed demon beast for 5 minutes was too much. The Dark Dragon Hound looked even fiercer after receiving Su Ping's order. Apart from the Abyssal Zero, the hound began to use other defensive skills at the same time. Cluster of Wind God. Hug of the Ice Queen. Dress of the Flame Muse. Su Ping was surrounded by many defensive layers. Those skills could cover a large area, but they were currently being concentrated on Su Ping. There was a cyan shadow behind him. The flames were his clothes and his skin was covered in ice. There was dark armor covering him as well. That was the result of a demonic defensive skill. Over a dozen defensive layers made Su Ping almost invincible. Not even 100 missiles would hurt him, not one bit. Roar! The Dark Dragon Hound bellowed. The suddenly spreading ice was blasted into pieces, landing on every corner of the pathway. Space froze and so did the walls. The crimson-eyed young man was unable to move. Run! Su Ping shouted. That was a perfect chance. Whoosh! He teleported away. He heard a noise of something cracking right when the first teleporting round ended. In the meantime, a red shadow appeared in front of him. He lifted his hand, something bumped into his sword and the impact threw him to the ground. Su Ping stood up. Even though the impact was strong, he was completely unhurt. However, 3 defensive layers had been broken. 3 layers cracked. I said it already, you cannot escape from me. The young man looked down at Su Ping from the air, well covered in red flames. He gazed at Su Ping and the Dark Dragon Hound with derision. I might have feared you a little bit if your state was the same as mine. Truth be told, you would be a painful enough headache for me if you were at the void state. But, unfortunately for you, you are too weak. You cannot ignore my superior rank without consequences. Su Ping pulled a long face. Indeed, the Beast King was not wrong as he had been progressing fast lately, but at the end of the day, he was still at the titled rank. He might have been able to protect himself from the weakest Fate State beasts, but that thousand-eyed demon beast was definitely not a weak one. It might be at the peak of the Fate State. Roar! The dark dragon hound showed its teeth at the Beast King. The young man darted the hound a glance. You have a star rank bloodline, and yet you allowed yourself to stay with this human creature. How pathetic. Go away, I will deal with you later. The Beast King was not in a rush to kill the dark dragon hound since it didn't have teleportation ability. Su Ping, on the other hand, was the problem. He would be able to get away at a moment's notice, given the chance. Once he dealt with Su Ping, it would be child's play to kill the dark dragon hound, which wasn't even able to teleport. The dark dragon hound certainly had many defensive skills. So what? At the end of the day, it would be beaten up. Since it lacked the ability to fight back, that was the only possible end for the dark dragon hound. Defenses would help you stay alive for the time being, but to get away and to win, you would have to turn to the offense. Defense alone would not do all the work. The dark dragon hound roared as if having understood the Beast King's words. The young man looked past the dark dragon hound to meet Su Ping's gaze. The young man with crimson eyes simply said one word. Come. Whoosh. The next thing Su Ping saw was the young man standing right in front of his face. Bang. Su Ping quickly struck at the Beast King. He was inwardly appalled because he realized that the young man had not teleported. He was the one who had approached the enemy. Space transfer. The Beast King had moved him as well as the space he was in. That's a good sword, but you're not worthy to keep it. The young man grabbed Su Ping's wrist, as he tried to wrest the weapon away. He had noticed that the sword was outstanding. The energy contained in the sword was only a little, but the blade was sharp. There was something unique about the sword. Something which had the star rank, a rank that he dreamed to reach. The sword was clearly crippled or defective, because there was no energy of nature's laws imbued in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the one at a disadvantage right then. Piss off. Su Ping bellowed. He unleashed divine energy. A stream carrying an unbelievable force swarmed out of his arm and pushed away the Beast King's hand. At the same time, Su Ping lifted his other arm to smash the Beast King's head. The young man reacted quickly. He tried to grab Su Ping's fist, but the strength on Su Ping's hand was more than he could imagine. Bang. Su Ping landed a punch on his face. The young man was pushed back dozens of meters. There was a trace of blood by the corner of his mouth. The violence in his eyes grew. Insulting. He, a Fate State Beast King, had just been punched by a human creature. After that, he pulled that human closer to him. Go to hell. The crimson-eyed young man snarled. More and more crimson eyes opened up in the air. They emitted rays of red light that locked onto Su Ping. The golden goblet kept on spinning over Su Ping's chest, but the light from the crimson eyes was diminishing the artifact's strength. Bang. The young man opened a space and directly reached for Su Ping. All of the young man's crimson eyes glared at Su Ping as the latter raised his arm. Su Ping came to a stop. The claws reached his head. But white bones crawled to protect his face and neck. The defensive layers were breaking one after the other. The dark dragon hound once again added defensive layers to Su Ping. The young man struck again and again as if mad. Space trembled and anomalies occurred. There were terrifying repercussions with each strike. Su Ping would be paralyzed in a sudden and bizarre manner every time he tried lifting his arm to fend off the strikes. His mind would also turn chaotic. Damn it. Su Ping was losing patience. He was unable to do a thing while he was being struck. He would have died dozens of times if it weren't for the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound. Should I go on like this until death is inevitable? Su Ping bit his teeth. He remembered his training in the cultivation sites and what Dusk had taught him. Sword. The sword in his heart. His heart was his sword and his sword was him. Su Ping closed his eyes. He recalled the many battles he had fought in harsh environments. Since his mind had stopped working, he would let his body do the work. Die. The young man was getting even crazier. Right at that moment, Su Ping's sword reached for his neck at a weird angle. That ray of sword light forced the young man to stop. Bang. A bump of flesh rose on his shoulder as he tried to stop the cut, but the bump was chopped off and the cut landed on his neck. But the sword was also stuck in his neck. The young man grabbed the blade at once, pulling it out. Blood gushed out from his neck. Soon after, the flesh wiggled and closed the cut. The young man glared at Su Ping, who had his eyes closed at the moment. What is he? He was able to tell that Su Ping was still under the influence of his skills, but he had indeed made a move. He moved without thinking and the angle of that strike had been vicious and fatal. Su Ping opened his eyes. He looked at the Beast King and how the neck cut was healing. So, that wasn't good enough. Without thinking? True. He did not think. His body had learned to fight based on instinct after the countless battles he had gone through in the cultivation sites. The young man with crimson eyes said ferociously, "You've really gotten on my nerves." Su Ping had deflected his strikes again and again. The young man was enraged by such humiliation. The black pigment moved to the crimson eyes. Black dots were seen inside the eyes. Suping sensed a profound stream of Ashura energy inside the Beast King. Yes, Ashura. The noble kind of the undead creatures. Suping was worried. He had failed to cut the Beast King's head off before, and it would only become harder for him from that point on. "It's over," the young man with crimson eyes thus announced, his voice hoarse. The world fell into darkness. From that darkness came out a claw. Suping quickly lifted his sword to defend himself, but the claw had smashed Suping into the ground. It was too fast. The claw had pushed him further into the ground before he was able to stand up. Crack. The white bones outside Suping's body were breaking. The broken bones would continue to heal, but the claw would push Suping even harder. Before the healing could be completed, the cracks on the white bones were deepened. Suping bit his teeth. He poured all of his energy into the little skeleton. The cracks on the white bones were healing faster. The bones were eventually able to withstand the strike. However, right then, the young man came down from above and stomped on Suping's chest. The bones were breaking. Suping was able to sense that the little skeleton would not hold for much longer. Is this the end? Suping remembered that Sulenayu and Liyuan were still in the scroll, the Inferno Dragon and the Purple Python were still in the contract space, and the Dark Dragon Hound was still there with him. He could not allow himself to die. But he was much too weak in comparison. "I will trust them to you." Suping made a decision. He didn't have the luxury of thinking at his leisure. All hope was lost. Since death was inevitable, he had to at least save some of them. He tried to summon the Dark Dragon Hound back to the contract space. The contract space would open up in a random place around him after he died. That place around him could mean a large area. There was a good chance that his battle pets could end up above ground and they would have a chance to live. As for the little skeleton, it had to take the scroll away for him. The thousand-eyed demon beast was powerful, but it would find it quite hard to kill the little skeleton. The white bones were still trying to protect him. Still, with greater and greater stress, the cracks began to widen. There were so many cracks on the white bones that it was offending to the eyes. But still, like a miracle, the bones didn't break into pieces. What made the skeleton last that long? Suping felt a feeble message in his consciousness. It was a message of love and affection. The magnificent Skeleton King's image appeared behind Suping. The Skeleton King sat on his throne and looked at the world of white bones from a height. Roar. The Skeleton King stood up and shouted. That shout dispersed the darkness. The darkness went away as if a curtain had been lifted. The darkness was gone and the Dark Dragon Hound was able to see Suping again. It hurried to him at once. Suping was thrown toward the Dark Dragon Hound and he fell on its back. The fur was as sharp as a sword, but then it immediately turned soft to brace Suping's fall. Suping was covered in blood and his skin was covered in cuts. However, there were no more white bones protecting him. The white bones were still under the Beast King's claws. Suping looked at the Dark Dragon Hound. He felt feeble and the force outside him disappeared. He turned around and saw that pile of white bones under the young man's feet. White bones were scattered on the ground. He had been thrown away. Of course, the little skeleton did it. Bang. Without him as the body, the white bones were stomped into pieces. Suping felt he could barely breathe. The Dark Dragon Hound snarled in pain as well. It would fool around with the little skeleton often and they shared a deep bond. With Suping, the little skeleton, that tall and big dude, what the Dark Dragon Hound would call the Inferno Dragon, and the Purple Python. They would explore and fight in the cultivation sites. They would trust each other with their lives. Together they had endured Suping's tortures and they had trained together. They had seen too many terrifying beasts. They were friends. The young man gazed at Suping. Right then, the white bones gathered once more and formed the little skeleton again. Then, the little skeleton dashed forward and slashed at the Beast King with its bone blade. The young man reacted quickly. He grabbed the blade with his claws and kicked the little skeleton away to smash against the wall. The little skeleton fell to pieces. But the bone pieces quickly reformed the little skeleton and it made another try. In the meantime, Suping heard something in his mind. Go. The little skeleton was telling Suping to leave. Suping would rarely cry but tears filled his eyes. Back at the Longjian base city, the Inferno Dragon had stood up to become his last shield during the beast strike. The little skeleton was doing the same thing. That might be a frequent occurrence for the other battle pet warriors. Battle pets would sacrifice their lives to buy some time for their masters to get away. Pets were supposed to be disposed of like that, right? But Suping remembered how the little skeleton would always look at him with its googly eyes and would always behave. How could he have the heart to use the little skeleton as a tool so that he could escape? That was a skeleton, but on top of that, the little skeleton was Suping's dear friend. The most important friend. Go and help out. Suping shouted but his voice was hoarse. He had merged with the little skeleton when he was fighting the young man and tried teleporting many times, gradually using up his strength. He could barely move a finger at the moment. But the Dark Dragon Hound was still there with him. He knew that his order was unreasonable. But he could not bear the thought of leaving the little skeleton alone to run away. The Dark Dragon Hound looked at the little skeleton but didn't move. That was the first time it had disobeyed Su Ping's orders. The Dark Dragon Hound heard a warning in its mind. It was a warning of fatal danger. But the Dark Dragon Hound picked up Su Ping in its mouth and ran. The contract started to burn and corrode the hound the moment it began to run. Su Ping was stunned. "What do you think you're doing?" Su Ping shouted at the Dark Dragon Hound. He knew the Dark Dragon Hound was afraid of death, very much so. 90% of the skills it had learned were of the defensive kind. But why would the Dark Dragon Hound disobey him at the risk of its life? "Stop. Stop now. You'll be burned to death," Su Ping shouted. The Dark Dragon Hound looked straight ahead, determined and resolute. It did not stop. The burning was painful but the pet ignored it. It ran and ran forward. Su Ping looked back. The little skeleton was stalling the thousand-eyed demon beast. He was barely able to see them. "I know you're trying to save me. But do I earn this?" Su Ping took back his order but the flames didn't disappear right away. A moment later, the flame-covered Dark Dragon Hound left Su Ping next to a wall, then used its claw to dig out the scroll and turned around. Su Ping was surprised. "Where are you going?" he asked. He already had an idea. The Dark Dragon Hound turned around and gazed at Su Ping. The violence in its eyes had been replaced by affection and peace. They looked at each other in that dim-lit pathway. Su Ping immediately understood his pet's intention. It carried him there because it didn't want him to die. It was going back because the little skeleton was its friend. The Dark Dragon Hound turned around. Violence again filled its eyes. It dashed away with determination. Su Ping finally came back to his senses. He knew that the Dark Dragon Hound was ready to help the little skeleton with its life. But death was inevitable. Why would the Dark Dragon Hound withstand the pain from the flames and save him? Why would it go back when it was safe already? "Ah!" Su Ping shouted. Finally, he recovered some strength. He used that strength to open up his contract space. Whoosh! The Dark Dragon Hound was pulled back into the contract space. The contract between Su Ping and the Dark Dragon Hound was the arcane contract that could enable him to call back his battle pets as long as his battle pets were within a certain range. Plus, the space was stable and the battle pet was not currently under attack. Su Ping couldn't just stand idle as the Dark Dragon Hound headed to its doom. The Dark Dragon Hound struggled but eventually went back to the contract space. Su Ping had exhausted all of his energy. Utterly frustrated, he felt he was a complete loser. "Wait for me," Su Ping said to the little skeleton in his consciousness. The thousand-eyed demon beast would be unable to kill the little skeleton for the time being. If he stayed there, he would do nothing other than drag the both of them to their deaths. The little skeleton had given him a chance. Su Ping knew that he would only slow the little skeleton down. Swish! Su Ping opened the scroll. Two people came out in a hurry. Both Li Yuan and Su Linayu were startled to see Su Ping covered in blood. "Ping!" Su Linayu shouted. Li Yuan turned pale from fright. "Brother Su." Su Ping mustered the energy to tell them, "Take me away. My battle pet is stalling that thing. We need to get out of here." He knew that the faster they left, the less stress the little skeleton would have to face. The thousand-eyed demon beast would probably be unable to kill the little skeleton. But it could end up dying for real if it had to stall the thousand-eyed demon beast for a very long time so that they would get away. Li Yuan could not believe that Su Ping's battle pet was able to stop that thing. But then again, that was not the time to find the answer. He helped Su Ping stand up, poured some astral powers into him and said to Su Linayu, "Let's get out of here." Su Linayu held Su Ping's other hand and she, too, poured astral powers into him so that he could heal. She knew that saying one more word would mean wasting another second for nothing. Regret would not help her at the moment. She had been the cause of it all. Whoosh! Li Yuan told Su Linayu to support Su Ping with her hand while he explored the way. Su Linayu and Su Ping followed Li Yuan. Su Ping remained silent. He tried to mobilize the chaotic star chart to gather more astral powers. Getting more astral powers could give him hope of getting out of there. He kept a brave face while sorrow ate him inside. That was what it meant to be a warrior. The chaotic star chart enabled him to absorb astral powers quite quickly. The vortices in his cells were spinning quickly. Several minutes later, Su Ping felt he had recovered some astral powers. He was later able to move by himself thanks to Su Linayu's continuous influx of astral powers. Roar! A beast king rushed at them. Li Yuan made a swift move, killing it immediately. Su Ping was the one who had fought the thousand-eyed demon beast. He could not trouble him with an average beast king anymore. The three of them hurried to escape. Li Yuan had taken charge of eliminating the beast kings along the way. After about 10 minutes, when they went through another fork in the road, they saw a swirl up ahead. Look! An exit. Li Yuan was happy to have found an exit that quickly. It would not take them to the field of ice, but it would lead them to safety. The thousand-eyed demon beast was at the fate state, but there would be complicated formations outside the swirl which would diminish the strength of those beast kings. That was why the thousand-eyed demon beast had not left that place to roam about. Having found an exit so soon came as a surprise to Su Ping. Let's go, Li Yuan said. Su Linayu helped Su Ping get into the swirl. Su Ping took a moment before he stepped in. He felt that the little skeleton was still alive. He knew how sturdy the little skeleton's life was. When something killed the little skeleton and the world of the undead was about to take it back, the little skeleton could draw energy from the world of the undead and come back to life. That ability alone made the little skeleton become almost immortal. Of course, this could be prevented if there was a special method that could stop the little skeleton from absorbing undead energy from its home world. Find a chance to escape. I will find you. Su Ping conveyed his intention to the little skeleton. He wasn't sure if the little skeleton would receive that message accurately since he was far away, but the contract would allow for them to know each other's locations. Once he left the deep caves, the little skeleton would know and it would also leave. The little skeleton would then be able to run for its life. Let's go. Su Ping repeated his message to the little skeleton several times. Let me go first, Li Yuan said. He was worried that there could be beasts outside. Su Ping was in no shape to stop beast kings. After 2 seconds passed, Su Ping went into the swirl as well. Su Linayu was right behind him. The world spun. Su Ping saw blue skies and green grass when he opened his eyes. They were in a plain. Beasts were crouching on the grassland. Su Ping saw the sun in the sky. Is this outside? This is the surface? Chapter 607 Conspiracy Outside? Li Yuan was stunned speechless. The burning sun made him feel a bit dizzy. There was sunlight but no sun in the ice field. The light came from the formation on the ceiling. A clear sky had been artificially created, but the source of light was invisible. They made it to the surface from that exit. Roar. The beasts crouching there noticed the sudden appearance of human beings. One of the beasts stood up. It looked like a mix between a wolf and a lion. The sharp blades on its back perked up as it locked its gaze on the newcomers. The beasts roar alarmed the nearby beasts. The beasts stood up one after the other. It was actually quite an impressive sight. 7. Beast Kings. Su Ping was relieved. Most of the beasts gathered on the plain were at the titled rank. There were only 7 Beast Kings amongst them. There could be other Beast Kings in hiding, so he wasn't able to notice them. Those Beast Kings were mostly at the ocean state. Only the Beast King that looked like a wolf seemed to be at the void state. Let's get out of here. Li Yuan wore a grave face as he looked around. He grabbed Su Ping and Su Linayu from their shoulders and the space began to contort around them. Roar. That wolf-looking beast bellowed at the 3 when they were about to get away. Space began to squeeze the 3. Li Yuan snorted. The air trembled and the wolf-like beast's strike was dispelled. Li Yuan vanished on the spot with Su Ping and Su Linayu in tow. They re-emerged thousands of meters away. They teleported a second time. Whoosh. 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 They left the plane in an instant. Li Yuan took a moment to catch his breath once they had arrived at a safe place. The Beast Kings didn't go after them, much to his delight. Carrying 2 people while teleporting was an arduous task. He could have slaughtered all the beasts on the plane if it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to alert other beasts. That Void State Beast King was not a problem for him. He had been stationed in the deep caves for 800 years and the battles had made him one of the best battle pet warriors at the Void State. I think these are the Sea Rock Mountains. Li Yuan came to a sudden stop when he noticed the surroundings. Su Ping looked at him with a question. Sea Rock Mountains? Li Yuan came back to his senses. He excitedly said to Su Ping, yes, the Sea Rock Mountains. We are outside. We really are outside. He still wasn't sure that they had returned to the surface by only looking at the sun, especially because it seemed too surreal. But he would have never forgotten the Sea Rock Mountains. They were outside. It looks different. I see more woods here but the mountains are still the same. This is the place where I grew up. These are the Sea Rock Mountains. This is home. The Dark Claw-based city is quite near. Li Yuan was trembling as he reached the end of the sentence. 800 years. He could not believe that he would be able to go home after fighting in the deep caves for 800 years. He could have retired and gone home a long time before, but he didn't want to leave behind his partners in battles in the deep caves. He would also have to help train the newcomers, but when the newcomers became familiar with the deep caves and it was time for him to leave, the newcomers would have already become his partners in battle and he became reluctant to leave without them. He didn't want to leave his friends to face death by themselves. As such, for all sorts of reasons, he had never left the deep caves. But this day, the swirl took him directly outside, to a place near his home. Finally, He would be able to go home after 800 years. Suping was then certain they were indeed outside. He felt he could finally breathe again. But the thought that the little skeleton was still in the corridor pained his heart. After taking a deep breath, Suping said, "Brother Lee, go and alert the tower about the deep caves. I have to go back. I need to find a way to go inside the deep caves again to save my battle pet." The thought that Suping's battle pet was still taking the great risk to stall the 1,000-eyed demon beast brought Li Yuan back from his sudden excitement. He nodded. "I will tell the tower about the deep caves. But, Brother Su, I'll be going with you if you're planning on going back to the deep caves." "I want to." Suping argued, "You've been there for 800 years. It's time for you to take some rest." "Yes, but it's only been 800 years. I can stay there a little longer." Li Yuan chuckled. His answer sounded casual and carefree. Suping nodded. Li Yuan asked, "Brother Su, where is the base city you're from?" "I'll go and visit you after I see my family." Suping answered. "I'm from the Longjiang base city. Ask around and you will find me." "The Longjiang base city? I've heard about that name. I think we're going in the same direction then. Brother Su, how about you come with me to visit my family first? If I'm not mistaken, we're going to reach the Dark Claw base city first, after that is the 7th entrance to the deep caves and then there's the Longjiang base city," Li Yuan proposed. Suping didn't know that Li Yuan still remembered the locations of the base cities that well. Such being the case, Suping didn't have a reason to decline. "Sure," Suping agreed. The Valiant Academy was just after the Dark Claw base city as well. He could make a stop there to settle the scores. The thought of Su Linayu ever going missing filled Suping with rage. Li Yuan led the way. The three of them checked the surroundings as they flew away. They didn't teleport this time, the beasts didn't go after them, which was a great relief. "I think the Beast Kings are smart enough not to go after us." Li Yuan laughed. Suping nodded. "But I thought you said that the swirl in the corridor should have been connected to a field. How come we reached the surface? Why were so many beasts gathered there?" Li Yuan's smile disappeared. "That is what worries me, it doesn't make sense. You said you didn't see legendary battle pet warriors on your way inside and now this happened. I think that those beasts we saw on that plane were from the deep caves." Suping raised his eyebrows but said nothing. He believed that that was not just what Li Yuan thought. Those beasts were indeed from the deep caves. They had that smell. They are out here but they didn't go anywhere, they're just waiting. I think those things are plotting something. This may be a catastrophe waiting to happen. Li Yuan said. Worry hid between his eyebrows. That was why he said he wanted to go back to the deep caves after visiting his family. He could not set his mind at ease. Everything was strange. The beasts outside had to be the vanguard force that had been sent up from the deep caves to pave the way. He had to report this to the tower and have them send legendary battle pet warriors to slaughter the beasts and then check out the deep caves. Your sister has in a sense made a great contribution. Li Yuan said all of a sudden. Su Linayu, who had kept her head low all this time, looked up. She had been blaming herself after her initial state of joy, ever since they came out from the deep caves. She knew how strong the bond between Suping and his battle pet was. His battle pet had stayed in the deep caves so he could save her. He had traded his battle pet's life with hers. Fortunately, Suping's battle pet was powerful enough. Otherwise, none of them would have gotten out. Sir, don't make fun of me. I almost got you killed. Su Linayu lowered her voice. I'm a bad luck charm. Li Yuan smiled. That's not right. Your brother wouldn't have entered the deep caves to find you if you hadn't gone there, and we wouldn't have noticed the absence of legendary battle pet warriors, nor the group of beasts we just saw. We're now aware that those beasts may be plotting something. I don't know what they want to do, but it definitely isn't something good for us. It cannot be good for humankind. But we noticed that. We'll be able to save the world if we can take action in time. Su Linayu opened her mouth but uttered no words. She forced a smile. That sounded right, but she had not done anything to help. She had only created trouble. The fact that they had been able to notice those weird things was a complete surprise. She had nothing to do with that. Suping darted a glance at her. You know you did something wrong, so be smart in the future. Don't get me in trouble again. Su Linayu pursed her lips. She knew he had every right to blame her. What happened that time had taught her a hard lesson and she would never forget it. She had already taken her 7-day stay hiding in the deep caves by herself as an unforgettable lesson. But at that time, she didn't know she would have a chance to correct her wrong. She didn't know that Suping would go and save her. I understand, she said. She would have argued with him in the old days, but arguing with him didn't even pass her mind at the moment. I'm glad to hear that. Suping rubbed her hair. Li Yuan chuckled. He saw the outline of a magnificent wall on the horizon. We've arrived. That's the Dark Claw base city. Su Ping gazed into the distance and saw a huge city leaping into his sight. It was a majestic city. Moss covered the city wall. It seemed that it had been some time since the city had experienced a battle. I'm finally back. Li Yuan gazed at the city. The walls, the bricks and the stones looked awfully familiar. That memory was a part of him. One look and he was moved. For countless times, he had dreamed of that base city. He had dreamed of the people in the base city. That day, he was finally back. Chapter 608, Slapped to Death. Dark Claw Base City. Several long-distance cannons that had been in disrepair were pointed into the distance, mounted on the moss-modeled outer wall of the base city. Their barrels had traces of war left on them. A few warriors were stationed on the outer wall, chatting about trivial things. Whoosh! All of a sudden, they heard someone approaching. The chatting warriors became alert. They looked over and saw 3 people flying to the city wall at a fast speed. The 3 flew straight into the city above their heads without intending to stop. 3 titled battle pet warriors? Are they from some important family? The warriors wondered. It was rare to see 3 titled battle pet warriors traveling together. Phew. While taking the lead, Li Yuefeng was flying to a certain location in the base city. The buildings seemed to be arranged in a disorderly manner when seen from ground level, but they seemed like neatly arranged matchboxes when seen from the sky, which was a welcoming sight for certain people with OCD. I cannot believe that those barren lands were turned into residential areas. Li Yuan looked at the buildings in a daze. The mountains and deserted lands he once knew were not there. The city was lively with its large population, but that was not the base city he had been familiar with. I think it's over there. Li Yuan turned in a certain direction. He still remembered where his family was located. They soon arrived, but standing in front of him was not the mansion he knew, it was an office building with more than 100 floors. The words on the building said Hans Group. Li Yuan was confused. He stood in front of the office building. Battle pet warriors were coming and going with small and low-rank battle pets on their shoulders or by their sides. Su Ping, Su Linyu, and Li Yuan's appearance caught many people's attention. 3 battle pet warriors flying together certainly deserved attention. Look, titled battle pet warriors. I heard that we're going to have some leaders parachuted here. Are they our new leaders? I think so. Apart from titled battle pet warriors, who else are qualified to come here and lead us? Many people discussed in low voices as they looked at the 3 with respect. Titled battle pet warriors were treated nicely wherever they went. Li Yuan looked at that building, he frowned but said nothing. He went inside. Su Linyu and Su Ping had no other choice but to follow him. Li Yuan saw a middle-aged man sitting behind a counter. The middle-aged man was an advanced battle pet warrior, so Li Yuan decided to ask him, sorry, but can you tell me where is the Li family that was here before? What? What Li family? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. There is no Li family. This is the Han family's place and it has been since a long time ago. A long time ago? Li Yuan asked, how long? You don't know? The middle-aged man sized him up and down. He could not believe that there was someone who didn't know about the Han family in the Dark Claw base city. Anyone with some basic knowledge would know that the Han family had been there for 300 years and the office building had been built 200 years prior. How long? Li Yuan repeated his question. The middle-aged said grumpily, can you not look it up? Ask anyone and they will be able to tell you. Anyway, are you even from here? Li Yuan pulled a long face. I am asking you. How long? Even his mere breath had shattered the counter. That place had once been the Li family's foundation, they wouldn't have given it up to anyone else. The family could have been relocated but he trusted that his family would have at least built an ancestral hall there. That should not be a place where other families would get a chance to stick their flags in. Huh? The middle-aged man was startled by the sudden breaking of the counter. He didn't even see how it had happened. It was akin to the external release of astral powers that he knew some titled battle pet warriors were able to do. Some special skills could generate that effect as well, but they were rarely seen. Titled? That middle-aged man sized up Li Yuan again with more interest. It was unlikely for a titled battle pet warrior to have no knowledge about the Han family. Of course, unless the man was from another base city. Sir, are you a titled battle pet warrior? Can you tell me your title? This is the Han family's building. Even a titled battle pet warrior would have to follow our rules or shoulder the consequences. The middle-aged man thus claimed. Even though the middle-aged man was just an advanced battle pet warrior, he had seen a fair amount of titled battle pet warriors. He didn't have to be afraid of other titled battle pet warriors because he was being backed by the Han family. My title? Li Yuan was so angry that he laughed. An advanced battle pet warrior was demanding to know his title. Get me someone in charge here. Li Yuan was not in the mood to waste time with the man. I am the one in charge. The middle-aged man was unable to finish his sentence because he bumped into the wall behind him. The wallpaper was torn, revealing the metal inside. Even the metal structure was curved. That was a threatening deed because the building had been built with a special alloy by some pets of the stone family with unique skills. Now you're not. Get me the person who is really in charge. Li Yuan didn't even bother to look at the man who was coughing out blood at the moment. He turned to see a girl who was pale with fright. That girl was able to recognize the external release of energy as well because it was too well known. You. She wanted to say that you are too bold to hurt him, but the miserable state of the middle-aged man made her realize that she had to do the smart thing. So, her words changed to you can wait for a moment, right? The girl made the call and stepped to the side, looking at Li Yuan nervously. She feared that he would hurt other people, and she would be the first to suffer if that came to pass. You are doomed. The middle-aged crawled up from the ground. He pointed at Li Yuan with a vicious face. No one can bully the Han family like that. Shut up. It was Su Ping who shouted this time. He didn't do anything, but the middle-aged man's head began to spin. An invisible hand had slapped him. The slap was so forceful that his neck was twisted and he spun around for a while before he collapsed on the ground. The man was not breathing. Li Yuan was surprised. He didn't expect that Su Ping would be that cruel. He was just trying to teach that man a lesson by hurting him, but Su Ping had killed him. Chapter 609, Misfortune Murder. I cannot believe that just happened. I think they are titled Battle Pet Warriors. The other people behind the counter freaked out. Some Battle Pet Warriors passing by were attracted. They stopped to get a better look at the incident. They were eager for such dramatic displays to spice up their boring lives. What is going on? A gray-haired old man stepped into the building with a girl that looked like his secretary walking next to him. He took a glance at the crowd and noticed the strangers. Then, he saw the middle-aged man lying over a pool of blood. Senior Feng. Senior Feng is at the peak of the titled rank. This will be fun to watch. The onlookers removed their glee-filled grins and lowered their heads to show their respects. Senior Feng was a cornerstone for the Han family, a well-known character in the titled Battle Pet Warrior community. Who are you? How dare you break into the Han's group? The young and pretty girl took a step forward with a long face. Whoever committed murder there would have to pay the price. The man who had died was not just an advanced Battle Pet Warrior, he was the face of the Han family. That girl was an 8th-rank Battle Pet Warrior. Miss Yukian. She graduated from the Valiant Academy, being ranked among the top 3 of her class from what I heard. She can even defeat the average titled Battle Pet Warriors, not to mention other Master Battle Pet Warriors. Talents don't have to be reasonable, right? Those who could be considered trouble for us are nothing for her. The onlookers expressed their admiration for the aloof girl. Titled Battle Pet Warrior? Li Yuan turned over to the gray-haired old man and directly ignored the girl who was expressing her anger at the moment. So, the old guy is at the peak of the titled rank. He should be a person in charge. Whoosh! Li Yuan lifted his hand. The old man with gray hair suddenly appeared right in front of him. That sudden movement dazzled the onlookers. They could not help but exclaim when they were able to see again. That was fast. That's what Senior Feng is capable of. But Senior Feng was baffled. What is going on? He was just standing there. What was he doing so close to that person? Also, he felt something unspeakable was trapping him. He could not move and he could not mobilize his astral powers. All the astral powers were kept inside. It was complete domination. You. Senior Feng was losing a little color on his face. Do you know about the Li family that used to be here? Li Yuan clasped his hands behind his back and glared at the old man coldly. Li Yuan looked like a young man, but he was actually old enough to be that man's great-grandfather. The old man was just a kid to him, both in age and in strength. The Li family. Senior Feng thought of something. Do you mean the Li family that once had a legendary Battle Pet Warrior? If there were no other legendary Battle Pet Warrior surnamed Li, that would be the one. Where did they go? Senior Feng tried to secretly break free from the containment as they talked, but to his surprise, he could not. He had never met anyone able to do that to him. Is this some secret skill? Or, even thinking that word made his heart skip a beat. Legendary Battle Pet Warrior? Is this young man a legendary Battle Pet Warrior? Senior Feng was scared by his own guess. Who are you? That's not something you should know. Just answer my question, Li Yuan said. His patience was wearing thin. He began to feel that something must have happened to the Li family. They wouldn't have given up their ancestral ground here. That was why he had hurt that middle-aged man. He was irritated. Senior Feng turned even paler. The Li family you mentioned was already gone 500 years ago. I just only heard them from someone else. There were some legendary Battle Pet Warriors in the base city, and one of them was a member of the Li family. Unfortunately, that legendary Battle Pet Warrior died a long time ago. Misfortune befell the family and they disappeared. 500 years ago? Li Yuan could not believe that. What do you mean died? What is the name of that legendary battle pet warrior you mentioned? Li Yuan shouted his question. Senior Feng felt the stress over him become greater, and that his bones were about to break. He wanted to unleash his astral powers but he could not, he was confined. His own astral powers were afraid of something and they just wouldn't leave his body. He stared at Li Yuan. He pushed down that ominous thought flashing past his mind. That legendary battle pet warrior was named Li Yuan and he was known as the Sun Chaser. Li Yuan was stunned still. So were Su Linayu and Su Ping. Su Ping thought faster. He guessed the overall situation, which made him angry. Li Yuan came back to his senses. He had fought in the deep caves for 800 years. He didn't do that because he was foolish. He did that because he wanted to. He wasn't any less sophisticated than the other legendary battle pet warriors, he didn't have to think hard to understand what had happened back then. I stayed in the deep caves for 800 years. I was away for 800 years and now you say that I died. Li Yuan wore a mocking grin but the coldness in his eyes was scary. Do you really think that those who stay in the deep caves are stupid? I was willing to go to the deep caves and the tower promised to protect the Li family forever. Not even that promise was kept. He clenched his fist and the look in his eyes grew sharper. The Li family disappeared 500 years in the past, he had already been staying in the deep caves for 300 years by then. He had even stayed for another 500 years after the Li family disappeared. He was protecting humankind and he was protecting the Li family. But there was no longer a Li family for him to protect. After retiring, maybe he couldn't have made that great a contribution to humankind, but at the very least he could protect the Li family for generations to come. He and his partners were willing to guard the deep caves. Why the hell could the tower not safeguard their families? Li Yuan was furious. He was beyond furious. Senior Feng was dumbstruck by Li Yuan's words. The deep caves? 800 years? Senior Feng narrowed his eyes. Only legendary battle pet warriors could guard the deep caves. Is this young man that legendary battle pet warrior of the Li family? Sir, you are? Senior Feng asked. He was speaking with respect. He felt that it wouldn't be a hard thing for the young man to kill him. If the young man wasn't using some secret skill, then he had to be at the legendary rank. I am Li Yuan, the legendary battle pet warrior of the Li family whom you said was long gone. Li Yuan cast a cold glance at Senior Feng and the onlookers. Chapter 610, Flames of Legend. Li Yuan? Senior Feng had a hard time accepting that fact. Li Yuan, the forefather of the Li family. Impossible. The Li family had been wiped out 500 years ago and that legendary battle pet warrior should have died in the deep caves. Did he come back from the dead? Senior Feng wondered. But Li Yuan certainly was from the subcontinent district, judging by his appearance and because he knew almost all the titled battle pet warriors at the peak of the subcontinent district, Li Yuan was not one of them. Li Yuan couldn't have been a common, ordinary titled warrior. A titled battle pet warrior able to overwhelm other battle pet warriors would have already earned a name a long time before. Senior Feng was not the only one shocked. The onlookers were dumbstruck. They had overheard the conversation. They had at first thought that Senior Feng was going to do something to that young-looking man by suddenly approaching him, but the two ended up striking a conversation. Did they have to stand so close to each other to talk? Their faces are basically rubbing against each other. The conversation and Senior Feng's attitude were even more confusing. Senior Feng spoke with respect. That person claimed he was a legendary battle pet warrior. Legend. That was a word that could astonish anyone. They could tell from Senior Feng's attitude that the young-looking man's claim was most likely true. But why did a legendary battle pet warrior came to see the Hans group? All of a sudden, one of the onlookers said something. Sir? Forefather? He could barely be heard at first, but he soon grew more excited. A middle-aged man dashed out from the crowd and ran to meet Li Yuan. He looked at him, then dropped to his knees and spoke with a trembling voice. Sir, it is my great honor to meet you. I am one of your unworthy descendants. Li Yuan was transfixed. Senior Feng was, too. But he soon pulled a long face and shouted at the middle-aged man, Go away. This is not a place for you to talk. Then, he turned to Li Yuan and explained, Mr. Li, sir, he is a member of our Han family. He must have lost his sense somehow. I think he's just trying to chat you up now that he found out that you're a legendary battle pet warrior. Senior Feng said to the girl called Yukian, Kion, get rid of this man. Be sure to discipline him. That girl named Yukian was just as stunned as anyone else by that odd series of events. Like the rest of the onlookers, she had thought that Senior Feng was the one who had moved to intimidate that young-looking man to teach him a lesson. But the fact was the other way around. It was even more surprising to find that Senior Feng had verified the young-looking man's identity. So, that person is indeed at the legendary rank. I understand. Yukian darted a glance at Li Yuan before she went up to capture that middle-aged man. The latter shouted at once. Sir, I am not a member of the Han family. I work here but I have the Li family's blood in me. Shut up. Yukian stopped the man. Sober up. Han Jin-sung, if you're not part of the Han family, then who are you? Betraying your surname just so that you can butter up a legendary battle pet warrior? From today on, you do not deserve to stay with us. You will be eliminated from our family. Yukian enjoyed a high status among the Hans and her verdict was final. She raised her hand. However, she suddenly trembled before she was smashed away, the repelling force making her fly for a dozen meters. Her fall was not a pretty one, blood was oozing out from the corner of her mouth. That was unexpected. Yukian got up, confused. She didn't even see how she had been struck. I can feel the Li family's blood in you, Li Yuan said to the kneeling middle-aged man. The man heaved a sigh of relief. Sir, thank you. Senior Feng, on the other hand, did not like that result. Sir, do not trust him. He is a member of our Han family. Maybe someone in the branch of his family found some descendants of the Li family to marry, and that is how he has blood of the less. No. The middle-aged man protested. He would have never mustered the courage to refute Senior Feng, the titled battle pet warrior who had the ultimate power of determining life and death. But he didn't care about it that day. Sir, I am from the Li family. I was forced to change my surname to Han. When we heard that you had died, other families soon came to strike us and the tower no longer protected us. The other families began to covet our legacies since we didn't have the tower's protection. All of them thought that since we once had a legendary battle pet warrior in the family, we would certainly have some treasures left. The families fought us and they suffered some losses as well. The Hans took advantage of that and annexed the Li family. We were forced to abandon the Li surname and become part of them. We are too ashamed to meet you, sir. We deserve to be disciplined. We do have the Li family's blood in us. We were forced to keep on with our lives with the Han family, but never have we given up on the idea of bringing back the Li family because we have a legendary battle pet warrior in our family. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with unshed tears. Li Yuan clenched his fists when he heard that the tower had forsaken the Li family and that the surviving members had been forced to take on the Han surname. He did not die. He might have been in great danger, giving the impression that he was going to die but he didn't. He couldn't even remember how many fatal dangers he had gone through during the 800 years in the deep caves. Maybe there was a time when news implied that and the tower thought he was dead. It was possible that the tower had stopped protecting his family because of it. But when he went into the deep caves, the tower had promised everlasting protection. The tower should have protected his family, even if he died in the deep caves. After all, they braved the deep caves to fight the beasts, and the chances of death were great. If their families would have to suffer when they died, which legendary battle pet warrior would willingly go and safeguard the deep caves? The Li family didn't vanish. It was still there, but the members had to give up the Li surname, which was something he could not accept. Tell me. What happened? Li Yuan clenched his fists. Although furious, he was able to keep his voice calm. The middle-aged man nodded and told Li Yuan everything he knew. Back in those days, the Li family began to gradually decline when news came out that Li Yuan had died. The first dozens of years were fine because Li Yuan's influence was still there. But many different families began to covet the Li family's possessions later on. The Li family experienced a series of battles, spanning for several decades. They had to deal with assassinations, spies, schemes and all sorts of strikes. The Lis were eventually unable to hold on. That was the darkest moment for the Li family. The Hans came and the Li family lost all dignity. Fortunately, they had some members who were quite talented. There was a girl who was a genius trainer and she had sacrificed herself to develop a relationship with the then young master of the Han family. She provided benefits to the Han family with her training skills. She eventually bought a chance for the Li family members to carry on as part of the Han family. That young master was the most talented of all and he had great powers. However, he then died shortly after he became the family head, right when he was contending against other families over a mysterious realm. But the rules he had set up were still upheld. Still, the other members of the Han family were still unable to accept the newcomers and eventually forced them to change their surnames. The Li family members had a different surname, and they had been brainwashed by the Han family, but they still remembered. No one could erase the fact that the Li family had once had a legendary battle pet warrior. They were proud to share that bloodline. The Han family indoctrinated them about the greatness of the Han family and their many great battle pet warriors, but none of that could compare to a legendary battle pet warrior. Of course, some descendants of the Li family were fully assimilated to the Han family. They became true members. As time passed and they reached the present day, there were merely a dozen that still remembered they were from the Li family. There would be less and maybe none in the future.
For all this time, there were some Han family members that still had a hard time accepting the former members of the Li family. That was why people like Han Jin-sung, the middle-aged man, couldn't have been promoted to a high position in the Han family. They were always tested, punished, and they had to put up with all of that. They had to, no matter how painful it was. If they fought, they would be eliminated forever. That flame was the reason why they had been able to be there. They had the firm belief that since the Lis had once had a legendary battle pet warrior, they could have another one. That was their conviction. Han Jin-sung wouldn't have stepped up if it weren't for the fact that Li Yuan looked like the legendary battle pet warrior from his family. He was afraid that it could be another test. If he stepped into the Han family's trap, all the sacrifices and efforts would have been in vain. The Han family would have detected all those who still clung to the Li family's bloodline, and he would become the sinner who inadvertently had singled them out. And yet, he could not allow himself to stay silent if Li Yuan was present. They had also heard the news from the tower that Li Yuan had died. Han Jin-sung didn't think that the Han family would use that to set up a trap. That was one of the reasons why Han Jin-sung had decided to step up and speak. Chapter 611, Ups and Downs. Li Yuan stayed silent for quite a while, after the middle-aged man had finished retelling the situation. No one uttered a sound. The Hans present realized that the young-looking man had to be a legendary battle pet warrior. Senior Feng would not have been so afraid if he wasn't. Such a powerhouse didn't seem to like the Han family. It seemed that the Han family had managed to upset a legendary battle pet warrior. The onlookers felt as if they were being kept in a cage with a fierce beast. Senior Feng was drenched in cold sweat. There were several times when he wanted to interrupt that middle-aged man, but he always felt someone was eyeing him with killing intent. He was afraid to talk. It was too late by the time he came back to his senses. The middle-aged man finished his story without any hindrances. Senior Feng only regretted that he had not killed every last member of the Li family. That talented family had led the Han family to glory, but left behind a massive trouble as well. The hidden problem had finally revealed itself that day. The Feng elder didn't even dare to breathe. He had never fought against a legendary battle pet warrior before, but being with next to one was already stressing him. After a long while of silence, Li Yuan said to the middle-aged man, "Get up." The middle-aged man was overjoyed. Li Yuan had believed him. The middle-aged man could not help but shed tears of excitement. Li Yuan had returned. The Li family would no longer have to go through such an ignoble existence. They had suffered humiliation and unfair treatment for hundreds of years. No one could tell at that point how much they had sacrificed. They even had to witness the deaths of their beloved families right in front of their eyes. Finally, from that point on, they could hold their heads up high and retake their surname. "How many of you are left?" Li Yuan asked calmly. The middle-aged man pulled himself together and said, "Sir, there are 200 descendants of the Li family, but most of them are scattered across different branches of the Han family. Some of them have long been assimilated by the Hans. They no longer share our ideals. There are only 12 of us who are still hoping to rejuvenate the Li family." "Only 12?" Li Yuan murmured. The once great Li family only had 12 left. He wanted to put on a smile but failed. It was sad. He had tried his best to safeguard the deep caves, but then he almost lost his entire family while he was away. Why did he even struggle for 800 years? Li Yuan took a deep breath to calm himself down. He patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and said, "You will have your surname back from this day forth." "Yes, sir." The middle-aged man was brought to tears. It was their dream to have their surname back, which was also used by a legendary battle pet warrior. It was a great name. Han family. Li Yuan looked around. Senior Feng dropped to his knees once he sensed the other man's anger. "Sir, the family that destroyed the Li family was not the Han family. We are the ones who took your people in so that the Li family could live on. They might not have enjoyed a good life here, but they're still here, at the very least. Sir, please show mercy in return for that small favor." "Nonsense. Han Jin-sung, no," Li Jin-sung argued with Senior Feng. "We have our family records and there's a log that says that the Han family played a part in the destruction of the Li family hundreds of years ago. We surrendered to you because we had no other choice. You have treated us harshly from day one. We were only able to survive because your former family head had set up that rule. Otherwise, you would have killed us all." "Sir, this is not true. We also have records left by our forefathers, stating that the Han family didn't cause the destruction of the Li family. We were just implicated. There would have been another family without the Han family around. If that were in fact the case, the Li family might have indeed been wiped out in its entirety." Li Yuan glared at Senior Feng. The former moved his hand. Senior Feng felt a tremor and the next thing he knew, he was on the ground, spitting out blood. From Senior Feng's ripped clothes flew out some metal objects, all broken. One slap and Li Yuan had broken several defensive items. The onlookers had lost their ability to talk. "Han Yukian, who had just been slapped away, watched in a daze. She had known Senior Feng since she was a kid. She had always seen him as a peerless fighter. He was a famous titled battle pet warrior at the peak. Never did she think she could ever see Senior Feng in such an embarrassed state. A legendary battle pet warrior. You. Senior Feng tried to crawl up, but his reserve of astral powers were decreasing, much to his horror. The vortices in his cells were collapsing. He was losing his strength. His remaining doubts as to whether the warrior was at the legendary level were completely dispelled. The thing that was happening to him was terrifying him. The Han family doesn't deserve an exit, but I will show mercy since you said that it was thanks to you that the remaining Li members were able to survive. Li Yuan put down his hand and announced, the Li family surrendered to you. Today, the Han family will surrender to the Li family in exactly the same way. From today on, the Li family will be the master and the Han family will become the slave. Any Han member who dares to fight back will be punished with death. Senior Feng trembled and struggled to raise his head. He could barely look into that pair of cold eyes. He knew that the Han family was doomed. Standing in front of him was the legendary battle pet warrior of the Li family, the one who, contrary to the general consensus, was very much alive, having lived for hundreds of years. He was still among the living and the Li family would rise again. The Li family would grow to become the most powerful force of the Dark Claw base city. Sir. Li Jinsong was thrilled. His suffering in the past few years had not been in vain. Finally, such a grand development came to pass. A legendary battle pet warrior could change everything. Go and get all the members of the Li family. And you, go and get all the titled battle pet warriors of the Han family. I will kill 100 for every one you leave out. Li Yuan ordered. Li Jinsong hurried away at once. Senior Feng felt bitter inside. Of course he didn't dare to leave anyone out. He could not imagine what a legendary battle pet warrior could do. A legendary battle pet warrior could leverage the tower's strength, while the tower in turn controlled the great powers of the world. He knew that, so he had to obey orders. I will do that now. Senior Feng crawled up while enduring the pain. Li Yuan closed his eyes to adjust his emotions. He wanted to throw a temper and flatten that place, but the kindness in his heart ultimately stopped him. All this time, Su Ping and Su Linayu said nothing. Li Yuan was an experienced fighter. He had his reasons to deal with that matter in any way he wanted. Su Ping was even more disappointed at the tower. He felt so sorry for those legendary battle pet warriors who were still staying in the deep caves. He had seen their sincere smiles. But someone had to safeguard the deep caves. Why are the ones hurting always the good guys? Su Ping clenched his fists. He was even more determined based in a thought he had developed before. Soon, Li Yuan came back with 8 people. There were 2 children, 3 old men, a young man and 2 ladies. Those people weren't at a high rank and the hunchbacked old man was the most powerful of them all. He was at the title rank but he hid it well. Su Ping had developed some amazing detection skills in the cultivation sites. If he didn't have those skills, he wouldn't have remarked that the old man was at the titled rank. 3 people are outside on a mission but I sent them a message, Li Jinsong reported to Li Yuan with the utmost respect. The 8 people who arrived along with him stared at Li Yuan in a daze. The old man at the tilted rank opened his murky eyes. A glow flashed past his eyes and then he trembled. He had seen a portrait of Li Yuan and the resemblance was uncanny. Chapter 612, Angel of Purgatory. Sir, please accept the greetings of your unworthy descendants. The title-ranked old man approached Li Yuan and dropped to his knees. The others followed suit. The ladies told their children to repeat the gesture. The 2 kids stared at Li Yuan with their watery eyes, curious and full of respect. So, this is the admirable legendary battle pet warrior that their parents always speak of. Li Yuan raised his hand to let everyone stand up. I am sorry to learn that you've suffered in the past years, he said. He felt he could barely look at the old man who was smiling through his wrinkles. He felt laden with guilt. The old man at the titled rank said, Sir, that's all right. We are just thrilled that you're safe and sound. All the waiting and everything we did was well worth it, now that you're standing here before us. The Li family will rise again under your leadership. Li Yuan nodded but said nothing else. Many titled battle pet warriors arrived not long after. The onlookers who belonged to the Han family were shuddering in fear. The higher-ups in the family, whom they would usually not get to meet, were actually coming in droves. The elders were there, even the family head was there. Whoosh! A stern-faced, mature man wearing an elegant robe showed up. He was a solemn-looking man. Behind him were over a dozen titled battle pet warriors who enjoyed a high status in the Han family. They answered the call, arriving as soon as they were able to since the order had been issued by Senior Feng himself. They had learned about the severity of that matter from him. A legendary battle pet warrior is here. And he is a member of the Li family, the very family they had been oppressing for generations. The first thought that popped into the family head's mind was to run away, but he immediately gave up on that idea. A legendary battle pet warrior was right there. Where could he run? A legendary battle pet warrior would have the means and the power to search for him all across the globe. Then there was the tower. They were able to gather information from every corner of the world. That was why no one would eagerly enrage a legendary battle pet warrior. You upset one and you upset all of them. My name is Han Tancheng, head of the Han family. Nice to meet you, sir. Han Tancheng descended from the sky a dozen meters away. He hurried over and bowed to his waist. He held his breathing and his heart was racing. He didn't know in what mood the legendary battle pet warrior was in or anything about his personality. But if that person were to be cruel and short-tempered, then he would never get a chance to speak. Han Tancheng had readied himself for death on his way over, but that was a normal occurrence, since everyone would normally become afraid in front of death. And yet, there was no way to run for him. For the future of the Han family, he was the least able to run. Fortunately, he had already initiated the seed program for their family. He hid all their promising seedlings. There would still be hope for the Han family, as long as they could survive through that crisis. That was the plan that any major family would have. You're the family head? Li Yuan narrowed his eyes to hide his killing intent. He could tell that the family head was at the peak of titled rank. He was someone with a long life ahead of him. He had greater potential than Senior Feng. That family head could further grow to reach the legendary rank in the future. I'm humbled to say that I am. Han Tancheng lowered his head. He was afraid to look into Li Yuan's eyes. From today onwards, the Han family will be our dependent family. You will be our servants and we will be the masters. All the members of the Han family must treat the members of the Li family like your parents, and you shall bow to us with the utmost respect. You shall never disobey any orders of the Li family. Li Yuan asked Han Tancheng, do you accept the terms? Han Tancheng was drenched in cold sweat. He lowered his head and was only able to see the floor in front of his feet. He bit his teeth, feeling awfully humiliated. Servants? Treat the members of the Li family like parents? That is not acceptable. He wanted to clench his fingers but was afraid that Li Yuan would see that. He was a proud man, but he was also smart enough. The Han family would be entirely wiped out if he fought back. He didn't have the right to negotiate, not to mention throwing a temper, when he was talking to a legendary battle pet warrior. The Li family people once had to beg to carry on with their lives, but then the tables turned over. The Li family was the commander. That was just how the world worked. That was the law of the jungle. I accept them. Han Tancheng said. Saying those 3 words had taken up all of his strength. The elders of the Han family became frustrated. They were dying to speak up, so they bit their lips. They had to bury their anger. At that moment, they could tell how the Li family members must have felt before. Sir. The Han family members stared in disbelief. Their family head had accepted the terms. So, we would have to follow the Li family's orders from that day on? A moment before they were the elites from the largest family in the Dark Claw base city. 1 moment later, they became the captives. It was hardly acceptable. Father. Han Yuqian gazed at her father, Han Tancheng. He had always been a proud man for as far as she could remember. No one would have dared to argue with him. But at the moment, Han Tancheng was a vulnerable duckling. He didn't have the courage to say no to Li Yuan. That was the power of a legendary battle pet warrior. Legendary battle pet warrior. Han Yuqian clenched her fists. She had dreamed of reaching that rank, but later she was dying for that breakthrough. She wished she could become a legendary battle pet warrior right that second. Li Yuan cast an indifferent glance at Han Tancheng. It wasn't surprising to see Han Tancheng accept those terms. Han Tancheng making an appearance meant he was ready to compromise, or else he would have run away. You will take over the Han family from today on, Li Yuan said to the title-ranked old man. The old man no longer hunched his back. Finally, he was able to stand up straight after all those years of humiliation. The Han family's elders, who had at some point acted in an excessively condescending manner, were all lowering their heads and holding their breaths. The old man had been unable to cover up a smile. He had never felt so liberated. And yet, the smile gradually changed into tears. They had suffered too much and for too long, just for that day. Yes, sir. The old man said. Li Yuan nodded. He opened a swirl and a slim figure flew out from the other side. It had 4 wings and resembled an angel, but its face was strange. It had 4 white eyes but no eyebrows. It also had a white nose and dark lips. This is Angel of Purgatory, my battle pet, and it will stay here. If the people of the Han family don't follow your orders, my battle pet will help you punish and discipline them. Li Yuan said. The titled old man stared at the battle pet hovering above Li Yuan's head. Han Tancheng and the rest of the onlookers were frightened by that seemingly overpowering Angel of Purgatory, which seemed to be overpowering. It has to be a Beast King. Sir, are you leaving us? The titled battle pet warrior asked Li Yuan. He indeed felt as if the latter was actually leaving them. Li Yuan nodded. I'll have to go to the tower and ask them about some things. I also have some things I need to do. Sir, do you have to go away so soon? The titled old man continued asking. He wished to speak more but stopped on second thought. He didn't want Li Yuan to leave. Even though the Beast King was present, the old man felt he was still nervous. Besides, they couldn't count on the tower as far as they were concerned. That was a place that existed in name only. They had indeed reached out to the tower. They did make contact but the tower never gave them a reply. They finally gave up after repeated failures. Truth be told, contacting the tower would expose them. There are things that I have to do, Li Yuan said. He looked at Su Ping, the latter knew what Li Yuan was referring to. Li Yuan was angry because of what had become of the Li family. But he was a battle pet warrior who had stayed in the deep caves for 800 years. He was exceptional in controlling his mood. He would have died in deep caves a long time before if he were to lose his mind easily. Too many friends had died in front of him during the 800 years. What happened to the Li family had been unfair and he hated the tower because of this. However, the things that happened to the deep caves were part of a greater concern for the entire world. He was unable to simply turn a blind eye to that. Sir. Li Jinsong also wanted to persuade Li Yuan to stay. On the other hand, Han Tancheng was relieved. If Li Yuan would have stayed there over the centuries and ruled the Han family with an iron fist, the Hans would end up suffering casualties. Things would be easier for them if just one battle pet remained. Brother Li. Su Ping immediately understood what Li Yuan was thinking and felt touched by the implications. His older brother was a great man, able to think about humankind even after his family had been wronged. Su Ping was filled with deep esteem for the man. Brother Li, I will also provide some help to your Li family, if you insist on going to the tower. Once I get back to my store, I'll send a temporary employee in my store to help you out. That employee was raised in a major family and she surely knows about ruling a family. The onlookers shifted their attention from Li Yuan to Su Ping. Brother Li? That was unexpected. This guy dares to call Li Yuan Brother Li. Li Yuan, the legendary battle pet warrior. Was Su Ping also a legendary battle pet warrior? The onlookers wondered. It was frightening to have two legendary battle pet warriors in the same place. Han Tancheng also heard Su Ping's words and his mind was weighed down. He attempted gauging Su Ping but was unable to tell which rank he was at. Even so, Han Tancheng was convinced that Su Ping was at the legendary rank. Sir, you are? Han Tancheng asked. Su Ping cast a glance at him from the corner of his eye. You don't have the right to know. Han Tancheng felt embarrassed. Li Yuan nodded to Su Ping. Good, I would still be worried if they were left here alone. I cannot waste any more time getting to the tower. Brother Su, thank you. Consider it done. Su Ping nodded. Li Yuan waved his hand and the Angel of Purgatory flew down. The battle pet was roughly 8 meters long. It bowed down so that Li Yuan could talk to it. Master, what is your request? Said the pet with respect. Its voice was gentle and clear, a mix between the sound of a spring and a girl's voice. The talking battle pet stunned everyone again. Han Tancheng turned pale. He knew that some beast kings were able to speak the human language, but that was also an indication of their intelligence. That Angel of Purgatory had a high enough intellect as well. All of a sudden, Han Tancheng understood why Li Yuan had decided to leave one of his battle pets. An intelligent beast king could be regarded as a human being. Li Yuan relayed his orders to the battle pet and patted its head. Tell my battle pet if anything happens. You will deal with all the Han family matters while Brother Su's help arrives. You'll have to get used to that as well, he said to the old man. The titled old man looked at the Angel of Purgatory with reverence and nodded. Understood, sir. The old man stole a glance at Su Ping who appeared to be a young man. The former was convinced that the guy was also a senior legendary battle pet warrior, like Li Yuan. Li Yuan nodded. With a frown, he shouted at the Han family's onlookers, get down on your knees, now. The onlookers struggled, but they eventually complied. First the elders got down on their knees and the others could only follow suit. Sadness covered their faces. They knew that as of that moment, their past life of luxury was over. I will trust this place to you now. Brother Su, let's go, Li Yuan said. Su Ping nodded. As Li Yuan, Su Ping and Su Linayu left, the others watched on as they made to leave. Han Yuqian suddenly noticed the girl who had been walking behind Su Ping and Li Yuan. She blinked in disbelief. She had paid a visit to the Valiant Academy a while back, to see her old teachers and look around to see if there were promising young students whom the Han family could recruit. She had seen Su Linayu back then. What is she doing here? Han Yuqian could not figure that out. The three people left the building and flew away. Why didn't you kill some of them to vent your anger? Su Ping asked Li Yuan. Li Yuan burst out laughing and replied, I'm not that heartless. Brother Su, you have to become aware of the violence bottled within you. You might get into some trouble when you go through your heavens test in the future. Su Ping shrugged. I actually hope that my heavens test can show me something different. Unfortunately, I don't think there is anything to expect. I have seen it all. Li Yuan forced a bitter smile. He couldn't have witnessed legendary battle pet warrior's heavens test. Li Yuan changed the subject. We will soon be arriving at the Valiant Academy, where the 7th entrance is located. I want to check the pathway there. Do you want to go? A glint of coldness rose in Su Ping's eyes when he heard the name. I won't go there, I have other things to take care of. Li Yuan realized that those matters couldn't be good because of the killing intent in Su Ping's eyes. Su Linayu bit her lips. She knew that Su Ping was talking about revenge. She still didn't know how to face Su Ping after all the trouble she had caused. Valiant Academy. Dragon Tower. Many people were gathered there, all of them were staring at the black tablet. The 33rd level. Is something happening to our eyes? Is there something wrong with the tablet? Who is that Mr. Su? The onlookers wondered. From among the crowd, 3 people stood the closest to the tablet. The girl gradually recovered from her astonishment and she murmured, that guy was right. The guy broke all the records and he went all the way to the top level. How did he do that? Chapter 613, Revenge. The students didn't believe it, but the record was telling the truth. Is there something wrong with the tablet? But there were witnesses. Ftani was one of the witnesses and he didn't have to lie about anything. But the highest record went from 23rd level to the 33rd level. 10 levels. It sounded unbelievable. That guy who went into the graveyard forest was also able to enter the Dragon Tower. Does a person like that really exist? The girl asked herself. She was Go Lingsha, one of the 4 famous students. Her record at the Dragon Tower was the 17th level. The creatures she had met on the 17th level were enough to scare her. She couldn't even imagine what it was like. On the 33rd level. Most likely the Dragon Tower is acting up, a young man whispered. The young man stood tall and straight, he had graceful dark hair. It was Jiu Iu, one of the 4-star students. He was also counted as one of the blessed talents as well. His record at the Dragon Tower was better than Go Lingsha and the two had contended against each other. He outperformed her every time. Go Linayu didn't respond. She also suspected that something had gone wrong in the Dragon Tower, but it was strange that the principal and the vice principal had not stepped forward to explain themselves. Besides, she met Mr. Su, the one whom Ftani had spoken about at the graveyard forest. She didn't think Mr. Su was emaciated or old. That was what her instinct told her. Mr. Su was definitely not old, he wasn't an aged legendary battle pet warrior which had used some special method to keep a youthful appearance. I hope so, Go Lingsha finally replied. She hoped that the Dragon Tower had a faulty detail somewhere, otherwise, she would have to suffer a massive blow to her confidence. She was aware that she could not compete against the best students in the history of the Valiant Academy, but she did believe that she was a talent. If that new record was real, then it meant that the highest level a person in his or her 20s could reach was the 33rd level. She would turn 19 that year, 20 was not far away from her. She did a calculation and believed that reaching the 20th level when she turned 22 was the best she could do. But, for there to be such a massive gap between the 20th level and the 33rd level, the higher the level was, the more difficult it would be. She could not longer figure out how come the differences between people were so big. Go Lingsha was even more convinced that something had happened to the Dragon Tower. She had heard that the Dragon Tower had been closed for maintenance. That seemed to be proof supporting her theory. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 people flew over. The students around the tablet looked into the sky. Only those with a prominent identity could fly around like that on campus. Is that? Go Lingsha found one of the 3 familiar. She wanted to take a closer look but the 3 had flown away. They were going to a mountain where many faculty members resided. Who has the courage to fly across campus? Some students uttered their dissatisfaction. Something important, I suppose, someone replied. The Valiant Academy was well known across the globe. It was unlikely that some hot-headed young man would break in and fly around like that. Even the battle pet warriors at the peak would have to behave and follow the rules. The Valiant Academy had produced a fair amount of titled battle pet warriors. The principal was at the legendary rank. The Valiant Academy could be viewed as the territory of a legendary battle pet warrior. Anyone who would dare to break the rules would usually be at the legendary rank. None of the titled battle pet warriors would have the courage to try. I believe some guests will be arriving shortly. Yun Wanli raised his eyebrows. He was writing a letter in his study. He stood up and gazed into the distance. Whoosh! He vanished on the spot, but he did not teleport, he just flew out of his study at a fast speed. Friends from afar. Yun Wanli couldn't finish his words when he saw the three and he was dumbstruck. Fate Challenger Su. The three were Su Ping, Li Yuan and Su Linayu. Why are you still here? I thought you had already gone to the tower. Su Ping was surprised to see Yun Wanli. Yun Wanli forced a bitter smile. I just came back. I'm writing a letter to report to the tower about the deep caves. Li Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Writing a letter? Why don't you just go and tell them? What? Do you have to write letters to report even the urgent matters? Yun Wanli could tell that Li Yuan was not at all happy about that. He explained, Sir, you don't know this but the master of the tower stays in closed-door cultivation for years and rarely comes out. I don't think I can meet him if I just barge in. Everyone has to make an appointment. I'm writing to him about the deep caves. He will receive me immediately when he sees the letter. Li Yuan sneered. Everything would be doomed if something goes wrong before this master comes out. Li Yuan no longer had a favorable opinion of the tower after everything that happened to his family. He wanted to go to the tower just because he was a kind man and he wanted to solve the problem at the deep caves. Yun Wanli knew that he couldn't give a satisfactory answer to Li Yuan, so he changed the subject. You went to the corridor, right? Is she your sister? Su Ping nodded. We got delayed in the corridor. I thought you left the day we went to the corridor. How come you barely came back? That is a long story. My way out was troublesome. We encountered some beasts and had to take some detours, wasting some time in the end, Yun Wanli explained. Su Ping said nothing in reply. Su Linayu sized up the principal with curiosity. She had met him once when she entered the academy. After that, she would only see the principal's image as represented in statues and portraits of him on campus. There she was, seeing the principal again. And once more, she felt the power of Su Ping's status. Don't write the letter, I will go to the tower with you. I'm curious about that so-called master. How arrogant of him. Li Yuan snorted. Yun Wanli forced a bitter smile. Sir, the current master is at the Fate State, and he's trying to break through to the stage beyond the legendary rank. All the problems on the blue planet can be solved once he succeeds. We understand why he spends so much time cultivating. Li Yuan raised his eyebrows. Fate State. Even so, he was not afraid. Going beyond the legendary rank is not an easy job. He shouldn't be a dog in the manger if he does want to achieve this, focusing completely on his cultivation. He should outright give up the position and let other people run the tower. What is the point of having the tower if he just concentrates on his cultivation and nothing else? Yun Wanli wanted to say something but gave up. Li Yuan was his senior, he couldn't argue with him. Principal, where is that student you called Nan something? Su Ping cut in and went straight to the point. He wanted to settle all the lingering troubles so he could go back to this store and think about how to rescue the little skeleton. Yun Wanli noticed the coldness in Su Ping's eyes and realized what he wanted. After a slight hesitation, Yun Wanli offered his reply. All the students are usually on campus. You can ask his mentor, I will get him and have him take you. Sure. Yun Wanli quickly called a middle-aged man over. The man flew to their position, disregarding the no-flying rule because Yun Wanli had urged him to be quick about it. Sir, what is the matter? The middle-aged man asked. Yun Wanli made the introduction. This is Mr. Li, a legendary battle pet warrior. The middle-aged man was startled. Nice to meet you, sir. He bowed. Li Yuan waved his hand. He wasn't a man who cared about formalities. Fate Challenger Su is looking for Mr. Nan. Take Fate Challenger Su to see him, Yun Wanli said. Fate Challenger? The middle-aged man stole a glance at Su Ping. Being a titled battle pet warrior himself, the man understood the power of Fate Challengers, people who could defeat legendary battle pet warriors while still being at the titled rank. That was even more difficult than reaching the legendary rank. It is my honor to meet you, Fate Challenger Su. The middle-aged man cupped his hands. Su Ping waved his hand. You flatter me, Mr. Kong. Now, take me to that student. Yes. The middle-aged man then bid farewell to Yun Wanli and Li Yuan. Su Ping left with Su Linayu and that middle-aged man. This is Nan's dorm. They arrived at the dormitory. The middle-aged man landed in front of a door. He didn't push the door open but soon walked back to where Su Ping was. He is not here. The room is empty. Su Ping frowned. I think Nan came back with some wounds. So, he's probably in the healing center, the middle-aged man explained. Su Ping told him to lead the way, and they soon arrived at the healing center. The middle-aged man went to ask around and came back to report that Nan had gone to the Dragon Tower. The three made the trip over to the Dragon Tower. Right in front of the Dragon Tower a dense crowd was gathered. Go Lingsha and Jiu Iu stood closer to the Dragon Tower, but there was some empty space around them. The other students were afraid to stand too close to them, in case their presence would upset the pair. Never mind. Let's go back. I will come again after the Dragon Tower opens. Go Lingsha didn't like the bustling noises in the area. Jiu agreed. He wouldn't have gone there to have a look if he hadn't heard about that stunning record. He would have been cultivating right then otherwise. He was not a person who liked noises, he preferred cultivating alone. His talent had been more than proven, but he rose to his current status because he worked harder than others. When they were about to leave, the crowd stepped to the sides, opening a path for the new arrivals. Nantian. Go Lingsha narrowed her eyes. Jiu saw that boy as well. The 4-star students. Nan, Ji, Go. Taniu was the best of the 4 and he had the strongest combat strength. Nantian ranked the second, he was weaker in combat strength but stronger in spirit, which had been proven by the record he had set at the graveyard forest. Interesting. You guys are here. Nantian put on a fake smile as he saw Jiu and Go Lingsha. Are you here because of the record? Go Lingsha asked. Even though she ranked behind Nantian, she wasn't afraid of him. It wasn't like he could kill her or something. Besides, she was younger and she used that as an advantage. She was the youngest of the 4-star students, she could accept being ranked 4th. Nantian looked past her at the tablet. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the name and the number on the first row. The 33rd level. The rumor was true. That was 10 levels higher than the past record. The students would joke about reaching the highest level, but then someone actually did it. Go Lingsha grinned when she saw Nantian's reaction and that was a grin of irony. She knew that the person who had set the record was the one who had slapped Nantian in the graveyard forest. That person had broken the records in both places. Brother Nan, take your time to cherish this. I'll be on my way, Jiu said. Nantian nodded to him. Jiu walked past Nantian, then several people arrived from the air all of a sudden. They landed so quickly that dust was stirred up. What? Jiu raised his guard out of instinct. He mobilized his astral powers. Next, he became rooted to the spot. One of the people was Nantian's mentor. The other 2 people were young and he knew the girl. The missing student. Su King, Su Linayu and the mentor stopped in midair. Jiu narrowed his eyes, flying was a sign of the titled rank. Nantian. The middle-aged man noticed Nantian right away because he was the moon with a myriad of stars around him. Nantian turned around. First, he saw his mentor. Then, he saw the other 2 people. He was frozen on the spot. Come here, Su Ping said. Whoosh. Nantian was pulled toward him by an invisible force which directly lifted him from the crowd. Then, Su Ping threw him to the ground. Chapter 614, Ocean Frost Dragon Knits Him. Go Lingsha recognized Su Ping at once. That was the mysterious Mr. Su that had set the new record and the person who had killed Nantian's brother at the graveyard forest. Jiu was surprised by Go Lingsha. He didn't go to the graveyard forest because he was cultivating somewhere else, but he was able to tell from the ongoing situation that the young man who had arrived with Nantian's mentor had to be someone special, and he seemed to hold a grudge against Nantian. Sir. Nantian looked at his mentor in a daze. The middle-aged man was surprised by Su Ping's killing intent. He didn't know why Su Ping was there, but his gut told him that it wasn't because of something good. And yet, he was afraid to ask. Is he one of the guys who told you to go to the deep caves? Su Ping asked Su Linayu. Su Linayu eyed Nantian with a troubled look. He was one of them. The others are members of his club. Good. Su Ping nodded. Nantian was crushed, reduced to pieces of flesh and blood. The sudden reaction left everyone dumbstruck. Did he just kill Nantian? Both Nan brothers died within a few days. Truth be told, there were 5-star students at the Valiant Academy because the Nan meant both brothers and both of them had died. Mr. Su. The middle-aged man was startled and furious. Nantian was his student and they had shared an emotional bond. How could Su Ping have killed Nantian for no reason? Also, Nantian was a master battle pet warrior with great potential. He was able to fight head-to-head against those at the upper position of the titled rank when he exerted himself. However, he didn't even stand a chance to strike back this day. Even the mentor failed to see how Su Ping had done it. Anyone else? Su Ping asked Su Linayu. Su Linayu didn't know that Su Ping would kill for her sake. She bit her lips, remembering her days in the deep caves, and how Su Ping had risked his life to get her out. And Ji Feng. Su Linayu gave the rest of the names. Su Ping nodded and said to the middle-aged man, have them come here. The middle-aged man argued, Mr. Su, isn't his a bit too? He wanted to say that it was too much, but Su Ping's cold glare silenced him. Even Nantian had been killed, he didn't want to offend Su Ping for the sake of the other students. That was not a man to be offended. The middle-aged man turned around and left to find the students for Su Ping. The onlookers stared at the remaining pieces and bloodstains on the ground, afraid to breathe. Those who had not seen Su Ping in the graveyard forest were appalled by that vicious person who had come out of nowhere. The Nan family is doomed. Go Lingsha murmured. The two most talented members of the family had been killed in the Valiant Academy. The Nan family didn't have other talents, and she even suspected that Su Ping would go and flatten the Nan family to the ground. Jiu wore a grave face. The Nan family once had a legendary battle pet warrior. It was evident that the young man wasn't afraid of such a fact. Jiu felt glad that he preferred staying out of trouble, or else he would have been the one killed that day. Soon after, the middle-aged man returned with several students in tow. Su Ping asked Su Linayu, "Are they the ones?" Su Linayu nodded. Su Ping lifted his hand. Amid several bangs, he killed the students from a distance. The middle-aged man was flying towards Su Ping when he heard the noises. Startled, he turned around, only to see some blood. The man turned pale. "Go and tell your principal that I'm going home, and that I'll trust them to go to the tower," Su Ping said to the middle-aged man and flew away without delay. Su Linayu looked at the pool of blood and went after Su Ping. The middle-aged man was at a loss for words. That's not a legendary battle pet warrior, but he's more intimidating. Go Lingsha was absent-minded. Su Ping's behavior and the result recorded in the Dragon Tower convinced her that, even if Su Ping wasn't at the legendary rank, he had power on par with such a level. But Su Ping wasn't even 22 yet. She had never heard about anyone like him. Of course, the other explanation was that Su Ping was older and that the Dragon Tower malfunctioned. Jiu watched as Su Ping flew away and clenched his fist. He suddenly realized he had to work even harder. That is Mr. Su. He is? What's his name? I cannot believe it. I didn't see how he did it, but he killed Nantian. If the Dragon Tower is not broken, that person should be close to the legendary rank. The onlookers exclaimed. All of them knew that the man was known as Mr. Su, but no one knew his full name. From that day onwards, in principle, no one would break his record. The tablet didn't record his full name nor his age. The only information about him was Mr. Su. He became a myth. Whoosh! Su Ping left the Valiant Academy. He summoned the Inferno Dragon. It had learned to fly after taking the Purple Blood Dragon's bloodline, and it could do so at a very fast speed. Su Ping landed on one of its shoulders. Su Linayu stood next to him. Are we going back? Su Linayu kept her head low. She was afraid to look into Su Ping's eyes. Su Ping nodded. I didn't have time to ask you. Tell me. What has happened to you? I don't think you're at the titled rank yet. Su Linayu nodded and answered honestly, the fact that I can fly is because of Moon. After I came to the Valiant Academy, I had a chance to enter a mysterious realm. I don't know what Moon ate when we were there, but things changed when we came back. That change gave Moon some special abilities. Like how it can integrate with me. That's the reason why I can fly. Change? Su Ping was interested. Let me have a look. Su Linayu nodded. The silver scales ebbed away from her. Her skin returned to normal and the silver scales gathered on her spine, eventually turning into a ray of silver light. The silver light then expanded. The dragon extended its wings. The Moonfrost Dragon. But it looked different from when Su Ping had given her the pet. The Moonfrost Dragon was larger, and it had 3 horns instead of just 1 on its head. The wings and body structure looked different as well, the scales looked more exquisite. Su Ping was taken aback. That was an Ocean Frost Dragon. The dragon had evolved. The Ocean Frost Dragon was the evolved version of the Moonfrost Dragon, a top-level dragon at the legendary rank. It would reach the Fate State directly when it reached adulthood. Of course, dragons had many mortal enemies and it was hard for them to grow up without suffering any problems. They were also unable to become adults if they didn't have enough energy. A dragon could spend its entire life as a tiny, weak dragon. Chapter 615, Return. Su Ping had to rely on the system to have an updated version of the Little Skeleton and the Dark Dragon Hound, but Su Linayu's Moonfrost Dragon had evolved by chance. How lucky she was. Even with the system, the Little Skeleton and the Dark Dragon Hound had to go through many vicissitudes to evolve. They had been born as low-ranked battle pets. Su Ping had poured his heart and soul into training them. Those who weren't in the know would hardly imagine what they had gone through. I gave the dragon a good master. Su Ping raised his hand. The Ocean Frost Dragon felt a familiar sense from Su Ping and it moved closer so that he could pat its head. This is the Ocean Frost Dragon, a beast with a Fate State bloodline. You must treat it well, Su Ping said to Su Linayu. She was confused. What is the Fate State? The legendary rank has 3 states and the Fate State is the highest, Su Ping explained. The principal is at the Ocean State, the lowest state of the legendary rank. In the entire blue planet, I suppose the number of legendary battle pet warriors at the Fate State is not over 3. He was being conservative. He had not met anyone at the Fate State when he visited the tower. Still, he had just learned from Yun Wanli that the master of the tower was at the Fate State. He didn't know if there were others he had not heard of yet. Not more than 3? Su Linayu could not believe that. In the entire globe, there were less than 3 legendary battle pet warriors at the Fate State. Even so, her battle pet had a Fate State bloodline. That was to say, she would have a chance to stand next to the most powerful battle pet warriors in the future. Of course. She thought of her own rank. She would have to reach the legendary rank when her battle pet attained that rank. She would have to cancel the contract with the dragon if she didn't break through before that happened, or else she would be slowing her dragon down. Su Linayu gazed at the ocean frost dragon with those thoughts weighing her down. To reach the legendary rank. That was something she could not even think of. Her highest goal had at one time been to reach the titled rank. As far as she knew, the titled battle pet warriors would deserve the admiration of countless people. That day she realized that she had to reach the legendary rank, or else she might have to part ways with the ocean frost dragon in the future. She had been with her dragon for a long time, and the dragon had stunned everyone for her sake during the Elite League. She had realized back then that she could never leave the dragon. The dragon was not only her battle pet, but her friend and family. Su Linayu clenched her fists silently. She was only a burden to Su Ping and she had almost gotten him killed recently. They had escaped by chance. However, Su Ping's battle pet had been left in the deep caves and she didn't even know if the little skeleton was still alive or not. There was a time when Su Ping was the loser of the family and she the hope. She had been working hard and studying well in school so that she could become a titled battle pet warrior one day, to better take care of her parents and the family. And yet, she had become a burden, even for her battle pet. She and her battle pet would eventually have to part ways because she was too weak. Su Ping noticed that Su Linayu was being troubled by something. He asked out of curiosity, "What's on your mind?" What was the girl thinking about? Su Linayu shrugged and shook her head. She pretended to be fine when she said, "Nothing. I just feel that the world is vast, while I am too small." She didn't finish her sentence. She felt sad and a sensation of unfairness. "The world is a vast one indeed," Su Ping replied. He could empathize with that. He had been exposed to countless worlds thanks to the system. He wasn't even sure if the world he lived in was like one of the planes as defined by the system. The ocean frost dragon has an inherited skill which I think is called birth in frost. The dragon can stick to another object and disguise itself. "This must be the reason why you were able to hide," Su Ping said. "I didn't know the skill could also enhance the strength of the target." Su Linayu nodded. She didn't know the details and she had only found out about the skill when the ocean frost dragon used it. She had yet to find out about the specifics and only gathered some information based on her experience. "What is that saying? The silly ones are lucky." Su Ping chuckled. Su Linayu pursed her lips. "I don't know how you managed to laugh right now. Aren't you worried about your skeleton?" Su Ping put away his smile. "Of course I'm worried. But, would worry get me anywhere? I have to find a solution. I can be sad all the time but that won't help me, will it?" Su Linayu looked at him but remained silent. She thought that Su Ping was just pretending to be okay, just so that she wouldn't become burdened. "But do I deserve this?" Longjiang Base City. Pixie Pet Store. The base city's economy was gradually recovering after the beast strike. The strike itself had actually made the base city famous. Fame exerted some influence. The base city was making more trading deals with other base cities, gradually becoming more attractive to other powerful battle pet warriors. The Pixie Pet Store became even more famous and people in other base cities around the Longjiang base city knew about that store. That was how it worked among battle pet warriors. Once they found a good pet store, they would tell each other about it. Su Ping and Su Linayu noticed many powerful presences on the street when they came back riding the Inferno Dragon. The buildings that were previously the residence of the general public were being occupied by battle pet warriors. The main street had become a commercial street catering to battle pet warriors. Whoosh! The Inferno Dragon descended from the sky and the flames which bursted free from the beast's body alerted the battle pet warriors around. "Dragon? What is that dragon? I haven't seen any dragon like that. It's kind of like an Inferno Dragon, but is it?" People crowded around the Pixie Pet Store. Ken Zhuang, who lived right across the street, noticed the disturbance outside. He was surprised that the little skeleton had returned. He gave his paperwork to his secretary and left the building. He had modified the building and made it a classy one. "We're back." Su Ping got down from the Inferno Dragon's shoulder and gazed at the Pixie Pet Store. Even the air felt familiar and sweet. Home sweet home. The moon at home was the brightest of all. "It's Mr. Su. Mr. Su is back." Some onlookers recognized him and shouted in excitement. Chapter 616, Advance into the Golden Crow World, sir. A girl ran out from the store to meet Su Ping. It was Zhong Lingtong. She had been seized with excitement. Tang Ruyan came out right behind her. She cast a smiling glance at Su Ping. "I'm back." Su Ping was in a better mood to see them. He nodded to them with a smile. The store was still in business. Suping had told Joanna to look after the store before he left. She was the sole formal employee and had the right to look after the store on Suping's behalf. It was just that she couldn't provide professional training for advanced battle pets. She could, however, sell pet food and take care of pets in the nursing pens. I see that you found your sister. Tang Ryuan smiled at Su Linayu, who was standing behind Suping. Su Linayu bit her lips and stole a glance at Suping. You're my teacher's younger sister. What should I call you? Zhong Lingtong stared at Su Linayu with her watery eyes. The girl was similar to her in age and was quite the looker. It seemed that the girl was a little timid. It was as if she were feeling bad for doing something wrong. Whatever you like. Call her by her name, Suping said. He had never cared about etiquette. There was no need since everyone present was quite young. Zhong Lingtong blinked. Really? She's your student? Su Linayu gazed at Suping in surprise. Since when did Suping have a student? But her confusion didn't last for long. Suping had every right to have a student. Yes. Suping gave a brief answer. He went into the store as he asked, was everything okay in the store while I was away? Yes. The store is famous across the Longjiang base city. No one dares to come here to make a scene. You may not know this, but our store is regarded as the best in the Longjiang base city. There are quite a lot of people lining outside and they always behave, Tang Ryuan answered. Suping raised his eyebrows. It was a surprise, but it had also been expected at the same time. The Pixie Pet Store had high standards in all regards, better than the other pet stores. It was only natural that the store would go viral. The 5 major families controlled the other industries and resources. They would fiercely compete against each other, but they wouldn't compete against Suping in the pet store business. That was why there was no longer anything hindering the development of the Pixie Pet Store. The store quickly grew to be the best brand in the Longjiang base city. Although it hadn't been a surprising fact. You're back. Joanna stood up from the seat behind the counter. Thank you for everything. Suping nodded to her. It's only my job. How was the revenue? Suping asked. We were unable to provide professional training while you were away. We could only give general training, sell pet food and manage the nursing pens. The total revenue is over 2 million, Joanna reported. Suping nodded. That was to be expected. He wouldn't make much money without professional training. Of course, while professional training could get him more money, it would also imply a higher energy cost. He would have to train the pets himself to offer professional training. I think your original self is an order god. Did I get it right? Suping remembered something. They didn't go to another room to talk in private because Su Linayu and the other 2 girls wouldn't understand what he was talking about anyway. He didn't care even if they could understand. Do you know what kind of being would have a physical body that would not decay upon death and the past memories would still exist in that physical body? He was talking about the finger he had seen at the Valiant Academy, the finger that was regarded as the Dragon Tower. An incorruptible physical body? That was not a question that Joanna would expect. Why are you asking? I have my reasons. Just tell me. Suping didn't want to get into the details. Joanna didn't probe further. The bodies of the usual god warriors can keep their physical bodies incorrupt after death for a short while. God warriors are on par with those who have the star rank. Those at the star rank can master the rules of nature and the force of time. Also, they are physically strong to begin with. They can travel across the universe by themselves and attack interstellar warships. A short time? How short? Suping frowned. An era. It's like 100,000 years according to your time references. Of course, that's the time for the weak ones at the star rank. The strong ones at the star rank realm can keep their physical bodies intact for 10 era, a million years, for example. My original self can do that. Her life expectancy is 100 eras, and her body will stay sound for a million years, even after death. Joanna continued, the superior gods can maintain their physical bodies intact for 1 age. Even the end of an age wouldn't necessarily destroy their physical bodies. Suping felt that the measuring units for time Joanna used were kind of large. He didn't know that the ones at the star rank could do that. Even the weakest at the star rank could ensure that their physical bodies would stay uncorrupted for 100,000 years. That was a long time. To put it in perspective, the average legendary battle pet warriors could only live for 1,000 years. The legendary battle pet warriors at the Fate State could only live for 10,000 years. It seemed that there was only one step between the Fate State and the star rank, but anyone who was able to make that step would enjoy a much longer life. What do you mean by an age? Suping asked. Su Linayu, Tang Ryuan and Zhong Lingtong were perplexed. What on earth were the 2 talking about? 100,000 years? A million years? Were they making up a story? Age is the longest time unit. Joanna heaved a sigh. An age includes more than a million years. I was born in the Archene divinity. The place was approaching the end of the immemorial age back then, on the verge of entering the remote age, an age when all forces fought in a wild war. With time, even the arcane divinity was broken into pieces. My current homeland is actually a broken piece from the arcane divinity. The immemorial age lasted for millions of years and countless powerful people came into being, some were born and some died. Even a fair amount of superior gods died. However, their corpses would remain incorrupt for a whole age, as long as they weren't deliberately destroyed. Su Linayu and the other two girls were completely lost when she finished. It was as if they were learning to read hieroglyphs. But they did catch the part when Joanna said she was from a broken piece of something. They had long believed that Joanna was not from the subcontinent district because of her flawless looks and her intimidating strength. She was a mystery. They were finally convinced that Joanna was indeed from an unknown place. An age. Su Ping murmured. He had a feeling that the will in the memory he sensed in the Dragon Tower was not from the current age. That was to say, it was likely that the Heaven Killer was a superior god from the immemorial age. He wouldn't have given himself such a crazy name if otherwise. That is too far away from me. Su Ping wanted to become someone like a superior god, but he knew that was too far away from him. He shook his head. He had yet to reach the legendary rank, the star rank was still out of reach for him, let alone something beyond that. Su Ping turned and said to Su Linayu, "Go home. Mom and Dad are worried. Tell them that I'm also back, but I won't go home for the moment. I have other things to do." Oh. Yes. Su Linayu was startled. She cast one more curious glance at Joanna before she left. She knew that Joanna was not a common girl you could find on the street. She was unable to understand a single thing that Joanna had just mentioned. "Little Tang, I have a job for you," Su Ping said. Tang Ryuian moved her gaze away from Joanna. "What job?" "I'm older than you. You should call me Big Tang," she added. "You wish," Su Ping answered and told her about Li Yuan's family. "You can deal with all kinds of situations as long as you don't fight a legendary battle pet warrior. I will entrust you with helping Li Yuan. If you do your job well, that legendary battle pet warrior may like you and grant you some gift in return." Tang Ryuian blinked. He was telling her to help a legendary battle pet warrior straighten out his family? He is a legendary battle pet warrior, right? Would there be anyone who wouldn't abide by a legendary battle pet warrior's orders? Tang Ryuian was curious. Su Ping argued grumpily, "On the surface, of course they will listen. I told you to go and help because I want you to weed out those who would do something in the dark. Why else do you think you're needed if a legendary battle pet warrior can solve all problems just by standing there?" Tang Ryuian pouted. "I see. I will do my best to solve the problems as soon as possible. You don't have to hurry. Just do it well. Don't worry. I know what I should do." Su Ping then turned to Zhong Lingtong. "I have other things to do. You don't have to stay in the store. Go and study by yourself if you have some time. The teacher will lead you to the door, but you must learn by yourself. It's not easy to become a trainer. What matters the most is your own learning and observation skills. Feel free to explore the trainer's path yourself." Zhong Lingtong was surprised. Was Su Ping going to be a complete hands-off master with her? But, sir, you haven't let me into any doors yet. How unfair. Leading her to the door? Su Ping had not told her anything about training pets since she arrived. He wasn't leading her anywhere. How can you say that? You are inside my store, right? Su Ping pointed to the door. Zhong Lingtong was dumbstruck. That was the door? Su Ping's eyes confirmed her guess. Zhong Lingtong opened her mouth but said nothing. She just gazed at Su Ping with her watery eyes. "Now, off you go. Close the door. I have something I must do," Su Ping said. "We're not opening for business today?" Joanna was surprised. He has just returned. Being the money lover he is, shouldn't he begin welcoming the guests right now? But it didn't seem like Su Ping was joking. Joanna didn't ask further. In the meantime, many people were trying to enter the store. Su Ping heard a hearty laugh. Ken Zhuang entered the store. Ha, Mr. Su, finally, you're back. I was just thinking about asking you to train my pets. Su Ping broke the news to him. We're closed today. Ha. What? Ken Zhuang's laughter stopped halfway. He stared at Su Ping in surprise. Closing today? Su Ping motioned Joanna to go and inform the customers. Joanna went outside to relay the message to those in line. Those who were hurrying over to the store stopped right then. They looked at each other speechlessly, and then broke into cries of disappointment. Ken Zhuang, who had just gone inside the store in a jolly mood, was chased out by Joanna, which was an embarrassing experience for him. Even so, he didn't dare to reveal his frustration in front of Joanna. Ever since he reached the legendary rank, he had managed to faintly pick up a mysterious force in her. He knew that the girl was a threatening being. He could not understand why Suking would assign a legendary battle pet warrior as an employee for his store. Of course, there were many things about Suking that he could not understand. Suking closed the door. He and Joanna were the only two who remained inside the store. Time to get down to business, Suking said. Joanna frowned. She could tell that Suking didn't come back in a good mood. He didn't show it, but she could tell. That was what her instincts told her. What do you want to do? Joanna asked. Suking didn't answer. He was browsing the list of cultivation sites. Are there any places where the Golden Crows live? Suking asked the system. On his way back, he had worked out a plan. He wanted to develop fast. Other than reaching the legendary rank, he could better the solar bulwark and improve his chaos star chart. He had been cultivating astral powers at all times. It would take time to improve in that regard. The only thing he could do right then was to improve the solar bulwark. He was merely at the first level of the solar bulwark. His physical body's strength had reached the legendary rank thanks to the divine energy and the heavens tests. He had asked the 5 major families to find him the materials needed for the solar bulwark's second level, but only the mayor of the Hansheng base city had found him to thus far. He needed more. He didn't even know if he could find the rest of the materials on the blue planet. He had received a burst of inspiration during his trip to the deep caves. Why not go to a place where golden crows lived to get the necessary materials? This would certainly speed up the process. If he could attain the second level of the solar bulwark, he could then use some of the skills innate to the golden crows. That would be the fastest way for him to gain more combat strength. Yes. The place where the golden crows live is on one of the Archean plains. The admission cost is high, the system cautioned Suking. Suking replied, pull up the names. There were too many cultivation sites on the list. It would be faster to have the system search and find the name for him. Chapter 617, Chaos Celestial Planet. Soon, a name popped out. Chaos Celestial Star, being an ancient fixed star born at the beginning of chaos, the celestial star is extremely vast, with many ancient fire elves as the main dwellers. Among them, the Golden Crows are the leaders of the celestial star and they have ruled it for almost an age. Admission fee, 9,000 per day. 9,000 energy points for a single day. It was as expensive as the Archean divinity. Indeed, the celestial star was a top-level cultivation site. Can I go there, considering my strength? Suking asked the system. He was afraid that the environment would be so harsh that he would die the instant he went in. That would be a complete waste of energy points. You're quite resistant to fire and can live there for about 15 minutes, the system replied. Suking raised his eyebrows. He knew he was quite resilient when it came to fire. After all, he had explored many cultivation sites and trained himself, not only the battle pets. He wouldn't feel pain if he were to be burned by regular fire. He had the notion that he was practically immune to fire, but the system had just told him that he only had some resistance to fire. I can only survive for 15 minutes. So, how resistant to fire do I have to be to really survive there? Suking asked the system. The system replied, you will have to be more resistant to fire to adapt to the planet's local environment. But all the creatures found there are truly powerful. You won't live for long even if the environment doesn't kill you. How long do I need to do that? Suking asked. You won't become immune to fire in 10,000 years, if you only live your days in comfort. The system sounded indifferent as it spoke, but I suppose you'll be basically immune to fire after you spend several days on the celestial star. What do you mean by you suppose? You're a smart system, right? Can't you give me an accurate number? Suking complained. I'm a smart system. So what? Who told you that a smart system knows everything? Why would I give you an accurate number anyway? Do you want a number? Give me 100,000 energy points and you'll know exactly how resistant you are to fire, the system argued. Suking realized that the system had become more short-tempered as of late. Well, the system had actually been like that from the very beginning. Do you want to give me the energy points? The system challenged Suking. He didn't say anything. Say that again? Suking decided to ignore the system. He looked at the balance of energy points. There was more than enough energy points to support his exploration of the celestial star. I will go. Suking made up his mind. He had no other choice. He would rather spend all the energy points than do nothing. He had to increase his combat strength as soon as possible, so that he could get the little skeleton back. He knew that the pet was quite powerful. Even so, things could go wrong since the little skeleton had to stay in the deep caves for such a long time. Luckily, he could sense that the little skeleton was still alive. Are you sure? The system stopped joking around. If you do so, you will most likely spend all the energy points you have. I can always make more. Money is the most worthless thing. Suking was determined. The system didn't add anything more. After a few seconds, the system finally said, as you wish, then. A swirl opened up, leading Suking to the celestial star. Suping looked at Joanna. She wasn't an outstanding employee yet, he couldn't take her to other cultivation sites because she wouldn't have the advantage of being brought back to life. I have to go away for some time. Take care of the store while I'm away, Suping said to Joanna. You're not going to my world? Asked Joanna. No. Somewhere different. Joanna watched as Suping stepped into the swirl. She had become used to seeing him disappear like that. She was still worried because something seemed to be bothering him. The swirl vanished and Joanna came back to her senses. She went to the pet room, found an empty nursing pen and went in to cultivate. Suping was developing fast, she was also inspired to grow by seeing his progress. Time flew. Suping felt he had stopped moving. He felt he was surrounded by a scorching heat before he even opened his eyes. It was as if he would have been thrown into boiling water. The host has been connected to the celestial star. 900 energy points are required per each revival. Be mindful, host. Die well, the system reminded Suping. It sounded mechanical this time. That was not the way the system would usually talk to him. Suping opened his eyes. A world of red leaped into his eyes, as if formed by volcanic magma. The cracked earth was also red, magma seemed to be flowing at the bottom of the cracks. Some places with thick soil were charred black, and some strange plants were found here and there. There was a red tree with golden light on the leaves and a few golden fruits hung from its branches. Suping also saw several clusters of bright red weeds on the burning ground further away. So, this is the celestial star. It is burning me to death. Suping looked around. His blood pressure was rising and he was sweating. He realized he could soon be scorched to death. Suping remembered that the system had told him he would be able to last for 15 minutes in such an environment. It was clearly his maximum survival time. A human being could stay in boiling water for some time, but the time itself would be extremely painful. He was being boiled, grilled. Ice. Suping lifted his hand. He tried to build an ice wall to isolate the heat, but nothing happened. It seemed as if water molecules didn't even exist there. Suping had used that skill successfully in the past. He had mastered the usage of some elements after repeated explorations in cultivation sites, although he wasn't as proficient as the Dark Dragon Hound, which could use legendary rank skills. He could, however, easily use some low-rank skills. I wonder if the dog and the dragon can survive here, Suping said to himself. That could be a perfect training place for them. He would feel sorry for them if he forgot to let them out to cool off. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two swirls opened up in the air. The Inferno Dragon roared as it stepped out. However, it retracted its feet as quickly as it could the moment it touched the ground with its feet. The roar turned into a meow. The Inferno Dragon was frightened and altered. What the hell is this place? The Dark Dragon Hound retracted its paws as well. The Dark Dragon Hound stood in the swirl, eyeing Suping with fear. The longest distance in the world was when you were in the swirls and I was outside. Get out of there. Suping said grumpily. The Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound had to behave. But the Inferno Dragon was wiggling and grimacing in pain as if it were stepping on needles. Its behavior was completely unlike that of a true dragon. The Dark Dragon Hound was doing something even weirder. It put its left forefoot and right rear foot down first and then switched to the other two, back and forth, simply hopping around without stopping. Use your ice skills to lower the temperature, Suping said to the Dark Dragon Hound. Using ice skills would not help the Dark Dragon Hound become more resistant to fire, but Suping had not made the trip just for cultivation. His priority was to find the materials for the second level of the solar bulwark so that he could go back and save the little skeleton. The Dark Dragon Hound raised an ice shield without hesitation. However, the usually dozens of meters tall goddess of ice was merely 3 meters tall or so. The goddess image didn't look like a pretty lady at all. It was in fact quite a sorry sight. The goddess melted just a few seconds after it had appeared. The steam floated toward the Dark Dragon Hound and the heat made the dog bark. I'm surprised that you were able to use it at all. I think we'll have to rely on ourselves, Suping said. Using the skill was not going to help them in the slightest. He didn't try anything else. As of that moment, no skill of the sort would be of any help. He saw the red tree in the distance. A tree able to grow in that harsh environment had to be uncommon. Whoosh! Suping rode on the Dark Dragon Hound and told it to run toward the tree. The Dark Dragon Hound had no other choice, but it chose to run in a strange way, hopping and skipping like before. Suping raised his hand to pick that golden fruit. The fruit was like a burning stone and he almost dropped it. I wonder if the fruit contains any water. Suping looked at the golden fruit. He didn't know what that thing was, but he wanted to try and eat it. He could be revived after all. Crack. He took a bite. He felt he had just eaten fire. A stream of scorching liquid from the fruit passed through Suping's throat. He felt he had just drunk lava. His mouth was about to melt. He saw some golden liquid oozing out from the fruit. It was not water. Suping finished the bite while resisting the pain. The hot pulp reached his stomach. He felt he was burning, inside out. Suping didn't have the courage to have another bite. He threw the fruit to the Dark Dragon Hound because its revivals were free and his revival would cost 900 energy points. It might not seem much, but who could know how many times he was going to die there. He wanted to save whenever he could. Howl. The Dark Dragon Hound cried in misery. It rolled on the ground to endure the pain. Suping felt sad to look at the dog, so he chose not to look at the dog. What? Suping felt how the burning sensation was receding the moment he had jumped off from the Dark Dragon Hound. A refreshing energy was spreading across his body at the same time. He even realized that the temperature was dropping and the pain was being lifted. Soon after, the Dark Dragon Hound stopped rolling around and got up. The dog looked at Suping with surprise. It was clear that the fruit's effect had aroused its interest as well. I see that this is a good thing. Suping picked the remaining 4 fruits. He summoned the purple python and the void bug as well. Hiss. That cyan-colored void bug skipped around and screamed in pain, soon dying on the spot. Suping was not surprised. He didn't spend much time training the cyan bug and would merely carry the bug to Sokenjo Anna's spring. The pet was merely at the 7th rank, but the amount of divine energy it carried in its body was superior to that of ordinary void bugs. The purple python approached Suping. The scales on its belly were burnt to a crisp. The poor beast wiggled on the ground. Suping flew over and stuffed a golden fruit in the purple python's maw. The purple python was in even more pain and soon enough, its scales curled up and peeled off, dying moments after. Suping brought it back to life and fed it another fruit. This time, the purple python was feeling better, but the pain was still there. Suping gave the last fruit to the Inferno Dragon. The Inferno Dragon was doing better than the other battle pets to begin with, but Suping wanted to treat them fairly. Also, there might be some other mysterious effects of the golden fruit that he had yet to realize. The Inferno Dragon was unable to stand up straight, but the golden fruit helped it fend off the heat a little bit. Suping looked at the tree. Without any hesitation, he dug out the root of the tree and took out his scroll. He wanted to take the tree away with him. However, the edge of the scroll darkened. Startled, he quickly put away the scroll. Damn. I can't believe this artifact can't even handle the heat. Suping was dumbstruck. The scroll was an interspatial artifact, but the heat was enough to damage it. He believed the scroll would be entirely destroyed if he left the scroll outside for a few minutes. He could tell how harsh the environment was. Even the Inferno Dragon felt the environment was overwhelming. This isn't a common tree. I don't want to give it up. Suping thought about it. Eventually, he called over the Inferno Dragon and told it to carry the tree on its back for the time being. The Inferno Dragon moved closer and took on the carrier task. Suping then went to dig out some blades of red grass nearby and threw them to the Inferno Dragon's back as well. He finished the harvest and looked around. Nothing else was in sight. He would have to continue his search. Let's go, Suping said. He placed the void bug back in the contract space, as it could barely last a second. Staying out there would be useless for its level. He decided that the void bug would have to stay in the contract space to rest. Chapter 618, Golden Crows. The Dark Dragon Hound and the Purple Python had to follow Suping no matter how unwilling they were. The hound was doing a little bit better because it was strong to begin with, and the golden fruit had enabled it to walk around normally. However, the Dark Dragon Hound began to make that face again. It seemed like the dog was no longer able to handle the heat. Suping rolled his eyes at the Dark Dragon Hound. It had become a stunning actor to avoid pain. The Purple Python, on the other hand, was not prone to trickery. The snake was wiggling forward. Not long afterward, Suping suddenly saw a ball of fire rising in the distance. That ball of fire was approaching them rapidly. As soon as the fireball was close enough, Suping saw that it was actually a behemoth. The lion-looking beast was around 7 meters tall and fire was burning in its hair and eyes. Even the exposed fangs were aflame. That was a beast of the fire family and there was no doubt of that. Flaming lion? Damn. I didn't know they could be so big. Without any hesitation, Suping stepped back and turned around to look at the Dark Dragon Hound, which was still making that face of extreme suffering. The pet accidentally made eye contact with Suping as well. It soon decided to turn around and gaze into the distance, as if it would have just noticed something important in the horizon. The Purple Python was still wiggling and waving on the spot, clearly not in the mood to look at the flaming lion at all. Even if those wild beasts weren't there, survival was difficult for the Purple Python. Doggy, go. Suping snorted. The Dark Dragon Hound looked at Suping with its googly eyes, but he kept a straight face. The dog knew that pretending to be cute would not work on that man-shaped piece of ice. The hound barked and turned over to see the flaming lion. The Dark Dragon Hound had raised many defensive skills, including the dwarfed goddess of ice. The stone family and the wing family skills were still effective there. The skill that worked best in that environment was the dress of the Flame Muse. A huge shield that was breathing out fire was manifested. It was like a 100-meter-tall wall that stood in front of the Dark Dragon Hound, and was still expanding. Suping raised his eyebrows. That shield of fire worked much better there. Roar. The fire surging from the flaming lion took the shape of another lion which ran toward the Dark Dragon Hound, bumping into the dress of the Flame Muse. Bang. Fire burst free from the shield and surrounded the fire-made lion, cutting the latter into pieces. However, after that, a fire hand slapped the shield, leaving a dent behind. You can't just stand there, the little skeleton is not here. Get rid of the lion, Suping alerted the Dark Dragon Hound. The Dark Dragon Hound pricked its ears. The words little skeleton must have inspired it, since the unwillingness disappeared. The pet adopted a more serious attitude. Roar. The hound bellowed using the dragon's roar he had learned, which echoed in the area. A ray of golden light broke free, the image of a goddess formed behind the Dark Dragon Hound. The goddess drew its bow and an arrow formed with fire was pointed at the flaming lion. Bang. The arrow was discharged, instantly reaching the flaming lion. The sense of danger alerted the beast. It roared and two fire claws appeared, flanking its body and reaching toward the arrow. The two claws and the arrow bumped into each other. Sparkles filled the air as both the arrow and the two claws vanished. The flaming lion remained unhurt after the exchange. Suping didn't just watch. He had to fill the spot left by the little skeleton while it was away. He also had not planned that trip for training his battle pets. Otherwise, he would have stood idle, letting the Dark Dragon Hound and the Purple Python do their job. Whoosh! Suping exerted his full strength, the force field opened up behind him. In the meantime, he was mobilizing all the energy he had, even his blood was boiling. It was a sign that the solar bulwark was in effect. He made a cut with his sword. Swish! The wind died down. The sword ray was pitch dark. Suping poured divine energy into the cut and hacked at the flaming lion's head. The flaming lion came to a sudden stop and narrowed its eyes, which were two fire spheres. Following that, many flames burst out from the creature. Whoosh! Suping felt he had lost his target. He cut through the flaming lion, which was split into two balls of flames, and ran away. It instantly came into being again dozens of meters away from him. The beast looked at Suping and ran away. While the flaming lion ran to escape, its appearance began to change, its body becoming slimmer and longer, which enabled it to run faster. Soon after, the flaming lion had disappeared. Suping didn't go after the flaming lion. He stored his sword since the beast was gone. I feel so hot. Suping placed his hands over his chest, his heart was close to failing him. He was fine while he wasn't doing strenuous exercise. But he felt his blood was burning up as soon as he moved, and his heart was in such a level of pain that he could barely stand it. He tried to take deep breaths, but he was still feeling hot. Come on, let's go. Suping bit his teeth. He wanted to adjust his breaths but failed. The world was a furnace. The longer he was here, the hotter he would feel. He would eventually melt in this incinerator. The Dark Dragon Hound deactivated the shields. The pet's sweat turned into steam, and it stuck its tongue out as a way to get some air. Suping told the hound to follow him. The pet saw that Suping couldn't even stand up straight. Since its master was suffering, the Dark Dragon Hound decided not to give up. After 20 minutes or so passed, Suping finally collapsed on the ground after he felt that he was losing his senses. Soon, his consciousness woke up. He chose to revive on the spot. He saw that the Dark Dragon Hound was at the gates of death, and so was the Purple Python. The Inferno Dragon was doing better, but it also looked fatigued. Suping tried to cheer them up and they went forward. The Celestial Star was a desolate world. Suping was seeing magma everywhere. He was in scorching pain with each passing second. An idea popped up. He wanted to go back to the comfort of his store and back to the other cultivation sites. How easy that would be. He wouldn't have to suffer. But that idea lived for 1 second and never came back to life. What is that? Suping saw a vast skeleton, and he thought of the word vast because of the sheer size of the thing made it seem like a mountain. Even the Inferno Dragon was less than 1/10 when compared to the size of one rib. When looking from afar, Suping would only be like a speck of dust as he walked on the skeleton. If it weren't for the fact that Suping had encountered unimaginable creatures in other cultivation sites, Suping would have never believed that such a huge thing existed. While Suping was walking on top of the skeleton, he heard a shrill cry. Cry. The intangible sound had a weird piercing effect. Suping found his heart racing and his blood boiling when he heard it. It was like some sort of resonance. Suping followed that sound and saw a massive golden bird flying over from the distance. He could see flames at the tips of the bird's wings, and the bird had 3 feet. The bird didn't look much different from the common birds except that it was larger. If he had to say, he would conclude that the bird looked like a crow. Is that a golden crow? Suping was dumbstruck. While cultivating the solar bulwark, he had once seen a golden crow and the bird looked just like it. The bird was approaching. Suping tried to teleport as fast as possible, instantly changing position to a place 1,000 meters above the ground. However, the golden crow had flown past Suping by the time he went up to the sky. Still, Suping's teleportation had alerted the bird. It eyed Suping with a sharp look. Suping unleashed the energy from his solar bulwark. The golden crow turned around and flew back to Suping. Suping heard a refreshing voice in his mind. Energy of the golden crows? The bird didn't open its beak, but Suping distinctly heard a lady's voice in his mind. Are you a golden crow? Suping asked. What are you? The voice asked. Suping replied, I'm a human being. You may not know what a human being is, but that is what we're called. I'm here to find something. I'm learning one of the skills that belong to you, golden crows. I am, kind of, part of your family. Could you help me? Human being? The golden crow looked doubtful. It gazed at Suping for a while and suddenly coldness filled its eyes. I wonder where you stole our skill. You who stole our bloodline must die. The temperature was rising. He knew that things were going to end badly for him the moment he noticed the change of that golden crow's look, as he was quite sensitive to killing intent. He then found his mind was empty before he could explain. Suping died. Revive on the spot. Suping didn't hesitate. The temperature made him cry as soon as he came back to life. He was trembling. What? The golden crow was perplexed. Suping was only focused on the pain, although he really wanted to say, what are you surprised of? Don't try. You can't kill me, Suping shouted. It sounded somewhat funny the way it came out. Of course, the golden crow didn't believe him. He turned to dust as soon as he uttered those words. Revival. Death. Revival. Death. Are you done? Are you done yet? Damn it. For the 10th time, Suping came back to life. He had spent 9,000 energy points in that short instant, but the admission only cost him 9,000 energy points. I told you. You can't kill me. Suping felt helpless. This time, the golden crow refrained from killing Suping again. It was awfully confused. Yes, Suping couldn't be killed. So, human beings were strong, right? The golden crow could not believe it. It had never heard of such a scary race on the celestial star ruled by the golden crow race. Horror. No wonder the seniors in the family said that while they were the rulers, there were dangerous places outside that could hurt them. They were right. This thing called human being is dangerous. The golden crow looked at Suping. It was feeling an urge to fly away. Suping was speechless when he saw the caution in the golden crow's eyes. There came a sudden understanding. He felt that gold crows were obtuse. Still, that golden crow should at least be at the star rank, although it wasn't acting like one. The purple blood dragon he had met, for example, was sophisticated. He was never able to figure out what the dragon was thinking when he saw its eyes. I didn't steal anything. One of your, I think, forefathers gave it to me, and I am immensely grateful. Suping answered. The golden crow could accept this, right? Forefather? The golden crow asked in disbelief. Which one? What does it look like? Do you know the name? It. Suping was speechless. What does it look like? It looked like all the golden crows. How could I tell the difference? It looked like you. Suping wanted to give up. I don't know its name. I think it called itself something like the system. I think it was a joke, don't you think? No bird would go by that stupid name. Right? You're lying. The golden crow shouted. Suping was startled. What gave me away? The joke about the system. He regretted it. Of all the golden crows, I am the prettiest of all. No other golden crow is like me, the golden crow claimed. It sounded dead earnest. Suping didn't know what to do at all. Chapter 619, A Tree to the Stars. Are you kidding me? Suping was complaining inside, and inside only, just to avoid ending up dead again. Never argue with a female when it came to appearances. That was a lesson he had learned in his previous life. Lucky for him, he was a handsome guy in this lifetime. He felt better once he came across that thought, and even the heat seemed to be less terrifying. He put on a smile. We were meant to meet, you know. It just so happens that I'm the most handsome among all humans. Considering that fact, how about we have a little chat? Handsome? What? The golden crow finally seemed able to understand Suping. It looked him up and down and said, you four-limbed thing are so gross. I don't know if anyone of your race is pretty. I will curse you even if you're just a girl bird. You should know that. Suping was barely able to keep his anger at bay. He convinced himself not to show his anger for the sake of the greater picture. A gentleman would never harass a woman. Scratch that. A girl bird. These are my hands and these are my feet. Never mind, I don't want to discuss this. Let's go back to our topic. I'm trying to find the materials I need for Solar Bulwark's second level. I can be counted as a golden crow, to some extent, when I manage that. So, can you give me a hint as to where I can find those things? Suping asked. He looked at the crow's 3 claws while he spoke. You with 3 legs are mocking me when I only have 2 legs. Hands? Kind of like a golden crow. The golden crow was looking at Suping's hands when it soon noticed something else Suping had just mentioned. It seemed to be angered by it. The golden crow bloodline is the best in the world. That's not something a strange thing like you can get. I don't care where you learn that skill, but you shall be punished with death. Suping was losing his temper. What strange thing? I said that one of your forefathers gave me the skill and I am grateful for it. You're an ancient creature. How come you're not reasonable at all? You are shameless, the system suddenly jumped out. It didn't like it when seeing that Suping could keep a straight face while lying about the solar bulwark. Suping wasn't happy to hear the system step in. You're one to say. Do you want me to tell the golden crow about you? You're the one that is unpresentable, and now you are blaming me for telling a story? Who said I'm unpresentable? Why don't you tell people about me? Let's see who believes you, the system mocked Suping. Suping suddenly realized that indeed, the system was not afraid of being exposed. It was him who was afraid of exposing the system. Damn this system. You are cursing me again. Why? What? Should I curse myself? The system replied with a bah and kept silent afterwards. Suping pulled his mind back to the ongoing situation with the golden crow. No golden crow would tell others outside our race about our cultivation skills. You have lied and you question my appearance. You're a creature of trickery. The golden crow sounded righteous and convinced in Suping's mind. Suping wanted to refute that argument, but then realized that while he could say that he never insulted the golden crow's looks, he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation for the skill he had learned. It might be true that the golden crows had such rules. It wouldn't look well on him if he told more lies. As for arguing about appearances, well, what good could that do to him? The golden crow sounded brimming with pride, given that Suping was tongue-tied at the moment. See? I saw through your deception. You should die because of it, but I don't think I can kill you. You are a strange thing. Never mind. I'll take you back and maybe our elders can find a solution. Suping was covered in goosebumps. Taking me back to the elders? It went without saying that the elders would be much more powerful than that golden crow. If he had to deal with them, he might not even be able to commit suicide. Run. Suping teleported away. However, he felt he bumped into something and almost got his nose broken the moment he turned around. Space was confined. Something made space as hard as iron. Sword. Suping took out his sword and tried to cut. Still, even though he had exerted great strength, the ray of sword light disappeared. What is that about? Suping felt all hope was lost. Not even the strongest move he had was enough to break the confinement. He had managed to break a space confinement set up by a fate state being. Just like in the deep caves, the thousand-eyed demon beast was unable to stop him. What? Dark energy? The golden crow was surprised to see Ashura force. It could not believe that a race on the celestial star would have been able to master that force. How strange. That was the last thing Suping heard the golden crow say. Rays of golden light surrounded Suping. He saw nothing but the golden color after that. He was imprisoned in a golden cube before he knew it. Suping tried to cut the walls but nothing worked. As a matter of fact, his hands became numb. Once it noticed that Suping was in trouble, the Inferno Dragon roared and dashed toward him. However, a blast of fire reached the Inferno Dragon the next second. It could not finish its roar before the fire burned the pet to dust. The Dark Dragon Hound also made a move and ended up dying just like the Inferno Dragon. Revive. Without hesitation, Suping brought them back to life. That came as a bigger surprise for the golden crow. Apart from Suping, those 2 lowlives were also able to come back to life. The golden crow flapped its wings and the golden fire killed the Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound yet another time. The Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound were using their best skills but none of them worked when it came to fend off the golden fire. Revive. The golden crow grew even more curious and imprisoned the 2 battle pets in similar golden cubes. You are of different races but you can help each other. The golden crow found it interesting. It was amazing to see 3 different races sacrificing their lives for each other's sake. Those actions were impossible as far as the golden crow could tell. Even those of the same race would kill each other, not to mention between different races. On the ground, the purple python had just been burnt to death by the heat and Suping then brought it back to life. The purple python was full of physical strength, since it had just been revived. The purple python lifted the rocks around with its tail and threw them at the golden crow. The golden crow gave the snake a disdainful look. It had an inborn desire to despise and kill when it came to those things that looked like strips. But the golden crow supposed that the snake was also hard to kill. Whoosh! The purple python reached the golden crow. The purple python was startled, being so close to its enemy all of a sudden. The overwhelming power of the golden crow made the purple python tremble. It curled up in the air and even its scales were shaking. A golden cube covered up the snake. Su Ping heard the golden crow's voice. "You, strange things. Come with me to see our elders." It darted a glance at Su Ping and then flew away. Su Ping and his battle pets that were also imprisoned in the golden cubes were pulled forward by an invisible force and trailed behind the golden crow. Su Ping was wondering if he could get away by suicide or whether he should visit the golden crow's den, which would imply wasting a day. Fortunately, he had just bought 1 day for that cultivation site this time, so the trip would not force him to waste time beyond that. He was just worried that the more powerful golden crows would find out about his weird revival abilities and would dissect him like a guinea pig to figure him out. System, about the revivals. Can you ensure they are going to work just fine? Will others be able to crack the skill? Su Ping asked. Su Ping wouldn't have worried if he were in other cultivation sites. However, the resident golden crows were the oldest creatures in the universe. He couldn't even imagine how powerful they could get. Do not worry. No one can stop me from bringing you back to life as long as you have enough energy points. The system sounded confident. Su Ping was a bit relieved, but worry still seized his mind. You have to be certain. Don't be all show off right now. After all, you wouldn't get another host as handsome as me. You'd be disgusted every day if you ever found an ugly host. I'll go and find a pretty girl when you die. Why would I find an ugly guy? The system answered with a question. Su Ping was livid with rage. So, you're saying that I'm going to die, right? You're reading too much into that. The system argued back. Su Ping was not in the mood to banter with the system anymore. He had to trust the system at this point. Committing suicide could help him get away, but the Dark Dragon Hound and the Inferno Dragon would be left behind. He could not order them to commit suicide either, and that included in the rules of the contract. A master could order the battle pets to fight to the death when danger was imminent, but no one could tell their battle pets to kill themselves. Once he committed suicide and got away from the cultivation site, the Dark Dragon Hound and the Inferno Dragon would still be alive. They would end up being taken by the Golden Crows. They would not be in the contract space when the allotted time was over and Su Ping went back. They would be stranded there forever. He had lost the little skeleton. He could not lose more. So, he decided to go with the Golden Crow. He might be imprisoned and tortured, but the worst result would be for him to waste some energy points. Whoosh! The view flashed past his eyes. He saw some pits and lava lakes. The Golden Crow was flying fast, faster than the speed of sound. Su Ping was sure the wind alone could have hurt him if it weren't for the Golden Cube, not to mention that the wind was hot on that celestial star. He believed that he would burst into flames. Su Ping gazed at the view down on the ground. Bored, he began to talk with the Golden Crow. How many Golden Crows are there? The Golden Crow didn't answer. It flapped its wings and would let out a cry every now and then. What kind of status do you have in your family? Su Ping asked again. Still, no reply. I don't think there are many other Golden Crows as pretty as you, right? I am the only one. The Golden Crow finally began to talk. I don't believe it. Su Ping didn't sugarcoat his answer. The answer had undoubtedly enraged the Golden Crow. But, since nothing could kill him, the Golden Crow just snorted as a reply. Still, Su Ping didn't give up on his communication efforts. I heard that Golden Crows are born and raised by heaven and earth. Does that mean you don't have parents? The Golden Crow glared at Su Ping. Su Ping didn't mind. He was trying to be nice with the Golden Crow but wasn't working. Since him learning the solar bulwark was against the rules to begin with, there was nothing he could say to change that. Anyway, why would you let out a cry every now and then when you're flying? Su Ping questioned. That's none of your business, the Golden Crow shouted in anger. The Golden Crow suddenly slowed down while they continued that kind and innocent communication. Su Ping felt the temperature was rising. Even while inside the Golden Cube, he could feel the heat seeping in. The world around them had no other color but clear gold. Standing in front of him was a towering tree. That was the largest tree that he had ever seen. He saw a golden hue around the tree. He realized upon a closer look that they were golden crows. Those crows were so large they could blot out the sun, and yet, they were just the size of a leaf of that ancient tree. Some of the golden crows were flying around it, while others were perched on the leaves. Su Ping was astounded. He had seen many gigantic creatures in other cultivation sites, however, that tree and the golden crows still took his breath away. Each golden crow was gigantic, even a single feather was the size of an aircraft carrier. They flew around the tree like guardians. An hour passed since Su Ping saw the tree from a distance. Even though dust and the contorted air had hindered his sight, he was still able to see that tree from quite a far distance. He felt that the tree's crown actually went beyond the star's atmosphere. That's where you live? Su Ping blurted out. The Golden Crow noticed Su Ping's astonishment and answered with pride, "This is an ancestral land for us Golden Crows. It is an honor for you, odd thing, to come here." Su Ping didn't even mind the mockery. Some of the Golden Crows that were patrolling around the tree flew over. Su Ping was able to tell that the Golden Crow that took him there was shaking because of the wind. Compared with those patrolling Golden Crows, this Golden Crow should be considered tiny. It was just the size of a feather from the patrolling Golden Crows. Chapter 620, Descendant of the Heaven Master Whoosh. Suddenly, a gigantic Golden Crow stopped in front of Su Ping. Even inside the Golden Cube, Su Ping found that burning sensation unbearable. The surge of heat originated from the gigantic Golden Crow. Su Ping heard such a majestic voice that he was even feeling the urge to kneel and surrender. "Lady Dikian, what are the things that you've brought here?" Even though Su Ping's willpower had been refined, the Golden Crow still scared him. That Golden Crow might be at the peak of the star rank or even beyond that. Su Ping was amazed. The Golden Crows were the oldest creatures and they lived long lives. He couldn't even begin to imagine what rank they could reach. The proud Golden Crow that captured Su Ping should be at the star rank. He could not determine the gigantic Golden Crow's rank. This is a strange creature that calls itself human. I cannot kill it no matter what I do. So, I thought I could bring all of them back to let the elders see. It was the young female Golden Crow that was doing the talking. "You cannot kill them." The gigantic Golden Crow was shocked. There were creatures that they, the Golden Crows, could not kill? Were these things some wicked undead creatures? Once this thought arose, the gigantic Golden Crow showed killing intent. "I'll be on my way," the young Golden Crow female claimed. The gigantic Golden Crow moved out of the way and replied with respect, "Goodbye, Lady Dikian." Su Ping was finally able to learn the name of the Golden Crow that captured him. As the gigantic Golden Crow flew away, Su Ping finally felt the burden being lifted from him. "Your name is Dikian? I think that golden bird treated you quite nicely. But, your combat strength is not that good. Is it because you enjoy a high status here? Not that good?" The Golden Crow named Dikian was pissed. "A creature I could squeeze to death is saying that my combat strength is not good? Humphrey." The Golden Crow Dikian no longer paid attention to Su Ping and flew onward. Su Ping didn't pursue the question. He looked around as they traveled. The more he saw, the more stunned he was. The Golden Crows were even more intimidating than the one that captured him. One of such Golden Crows could have destroyed the blue planet dozens of times over. Those were true ancient creatures. Luckily, this place is far away from the world I live in. That thought alerted Su Ping. He asked the system at once, "Is the celestial star marked on the Federation maps?" The system calmed him down. "Don't stress yourself over nothing. Your technology cannot detect something this far away. Why else do you think you can live in such comfort?" Su Ping was relieved. The system was right. It would be a disaster for humanity if those Golden Crows came into contact with the Federation. Those Golden Crows were ancient creatures, and every one of them was a warrior. The Golden Crow girl that captured him was at the star rank. What about the others? It scared him to even think about it. Whoosh! Dikian took Su Ping and they gradually went closer to the tree. It seemed that the tree was close, but it took the Golden Crow a long time to arrive. The leaves were enlarged in Su Ping's sight as they moved closer. Eventually, all that Su Ping could see was a single leaf. Its veins were like wide streets running across each other. Dikian was flying toward the crown of the tree. Golden Crows greeted her along the way. Su Ping was sure that Dikian did have a high status. Even a creature as fast as Dikian had to fly for over a dozen minutes before reaching a particular twig, where many Golden Crows were resting. Su Ping was unable to tell how many there were. The fact was he couldn't even see the full body of a single Golden Crow. Those Golden Crows were similar in size as those doing the patrolling rounds. "I am in their official den." Su Ping could feel those terrifying breaths around him. He was like an ant served to a group of giants and he couldn't run away. If it weren't for the fact that he had been trained in many cultivation sites, the fear alone would have claimed his life. Su Ping held his breath. He wasn't afraid of death, but that didn't make him any less afraid. Whoosh! Dikian was petite when compared to those Golden Crows. Still, the fact remained that Dikian was as large as an aircraft carrier and it was nothing remotely close to petite. They landed on a twig that Su Ping was only able to partially see. Dikian grabbed the twig with its 3 claws and folded its wings, then moved forward. There were some leaves at the end of the twig which blotted out the sky. Huge Golden Crows were resting under the leaves. The closer they were to the leaves, the less sky Su Ping was able to see. Eventually, Su Ping could only see a golden leaf and its veins. "Nice to meet you, my honorable elders." Dikian bowed before 3 massive Golden Crows. The 3 Golden Crows were even larger than the patrolling Golden Crows Su Ping had just seen. Dikian was just 1/5 of a single feather on their backs. Compared to them, Dickyung was just like a speck of dust and Suping wasn't even visible to the naked eye. Huh? While Dickyung was expressing her regards, the golden crow sitting in the middle suddenly opened its squinted eyes. Kyung, what is that behind you? Dickyung answered at once, Chief Elder, it is a strange creature I found outside and it calls itself human. I couldn't kill it no matter what I tried. It has also learned our skills. It must have stolen it from someplace. So, I decided to bring it with its companions for you to see. You cannot kill it. The golden crow sitting on the right opened its eyes, revealing a sharp look. Have you tried the special flames? Yes. Dickyung nodded. She found the fact strange especially because not even the flames had been enough to kill those creatures. Dickyung knew that the flames it produced were powerful enough to burn basically anything to dust, except when the opposing creatures were at a higher rank. No armor or shield could withstand that flame. It was evident that Suping was weak, and yet the flames could not kill the creature. It was quite strange. I have never heard of anything called a human. Look. There is darkness inside that thing. Is it from the undead family? The golden crow on the left asked. Its voice was gentle and refined. The other golden crows resting on the surrounding leaves sized Suping up with curiosity. Look at him. The chief elder gazed at Suping. If I'm right, he should be the descendant of a heaven master. The descendant of a heaven master? The other two golden crows eyed their chief elder in disbelief. This body structure is odd. In the early days, I once visited a heaven master with our forefather, and that heaven master looked like this. The chief elder explained. The other golden crows were surprised. This tiny thing was the descendant of a heaven master? Suping heard that as well. He raised his head but was only able to see the lower half of the golden crows, their upper halves were beyond his sight. He could not even begin to think how large those golden crows were. He thought the golden crows had surely controlled their voices because he could hear them, but it didn't sound harsh to the ears. It was more like the voices were in his head, like when Dickyung talked to him. The descendant of a heaven master? Suping was curious. He had become used to being called a strange creature. He would have also found some foreign species strange as well. He was strange and foreign in their perspective. System, what is a heaven master? Suping asked. The system answered after a few seconds, Heaven Master, the Master of Heaven. You cannot quite see that nor imagine it. You wouldn't understand. The Master of Heaven? Suping could not understand. Heaven? Isn't heaven the atmosphere? In the old days, people often prayed to heaven for their wishes to come true, but that was superstition. According to the scientific definition of modern society, heaven was just the atmosphere and the space outside the planets. However, it seemed that according to the system, heaven did exist. The system merely pretended not having read Suping's mind and stopped talking. To avoid wars, we, the Golden Crows, have closed the star for years. How come a descendant of the Heaven Master is here? The Golden Crow sitting on the right asked. That Golden Crow sounded resolute and stable. Has something happened to that Heaven Master? Has the Heaven Master sent his descendant to seek shelter here? But this descendant is too weak. Even living is a problem for him, the Golden Crow sitting on the left argued. The other Golden Crows eyed their chief elder with curiosity. Dickyung, who had brought Suping over, sized him up. Dickyung had heard of the name Heaven Master many times but had never seen one. There were many Heaven Masters and they were all as powerful as the Golden Crow ancestors. Was this die-hard, foul-mouthed guy truly a descendant of the Heaven Master? A Heaven Master that looked like this? How ugly. Dickyung shook its head. As a person, bird, that was a face judger, it could not bear a guy without any aesthetic value. Suping noticed that Dickyung was shaking its head with eyes filled with contempt. As a face judger himself, he immediately understood where that contempt was coming from. It was unbearable. He preferred death over that humiliation. One day, I will pluck all of your feathers. Suping said to himself. Dickyung cast a glare at Suping. The chief elder spoke again. It did not answer the other two Golden Crows' questions. The chief elder was asking Suping, human. Where are you from? Why are you here? The Golden Crows fixed their gazes on Suping. All of a sudden, Suping felt he was shouldering 10 mountains because even the looks from the Golden Crows were overwhelming. He might have lost his mind or even his life if he were any weaker because of the gazes. Suping was relieved since he didn't sense any killing intent from the chief elder's questioning. I am Suping and I come from a distant planet occupied by humans. I'm just here to look for materials so I can reach the second level of the solar bulwark. I want to do that so I can save my friend. Where did you learn that? The chief elder asked again. Suping was unable to tell if it was angry or happy. Well, one Golden Crow gave me that. I offered a little bit of help in the past. Suping kept a bold face as he spoke. He could lie without turning a hair to Dickyung, but he wasn't as confident when dealing with the chief elder and so many other Golden Crows present. However, The chief elder didn't seem to have realized it was a lie. How did you get here? We have closed our star. It is impossible for you to have come from outside. Suping did not know exactly what the Golden Crow meant by saying close the star, but he could somehow work out a theory. He had to bite the bullet. I have a special method which allows me to teleport here directly. That is my secret. I'm sorry for I cannot tell you the details. The chief elder kept quiet for a second before it asked, you're here just to look for the materials needed for the second level of the solar bulwark, right? Suping nodded. Yes. Nonsense. The Golden Crow sitting on the right snorted. Do you honestly think you can lie to us? That will never work. We can immediately see through your lies. Suping moaned and groaned inside. It was unlikely that the Golden Crow was bluffing. He was sure that it was beyond the star rank realm, probably on par with beings like the Heaven Master. He could not even begin to imagine what skills the Golden Crows had. I'm just here to find the materials, I want nothing else. Suping didn't say that he didn't lie. It was true that he only had one agenda. He didn't hold a grudge against the Golden Crows or something, so there was no guilt at all. The worst thing that could happen would be torture. He just hoped that the system was serious when it promised that the revivals were reliable. If the Golden Crows could figure out why he could come back to life and stop that, he would never be able to draw another breath. Chapter 621, Trials. The three Golden Crows gazed down at Suping but said nothing. They were able to determine that Suping had not lied that time. This human came here to look for materials for the second level of the solar bulwark. They were able to see every inch of Suping, inside and out. They could even find the Ashura force that he hid inside of him. They could tell that Suping had indeed learned the first level of the solar bulwark and he had a trace of the Golden Crow's energy inside of him. The Golden Crow sitting on the right that sounded short-tempered and majestic asked Dickian, you said you couldn't kill him, right? As soon as the Golden Crow started to talk, Suping felt some killing intent. That Golden Crow meant to harm him. The inevitable is going to happen. Suping exclaimed to himself. His only hope was the system. Dickian answered the elder's question. Yes. Not only this guy, I couldn't kill those petty beasts, either. Elders, you can try and find out. Sure thing. The Golden Crow was about to strike Suping when the chief elder shook its head. Don't do that. This human man is related to that Heaven Master who once helped our race. We cannot harm the Heaven Master's descendant. The Golden Crow on the right had to stop. I just wanted to see if the human was as strange as Dickian described. The chief elder asked Suping, paying no regard to that Golden Crow's explanation, if it is okay, can you tell us how you got here? I want to know because I wonder if there are some flaws in our formation. That would be fatal to our entire race. I do hope that you can enlighten us. The other Golden Crows gazed at their chief elder in surprise. No Golden Crow expected that the chief elder would act so kindly toward that tiny creature. The chief elder's kindness was noticed by Suping. Somehow, he was benefiting from some potential association with a certain Heaven Master. Once again, the fact was proof that handsome looks did matter. Well, I don't know how to explain it, but I can say for sure that there's nothing wrong with your formation. I don't know how to tell you the details. That question was a difficult one to answer for Suping. The entire star was closed off but the system was able to send him there. He had to admit that the system was all-powerful. Look at how weak you are. You don't know anything. You cannot even tell us how you got here. How could you say for sure our formation is fine? The Golden Crow on the right questioned. That is strange. The Golden Crow on the left agreed. The chief elder finally responded after a few minutes. Never mind. Since you're here to find the materials, I will give you a chance to get them, considering that you are the descendant of a Heaven Master. Let's find out if you can grab a hold of that chance. That came as a pleasant surprise to Suping. He didn't believe that he would get away with that explanation. Thank you, Chief Elder, Suping said at once. Suping calmed down after he expressed his gratitude. He didn't understand the Chief Elder. Had he successfully convinced the Chief Elder or not? He didn't know. Anyway, since you don't really mind about how I got here, why wouldn't you just give me the materials? Why put me through so many troubles? I'm sure you must have plenty of materials that I need for the second level, Suping complained inwardly. The Chief Elder's decision still felt strange. Of course, he didn't voice his doubts out loud. Regardless of what the Chief Elder's agenda was, the point was that he would do his best to get the materials. Rolling with the punches. The skill you're training is an inherent skill for the Golden Crows and once you reach level 4, you will have the complete Golden Crow bloodline. You will become a Golden Crow. The Chief Elder asked, have you prepared for that? Suping already knew that when he read the introduction of the solar bulwark. Yes, I have, he answered without hesitation. Becoming a Golden Crow was not a bad thing. As long as his heart and soul remained the same, he didn't care what shape his body took. If he could get an invincible power, he was okay with abandoning the human form. The surrounding golden crows gazed at Suping. Apart from the elder sitting on the right that never showed sympathy for Suping, the other golden crows felt better about him. They would feel insulted if any other creature would want to turn into a golden crow. But Suping was the descendant of the Heaven Master after all, and that was an amazing identity. It made the golden crows feel good about themselves, to think that a descendant of the Heaven Master would want to become one of them. Good, the chief elder answered. After half a day, we will have the awakening trial hosted for the young golden crows of our race. I will prepare you a trial space. I will grant you the materials if you can pass the trial. On the other hand, if you cannot, you will have to go back to your world. Trial? Suping felt this should be a cause for worry. Which rank are the young golden crows at? They are much weaker than me. Don't worry, Dickian answered with naked contempt. Suping heaved a sigh of relief. Weaker than Dickian. So, those young golden crows are probably at the legendary rank. There was some hope for him. Sure. Suping nodded. He had no other choice. He couldn't have bargained with the chief elder of the golden crows anyway. Dickian, take him away and have him prepared. Brief him about the trial, the chief elder instructed. Dickian was unhappy, being appointed to deal with a human, but still agreed. What are you looking at? Come with me, Dickian urged Suping. Suping was speechless as well. He would rather have another tour guide assigned to him, but he didn't want extra trouble, so he gave up on that idea. You have a chance for the Golden Crow's trial. How lucky, the system told Suping. Suping raised his eyebrows. You know about this trial? Of course. There's nothing that I don't know about the universe. The system sounded very proud of itself. Suping sneered. You know because you snoop around. Piss off. You piss off. You piss off. Piss off. The two continued that conversation for a bit as Suping flew down the twig with Dickian. As soon as Suping went away with Dickian, the elder sitting on the right blurted out the question, Brother, why did you decide to keep that human alive? The chief elder didn't seem to be offended after being questioned for that decision. The chief elder gazed at the tiny human flying across the leaves and answered, First of all, the human is the descendant of the Heaven Master who once helped us. If the Heaven Master knew that we were treating his descendant with a hostile mind, what do you think he would think of us? The world outside is not peaceful. I'd rather have one more ally than an enemy. Second, this human is too weak, but he can enter our star without our first ancestor noticing a thing. That is to say, nothing has gone wrong with our formation. So, how did he get in here? What sent him here? Third, you just heard Dickian. The human cannot be killed, not even with Dickian's flames. Dickian has just grown up, but she is much more powerful than the human being. The flames should be able to erase gods and demons alike, not to mention a human being. The elder sitting on the right asked, So, why didn't you let me test him? I wanted to find out why he can't be killed. The chief elder darted a look. That is the reason why I told him to take the trial. You and I are both elders. What do you think would happen if the human turned out to be a person sent by the Heaven Master to test us? Our relationship with the Heaven Master would come to an end. Do you think that he can pass the test with his strength and the thing inside him? He will die in the trial. And when he dies, we will find out how he can escape death. If it turns out that Dickian was wrong, then his death shall not be regretted and no one can blame us for his death. The elder on the right was still concerned. I see that you're trying to use the trial to test him. But isn't that too careful when we're dealing with the puny thing? We can never be too careful, the chief elder said, not even when we're dealing with a bug. If the bug was sent here by the Heaven Master, then none of us can hurt the bug. The golden crow on the right no longer spoke. I didn't decide to make the human go through the trial just to find out if he can escape death or not. Truth be told, I very much hope he can pass the trial, the chief elder added. The other golden crows were confused. We have closed off our star for far too long and we know nothing about the world outside. It will do us good if we can learn a thing or two from that human being. The chief elder heaved a sigh. The other two elders responded with silence. Be prepared. Half a day here is like 10 days on the blue planet. The system informed Suping. The two of them would often bicker and nitpick, but the system was always serious when it came to important matters. 10 days? Suping was surprised. Half a day on the celestial star was 10 days on the blue planet? One day here would be 20 days on the blue planet. The change of seasons here are different. We are now at the dark moon season and 1 day is equal to 20 days on the blue planet. The days and nights will be even longer once the celestial star enters the divine illumination season. 1 day is equal to 1 year on the blue planet. The system educated Suping. 1 day was equal to 1 year on the blue planet. Suping was shocked by this revelation. How did the creatures on this star calculate time? He could not imagine the star's movement. The golden crows are allowing you to participate in the trial. If you can pass it, they will surely give you the materials. The trial is prepared for the young golden crows. They need some stimulation to have their bloodline awaken completely once they reach a certain age. The golden crows that pass the trial will have their potential released and their combat strength will grow by a large margin. If you aspire to make progress, the trials are going to be a good chance for you, the system added. Seriously? Suking was surprised. Potential released? Combat strength increased? That was something he was in dire need of. Is the trial difficult? Suping asked. He was very interested. Of course. You won't pass it, considering your current strength, the system revealed the cruel fact. Suking was speechless. He knew better than anyone else what he was capable of. But hearing it from the system was still a blow to his confidence. Suping asked, at least I have some hope, right? If I didn't, you wouldn't have told me all those things. The system remained silent for 2 seconds. You are not so stupid after all. There are some ways, but they are quite hard. Anyway, learn about the trial from that golden crow with Emperor-level bloodline. Emperor-level bloodline. That was a new word he had learned from the system. There were different levels for bloodlines. Suping came back to his senses. He saw that his battle pets were having a hard time in the golden cubes. Can you let go of my friends? I want them to come back to me. Dickian rolled its eyes. So troublesome. Even so, Dickian did move the golden cubes towards Suping, and then all the golden cubes merged into one large golden cube. He sent his pets back to the contract space as soon they were next to him. If anything happened, he could choose to revive at a random spot and get away from that place. He learned from the system that the trial could be beneficial for him. The golden crows didn't try to get to the bottom of his background and allowed him to participate in the trial. He wondered what the chief elder was thinking about. That chief elder must have lived longer than he could imagine. It wasn't a creature that Suping could understand. They were. Dickian was surprised when Suping stored away his battle pets. What is that space? You shouldn't be able to open up a space like that. Dickian could not believe that. It could not even do that. Suping was surprised by Dickian's surprise. That's a contract space. You haven't seen one before? Contract space? It was clearly a first for Dickian to hear the term. Suping had an idea and he verified it with the system. Do golden crows not know about battle pets and summoning? The system answered after some hesitation. The golden crows have sealed the star for years. It's not surprising that they are unaware of it. The pet system came into being after they closed the star and they haven't seen it. Suping was speechless. Huh. The golden crows indeed were ignorant in this regard. Chapter 622, Self-Enlightenment. What is that contract space? Dickian asked again. Suping came back to his senses. Well, they are my battle pets. They are kind of like my servants, but they are more like my friends in battle. The contract space is where they live. The power of the contract opened up that space, not me. Battle pets? Servants? Dickian was still perplexed. But it did start to understand why Suping would stay with those odd-looking creatures. It turned out that they fought in battles together. No wonder they would risk their lives for each other when they were of different species. What is that contract? How come you have one? Dickian's curiosity was not yet satisfied. Suping suddenly realized that the pompous bird was kind of innocent. He could not help but develop an urge to trick it into leaving with him. But he gave up on that idea as soon as he remembered the crow's rank. His mind would explode if he were to sign a contract with the golden crow. I wish I was at the fate state. Sadly, Suping thought to himself. His blood boiled with the mere thought of tricking a golden crow into leaving with him. The golden crow was a creature from the ancient times, the first creature in creation. If he could get one as his battle pet, he would almost be invincible among others of his rank. That is a strength that everyone can have. They use themselves as the media and sign contracts with different creatures to become partners in battles. Suping tried to simplify the explanation because he himself wasn't quite able to explain it. The bird might not understand it if he spoke in complicated terms. Everyone can have it? Do you mean all humans can do that? Dickian was amazed. So, the lives that you sign contracts with must obey you? Dickian seemed alerted. Suping had realized that his prior idea was only wishful thinking. The golden crow didn't understand what the contract meant, but it wasn't a silly bird. Basically, yes, Suping said. Dickian immediately placed some distance between itself and Suping. You'd better not use that wicked strength in me or you will die a miserable death. Suping was speechless. He was offended by Dickian's warning. But it's already too late. I established a contract with you when we first came into contact. It's just that I haven't given you any orders and the contract power is lying dormant in you. You'll have to follow my orders once I mobilize that power. I don't believe that. Dickian was startled. The golden crow was more powerful than Suping, but all creatures were born to be wary of the unknown. As far as Dickian could tell, Suping was a strange creature because it couldn't be killed, even though it was an awfully weak creature. If you dare to do anything to me, the elders will imprison you here for the rest of your life. Dickian warned Suping. Suping burst into laughter. I can leave just like I get here without you detecting it. Try me. I will find out. Dickian stopped. It was going to fly back to the elders. Suping was startled, since Dickian was actually getting serious. Alright, I was just messing with you. If I had cast some curse on you, the elders would have noticed right away. Okay, stop wasting my time. Tell me about the trial so I can get ready. Dickian gazed at him with some doubts in its eyes, but it was less angry. Well, Suping was right. The informed and experienced elders would have found out if he had done something. Also, while they were far from where the elders were perching, Dickian knew that the elders were still able to monitor their movement and hear their conversation. Since the elders didn't react and issued a warning, it was most likely that the human was joking. Mean human. Dickian found Suping's smile even more repulsive. You will never be able to pass the trial. It is the rite of passage for us crows. Even the worst of us is hundreds of times better than you are. Dickian sneered. Suping was not surprised since he had learned from the system about the trial's difficulty. Whether I can pass or not is none of your business. Tell me about it, maybe I will do it. What a slap on your face would that be if I can pass it? Fat chance. Dickian answered with resolution. Suping was riled up by Dickian's confidence. Really? How about we make a bet? A bet? Yes, if I don't pass the test, I'll comply with one of your demands. Anything you tell me to do. But, if I can pass the trial, you'll do something I say, Suping daunted. Dickian understood the concept of that at once. It was about to say yes when it heard a voice in its mind, Kyan behave. It was the chief elder. Dickian looked back. The elders were still gazing at them. Even though they had flown away from the twig, the elders could still see them and hear them. Dickian was not the least surprised. Chief elder, the human won't pass the trial. Dickian answered in its mind. This human is strange and he is a descendant of the Heaven Master. He may have some skills that have escaped our understanding, for example, the one that makes him unkillable, the chief elder said slowly. Dickian remembered how Suping was able to come back to life again and again under its flames. Dickian came back to its senses and turned around, only to see Suping's sneer. Suddenly, the crow found the human sneer was sinister. It was all a ruse. Dickian felt lucky that the chief elder had alerted it in time. If Dickian had agreed to that bet, it would have been beholden to deliver on that promise and Suping could ask for something outrageous. Close call. Dickian thanked its lucky stars and then sneered at Suping. I won't make that bet with you. I am much more honorable than you, and I can do a great deal of things. What can you do? I don't need you to do anything for me. In fact, you would have to follow my orders if I wanted to, whether you like it or not. Dickian sounds too bossy. Suping raised his eyebrows. Well, the bird didn't take the bait. I didn't know that a creature of ancient origins would wuss out. Suping snorted. What is a wuss? It means you're faint-hearted. You. Dickian would file its teeth if it had any. I won't waste time arguing with you. Since the chief elder said you can participate in the trial, I can only oblige and tell you the rules, just in case you go back to that Heaven Master and decide to change black to white. Dickian snorted. Since young, all the other golden crows would speak with respect and no bird would argue back. Dickian knew that it could never win against Suping when it came to quarreling. Suping felt sorry for not being able to provoke the young crow. Dickian's reply also came as a surprise. That pretty bird enjoyed a high status and it had the ability to see the big picture. But the thing was, Suping had never known or heard about someone called the Heaven Master. If he knew, he wouldn't have gone there to find materials. He would have simply gone to beg the Heaven Master for materials, and he could get all of them, not just for level 2. Fine, Suping agreed. There are 3 locations for the trial. Your strength, spirit and skill will be tested. Dickian explained, strength would be the first to be tested. Your strength has to meet the standard in the trial space, or you will be ousted. The test on spirit is also a test of your willpower. Strength alone cannot carry you long enough. The test on skill is to find out your power of understanding. The specific details of the trial vary each time, we would know about it until the elders construct the trial space. In addition to the 3, you will have to deal with the comprehensive trial. When you get to that place, you will have to use all the powers you know. The higher your score is, the more you will be liked by the elders. Dickian suddenly added a touch of pride in the following remark. The ones that can get the highest score will be qualified to try for the Royal Guard. Once they pass the test, they would become members of the reserve. They will have a chance to stay with me to protect me and admire my good looks. Suping was speechless. Dickian had sounded dead serious at first, but then it all turned into a joke. And yet, He could tell that Dikyung didn't think it was a joke. That made things even funnier. He had never seen a bird that shameless. It seemed that arrogance was a trait which had existed since the beginning of life. "What's that look in your eyes?" Dikyung questioned Suking. Suking gave a hollow laugh. "What do you think?" But he didn't say anything. His laugh said more than his words. "So, you're saying that you have a high status? Are you of the noble family lording over all of the Golden Crows?" Suking asked. He could tell from the elder's attitude that the uppity bird was an important one. Also, the system did say something about an emperor-level bloodline. That wasn't a common bird. Dikyung didn't say anything else. Its snort conveyed more than words did. Dikyung flew forward and said to Suking, "You will be the first to be expelled in the comprehensive test. You should know now that it is a great honor for you to be able to talk to me this close and for such a long time." Suking produced a forced smile. "So, that's what this conversation was about. The trial will start in half a day. Think about it. Do not bring insult to your heaven master," Dikyung said. The implied meaning was that he would never pass the test. Suking was not in the mood to argue. He was certain that the trial would be difficult for him. That would have to be the trial with the highest level he had ever experienced. The trial to get the old Dragon King's legacy was insignificant compared to that one. The Golden Crows were the earliest lives in creation. If the trial was difficult for them, it would be more than difficult for other races. Suking believed that his talent was above that of humans. After all, few titled battle pet warriors could fight against a Fate State creature. Still, he was nothing when compared to the Golden Crows. He was nothing. "I merely have 10 days and I cannot go anywhere else. I won't be able to gain more strength, no matter what I do. That is, unless I get the materials for the second level of the solar bulwark." Suking pondered. Previously, he would find a cultivation site and use the harsh environment to tap into his potential as a way of training, and the repeated deaths made him stronger. Even so, as time moved on, the effect of such training began to diminish. After all, it was just a primitive approach. That was not an option for him at the moment. All of a sudden, Suking realized he could not find a way to develop in 10 days. He had been relying on outside help and the cultivation sites. He had to rely on himself. Suking realized that he had never gained strength by himself, ever since he got the system. He had been relying on the system to better himself. But that time, he was all that he had. Suking sat in the golden cube, contemplating. Dikyung did not disturb Suking. It was flying toward a seemingly far-off twig. That twig was not that far away for the elders, but it still took Dikyung a dozen minutes to arrive. The rest of the younger Golden Crows would have traveled for days so that they could reach that twig. "I have to rely on myself," Suking murmured. He took a deep breath to calm himself and deal with his anxiety. Cultivation was the only thing possible for him. Speaking of cultivation, Suking thought of the many people's voices which belonged to the conversations he had with Joanna's subordinates in the demigod burial. Those subordinates were all at the Fate State or even the star rank. Their conversations were sometimes inspiring for him. Strength needs to be accumulated. Willpower needs to be toughened. Skills need to be learned. Suking closed his eyes. Soon, he decided that he would have to focus on skills. As of that moment, the only way for him to make progress was to learn a new skill. Still, that was the most difficult way to go. Chapter 623, Resistance for Strength. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. But learning a new skill needs an enabling chance. One can try for an entire life without ever learning a single skill. Suking calmed himself down. The more anxious he was, the worse it would be for him. He needed to stay calm in order to think straight. First, he went through the skills he had mastered. He had learned the elementary rules of thunder and flames. As for the other elements, he didn't even reach the elementary level yet. Those were more like skills for trainers, but he could use them in battles as well. He had learned the Sin Cutter from Dust and he had gotten the Fist of Exorcist from the system. He had other combat skills such as the Sword of Blood and Demon Possession which he had taught to tamer Aizen. He had skills to assist his battle pets, like the augmentation skills and killing intent that could inspire the battle pets. He had another special thing, the force field. Suking heard Dikyung's voice in his mind while going through the list. "We're here. You'll stay here for half a day. No one will come to disturb you." Suking opened his eyes. He saw the surface of a leaf, of which he could not see all the edges. By the closest end of the leaf was a luxurious nest made by golden threads. Some golden crows lingered about like guards. Dikyung flew toward the nest. The nest's scorching heat made Suking feel he was going to be burned. The golden cube isolated much of the heat and that was why he was able to get there. "Your Highness." A golden crow flew over. "You're back." "Yes. This is my guest. It will rest for a bit here," Dikyung said. The golden crow darted a look of surprise at Suking. Dickyang's guests couldn't have been any of the common creatures, and yet the Golden Crow failed to find anything special about Suking. But the Golden Crow didn't ask anything. It bowed and excused itself. Dickyang threw Suping into the nest and said to him, "Stay and do not wander around. No one will disturb you here, but I cannot guarantee your safety if you get out. Those who don't know you will eat you up like a bug." Suking was not in the mood to argue with Dickyang. This nest was vast and he didn't know what the golden threads were. Golden flames were burning on the golden threads. Dickyang went to another corner of the nest and bathed in the flames. Dickyang didn't feel bothered by the heat. If anything, it was a pleasing sensation. Suping felt he was getting a headache. The heat was insufferable. He felt he had been placed on a grill. Inferno Dragon. Suping summoned the Inferno Dragon and sat on one of its shoulders so that the pet could help him fend off some heat. He could hardly concentrate while he endured that excruciating pain. The Inferno Dragon's feet were aflame as soon as it placed its feet in the nest. Upon hearing Suping's order, Inferno Dragon unleashed dark flames to fight back the golden flames. Dickyang noticed this in the distance. It seemed to be scornful. "I think your battle pet looks quite nutritious," Dickyang commented. Suking was not in the mood to converse with the bird. He had to focus on himself. He didn't have time to waste. The Inferno Dragon was helping to resist the heat, but the temperature in the nest was still high. Suping felt he was in a sauna room where the temperature was reaching the limit. His eyebrows were knitted together. He was sweating through his shirt. He realized that concentrating was a difficult thing for him. But he could not afford to complain. Suping had to toughen his willpower so that he could calm down for real. What? Dickyang noticed that Suping was gradually relaxing, and in the meantime, there seemed to be a faint figure behind him, something like a spinning force field. That guy. Dickyang no longer belittled Suping. Dickyang was able to tell that this creature which called itself a human being was not used to the high temperature, and yet he was able to focus his mind despite all distractions. It was rare and intimidating for one to have those nerves of steel. Dickyang simply watched quietly. "I'm using the Chaos Star Chart methodology. If I progress far enough, I'll be able to reach the legendary rank. But I am not even close." Suping focused on his body. He could see the vast world inside him. Each cell was glistening like a star, and the light came from the astral powers within those cells. There was a tiny vortex spinning in each cell. Once he managed to form a large star vortex, would he enter the star vortex state, he would be reaching the legendary rank by then. His astral powers would be more profound than the average warriors at the ocean state. "I only have 10 days. I don't have enough time to make a breakthrough in rank." Suping eventually gave up on that idea. He had too little time and he didn't think he could improve his rank that fast. He came back to his senses. He was sitting on a vast and open land with many virtual images of himself surrounding him while viewing with his mind's eye. Every image of Suping was using a separate skill. That is, including Sin Cutter, Fist of Exorcist and the others. Suping gazed at the image using the Sin Cutter. The virtual him was moving faster and faster. Improving the Sin Cutter is too difficult. I have no idea how to do that. To master the Fist of Exorcist's third move is also hard. Suping frowned. To improve each skill would be difficult. Of course, his combat strength would increase if he made progress. And yet, he was not as confident that he could improve any skill within 10 days. He was getting restless. Strength augmentation, killing intent, Sin Cutter, force field. Those skills flashed past in Suping's mind. His thoughts were increasing and becoming chaotic, his eyes were moving fast and his mind was working at a fast speed. All the skills revealed their entire working mechanisms before Suping's view. The magnificent figure in the force field was also giving Suping some inspiration. He felt there was something invisible which he couldn't fully grasp. Maybe I can't make my swordplay progress further by following the same methods I used when I learned the Sin Cutter, but I can use my own method to make it progress by half a step. Why can't swords be as aggressive as fists? There's not enough power in my swordplay. If I can combine some spatial techniques in my swordplay, wielding one sword will be like wielding 10,000 of them. That would be fast and violent enough. Time flew. 3 days passed. Wait a minute. The sword merging into the void can have some surprising effects, but the strength is not enough yet. I have to make my swordplay become more destructive at the trial. On the 6th day, one cut will be enough. No, the sword is as overbearing as a punch, but it's not sharp enough. I need something else. On the 9th day, Sword of the Undead. Sword of Silence. What is the point of using a sword if the sword cannot bring death? Little Skeleton. On the 10th day, Wake up! Dickyang shouted. Suping slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyelids opened, 2 rays of dark light glistened in his eyes and then immediately vanished. Dickyang felt its heart had skipped a beat, as if something had just cut it. Merely half a day passed, and this human seems to be different. He was like a sharp unsheathed sword. Suping gradually came back to his senses. He lowered his head, there was nothing in his hand and yet he felt he was holding a sword. He had been studying swordplay in his mind in the past 10 days. He had some difficulties in making a decision at first, but then he eventually followed his heart and began to seek breakthroughs in sword moves. He no longer had other distractions after having made his choice. He integrated everything else he had learned in his swordplay. Some of the testing had little effect and some tests didn't get him what he wanted. But 10 days had already passed, Suping felt he needed more time. He had never been so concentrated on anything else before. "Buddy, I will get you back," Suping murmured, as he thought of the little skeleton. Since he missed his pet skeleton during that period, that void had inspired him somehow. He integrated his inspirations into the swordplay. He was no longer using the sin cutter, he had improved it. Whoosh! The dark force field appeared and then vanished. Suping looked at the faint figure and offered a thank you in his heart. That magnificent figure had also enlightened him. He stood up and asked Dickian, "Is it time?" Dickian was still eyeing Suping strangely. "Yes. Come with me." "Good." Suping nodded. He looked at the Inferno Dragon. To his surprise, he noticed some golden grains on the Inferno Dragon's scales, especially on its legs. It seemed to be more powerful than before. Suping had forgotten that the Inferno Dragon had been trying to protect him against the heat during those 10 days. The Inferno Dragon survived the 10 days. "I don't think I have died once, either." Suping looked at himself. He noticed that the scorching heat had become mild to him. He felt he was standing in a desert, no longer on a grill. He was able to deal with the heat himself. "Have I become more resistant to fire?" Suping asked the system at once. He remembered that the system had mentioned that he was quite resistant to fire, that he could survive for 15 minutes there. It had also said that I could live on the celestial star if I could be more resistant to fire. He had been sitting here for 10 days. He did survive. The heat would no longer kill him. "Yes," the system answered, "you ate half of that yang fruit which helped you. Plus, your body was adjusting by itself when you fell into a trance during cultivation. If your mind doesn't disturb your body can become used to the heat. You're at the top grade of fire resistance at the moment." Yang fruit? That was the first time that Suping had heard the name of the fruit. He asked, "Does that fruit have any other effect?" "Of course. Didn't you notice that your understanding about the rules of fire has improved?" the system asked. Suping did notice it after the system pointed it out. He had solely been focusing on swordplay during the past 10 days, attempting to integrate the rules of thunder and the rules of fire into the swordplay, and he did notice that he had gotten better in the rules of fire. He felt that all he needed was a single chance and he would be able to improve to the middle level in the rules of thunder and rules of fire. "So, my battle pets are also quite lucky." Suping remembered that the Inferno Dragon and the other battle pets had also eaten the yang fruit. They must have learned some skills from the fire family. It was just that they hadn't realized that, since they had not encountered any battle, which would have eventually forced the new skills out of them. The usual void state skills of the fire family can no longer hurt you. The fire skills of those at the fate state can hurt you, but the damage will be minimal. Only star rank fire skills can inflict substantial harm on you. The system pointed out calmly. Suping's eyes glowed. Fire skills of the fate state would only hurt him mildly? That was to say, he could be an invincible opponent to the beasts of the fire family. "Yes," the system answered. "The system is snooping around again." Suping filed his teeth. He ignored the system and looked at the tree that the Inferno Dragon was still carrying on its neck. He had not been able to place the tree inside his spatial scroll, but he could at the moment. He took out the scroll. The images on the scroll were disappearing and the edges were burned. Buzzing. Suping waved his finger and a tiny ray of black light came out to expel the heat around him. "Come here." Suping pulled the tree into the scroll and stored the scroll as fast as he could. Chapter 624, An Individual Venue, huh? Dickian felt something as it was about to leave the nest. It turned around and cast a look at Suping, only to see a wisp of dark light disappearing. Dickian wondered. Just then, it had perceived a strange power, something that Dickian was aspiring to obtain. That had to be an illusion. Dickian shook its head. Suping was so much weaker, he couldn't have used that power. That had to be an illusion. "Let's go." Dickian flew out of its nest and dragged Suping along. The proud crow took Suping to the gathering place for the trial. Suping stood in the golden cube, which was no longer unbreakable for him. He felt that he could, when exerting his full strength, break the golden cube. But he didn't have to do that. He stood in the golden cube with his hands crossed behind his back and looked around, then at the ancient tree and its leaves. He was certain that if he were to pick 100 leaves from the tree, the leaves themselves would be large enough to cover up the entire blue planet. But for the ancient tree, losing 100 leaves was nothing. Vast and boundless. Suping felt that even his mind had been broadened. What a miraculous feeling. That human. 3 golden crows were sitting on a twig. It was as if their sight could see through the whole universe and time, the past and the future. One could hardly look into their eyes. At the moment, the chief elder looked through the clouds and leaves and saw the wisp of dark light disappearing from Suping's fingertips. He's not so bad after all. The chief elder nodded. Its eyes were glistening. Are they all here for the trial? Suping asked. Dikyun took him out of its nest and flew past many leaves that were as large as 10 base cities. Suping gradually began to see more and more golden crows gathering. All those golden crows were as large as aircraft carriers, much larger than beast kings found on the blue planet. There were much larger crows surrounding the relatively smaller golden crows. The 2 groups were traveling to climb further up the tree. Suping realized that those had to be the golden crows that had prepared for the trial. Dikyun looked at the golden crows and threatened Suping, yes. All of them are your opponents. I will make sure they do their worst and crush you without mercy. Suping raised his eyebrows. So, the many bullying the few? Not really. We don't need to rely on a large group to crush you. Dikyun snorted. Suping was not in the mood to argue, he only gazed at the grand view. More and more golden crows of various sizes were approaching the ancient tree. It was as if many rays of glistening light were reaching the ancient tree. Even the young golden crows were at the legendary rank, not to mention the adult golden crows. Being an ancient race, golden crows were indeed threatening. The trial. For the little skeleton's sake, he had to get through the trial. Under the tree crown. The elders were on a twig, while perched on the surrounding leaves were countless golden crows. All the crows perched on the twigs had some high status, the general public could only fly around followed by their kids. Of course, those kids were Suping's intimidating opponents. Dikyun took Suping to the twig the elders were sitting on. Dikyun's appearance startled many golden crows. They made way for her and greeted her with respect. The other golden crows were interested in Suping, since it had been dragged there by Dikyun. That was the first time they had seen such a strange thing. Is that Her Royal Highness's snack? A golden crow in its infancy asked a larger one, Mother, what is that thing? I don't think it looks tasty. A massive golden crow poked its kid's head with the tip of its wing. Be quiet and listen to the elders. I'll break your third leg if you can't pass the trial this time. The chief elder looked down at the golden crows from a height. It didn't say a thing to Dikyun and Suping. The chief elder announced when all the golden crows had arrived, the awakening trial begins now. All participants, please come forward and gather in front of me. The chief elder's sonorous voice was heard across half of the ancient tree. The golden crows were awed by that voice. Some adult golden crows bowed to show their respect. Once the elder finished, they urged their kids to go in case they would be left out of the trial. Suping felt that the sight was just like the time when human parents were sending their kids to school. All of a sudden, he felt those golden crows were not so distant from him after all. They weren't just merciless ancient creatures, they were living creatures with hearts. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden crows flew and approached the chief elder. Those golden crows were smaller young golden crows. They landed on the twigs behind Dikyun and Suping. The wind they had stirred up blew Suping's hair into a huge mess. The young golden crows came one after the other, their strengths varied, as some of them seemed to be more powerful. Look, Her Royal Highness Dikyun. Her Royal Highness, bearer of the ancestral bloodline. Squeak! The young golden crows noticed Dikyun, the looks in their eyes were full of admiration and respect. Some golden crows were stepping aside, afraid to look at Dikyun. The He family. The Kyan family. Dikyun glanced over at the young golden crows. There wasn't a whiff of admiration as it looked down on all of them, just like a queen picking a dress. Suping remembered that Dikyun had told him the golden crow that aced the trial would potentially become part of the royal crow's private guard. All of a sudden, he felt sorry for those magnificent, young golden crows. Dikyun said to Suping all of a sudden, if you can manage to reach the last round, which is the comprehensive trial, you'd better hope you don't meet any of them or you'll end up in trouble. Suping raised his eyebrows. Was that a warning? Still, it sounded more like it oughtn't. That guy is from the He family, it can easily win first place and join the reserve of my guard. Dikyun raised its chin toward a certain direction. Suping turned around, confused. All the golden crows looked alike. Which one is Dikyun talking about? You can't find it? It's the ordinary-looking one, Dikyun said to Suping. Suping was still confused. Ordinary? All of those golden crows seemed ordinary, he felt as if he were visiting a chicken farm. Well, he wished he were in a chicken farm because he could tell the differences from the chicken's feathers, but those golden crows. All of them had golden feathers. How could he tell any of them apart? That one is from the Kyan family. You want to stay away from it as well, Dikyun said again. That golden crow felt Dikyun's look and immediately wore a respectful face. The others around it did the same thing. Each and every one of them was thinking Her Royal Highness Dikian was looking specifically at themselves. Interesting. Suping glanced over. The young golden crows were lowering their heads as if they were feeling shy. Well. Suping curled his lips. He could tell that Dikian was cautioning him kindly, although he was completely clueless as to why Dikian would do that. But that was of no help. I'm bird blind, Suping said to Dikian. Dikian was perplexed. Suping decided not to explain. He didn't think a golden crow would enjoy being referred to as a bird. The space in front of the chief elder suddenly began to ripple as an opening appeared. Inside there was a venue with towering stone columns which had carvings of golden crows. Suping also saw a bridge made of clouds. Across the bridge was a small venue, but you could also see a bottomless pit by the edge. There were boulders lying around. Go ahead, kids, the chief elder said. All the golden crows were excited. The young golden crows squeaked and chattered. Suddenly, Suping felt his ears were going to bleed. Next, he heard the wind and the flapping wings. The golden crows flew toward the swirl in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The countless golden crows vanished as they entered the trial venue. Although young, the golden crows were majestic. Suping could see nothing but the rays of golden light. He was amazed. Even the entrance to the trial venue was marvelous for an ancient race. Soon, many golden crows had entered the testing grounds and only a dozen were still outside. Some of the large golden crows began to squeak in anxiety and heave sighs of disappointment. They were the parents of the kids that had not flown into the venue yet. Damn it. I forgot that I'm still outside. Suping patted his head. Dikian cast him a glance and said grumpily, "You're not going anywhere without my permission. The chief elder also said that you were going to be tested in a separate venue. Try to keep calm." Right. Suping remembered that the chief elder had indeed said something like that. You would have spent all the time dying if you were to join them. Dikian snorted. The chief elder is trying to protect you, as a way to be fair and respectful toward the Heaven Master. Suping pulled himself together. So, the trial has no time limit, right? Of course. The first round is all about strength. It has nothing to do with time or speed. Of course, you can tell something from how fast the golden crows are entering. The strong ones are fast and the weak ones. Dikian left that last part unsaid. Suping was relieved. He saw that the golden crows were flying toward the boulders. Some boulders were even several times larger than the golden crows. Suping suddenly saw how a golden crow grabbed a boulder of its own size and began to fly away. But the task seemed to be strenuous. Even so, the feathered onlookers seemed to be amazed. What is that about? Suping asked Dikian. Dikian explained with pride, I told you that the first round has to do with strength. Of course, we're going to see who is stronger. The one able to pick up the biggest boulder and fly to the other side will have the best score. If two carry boulders of the same size, we'll choose depending on which one flies faster. Suping widened his eyes in disbelief. Is that it? That's too primitive. The ancient race should do better than this. Human. It was the chief elder. To be fair, I'll be opening a venue for you alone. You must have seen how the trial is done. You may go now. Another swirl gradually came into being next to the one that the golden crows were in. The venue inside the new swirl was much smaller. The onlookers gazed at the chief elder in surprise and then cast their gazes on Suping, who stayed behind Dikian. The only foreign creature present was Suping. Thank you, Chief Elder, Suping said. The chief elder claimed that it was being fair, but it was only doing so for the sake of the Heaven Master. Even so, Suping was grateful for the consideration. Go ahead, Dikian said. It looked away from Suping as if not caring at all. Suping didn't know what to say to that moody bird. A moment before, Dikian was cautioning him, but then it was acting as if it didn't want to talk to him. What a complex creature. Whoosh. Suping focused his mind and flew toward the swirl. He took the trial so that he could get the little skeleton back. He could not afford to be distracted. He had entered the venue. That is heavy. Suping felt he was pushed to the ground and almost fell. But he reacted fast. His body made the right choice before his mind kicked in. Suping turned around. He only had a faint view of the outside from the entrance, much like looking from underwater, with everything being murky. I think the gravitational pull is much stronger here, Suping said to himself. Besides, that was a place where no astral powers could be drawn. He would have no supplies to make up for the astral powers he would use. Chapter 625, The Power of Rules. So, I'm supposed to pick up one of the boulders and place it over there? Suping remembered what he had seen the golden crows doing. The many boulders placed in front of him varied in size. Suddenly, Suping realized he had forgotten to ask what the passing standard for the test was. How big a boulder did he have to carry? Never mind, I'll start from the biggest one. I will have to try my best. Suping said to himself. Whoosh. He flew to a place above the venue and looked around. Soon, he found several of the larger ones. The biggest boulder stood at the center of the venue, and the boulder was almost as large as a mountain, or the gigantic golden crows he had seen. He couldn't even see the boulder in its entirety. Was he supposed to move that boulder? Suping was hesitating, but that hesitation soon was replaced by determination. He could not give up before he even tried. What is he doing? Is he going directly toward the largest boulder? Many golden crows saw what Suping was doing. The golden crows shifted their attention from their kids' trials to Suping's trials. They had seen enough trials for young golden crows and nothing would surprise them. But they were curious about a creature they had never seen before. That creature. Dickian was also stunned to see that Suping was flying toward the largest boulder in the first try. Soon, contempt was reflected on Dickian's eyes. Outsiders might think that the boulders had been placed randomly. However, the fact was that they had been specifically designed and made by the elders. The largest boulder had been prepared on purpose. There was another one in the venue for the young golden crows. However, it was almost impossible to move the largest boulder. Not even Dickian, who had emperor-level bloodline, was able to move the largest boulder when it participated in the trial. The largest boulder was heavier than anyone could handle. It had just been placed there for decoration and symbolism purposes. Moving a half-eye boulder is already good enough for him. Dickian shook its head. Half-eye was a measurement unit used by the golden crows, meaning the size of half the eye of an adult golden crow, or twice the size of a young golden crow. Moving a half-eye boulder was the passing standard. Dickian believed that would be the best Suping would be able to do. The largest boulder was as big as an adult golden crow, or a 10,000-eye boulder. At the venue, Suping stepped to the largest boulder. The closer he was, the larger he found the boulder was, and the more overwhelmed he was. He took a deep breath and summoned the Inferno Dragon, the Dark Dragon Hound, and the Purple Python. The golden crows outside began to chat in surprise when the swirls opened and the 3 battle pets came out. The surprise was shared by the majority of the golden crows. They could tell that Suping's rank was low and he shouldn't have been able to open a space. But, how come he can summon those creatures from nowhere? Strange. Also, the trial was supposed to be done by oneself. Was Suping cheating? So, that is summoning. The golden crow elder sitting on the right gazed at Suping. The chief elder nodded. That is an entirely different cultivation system. I wonder if that Heaven Master established that system, which is different from ours. But I have to say, we can learn a thing or two from that system. A bunch of weak creatures can bond to produce a greater strength. That is something we should learn. The elder sitting on the left commented, what a miraculous system. The creatures have become similar both in spirit and soul. They exist as individuals, but they are one as well. Even the power of rules is regarding them as one entity. Besides, they can share their energy. At the venue, Suping didn't hesitate after summoning his battle pets. He told them to share their energy with him. He felt his limbs were going to explode from the surges of energy. He wanted to shout. He was about to lose his mind. The energy was burning him. He didn't waste a single second. He told his battle pets to share their astral powers with him as well. That was a skill that titled battle pet warriors could use. He was going to reach his prime state with the help of his battle pets. The bad thing was that the little skeleton was not there. Otherwise, merging with his skeleton pet would have elevated his strength further. Buzzing. Suping felt he was trembling. As more and more astral powers were poured into him, the vortices in Suping's cells became brighter and tighter than before, spinning at a fast speed. There was a tendency. The small vortices were trying to merge and form bigger vortices. Once all the small vortexes merged into one big vortex, that would be when Suping reached the legendary rank. Thanks to the astral powers from the 3 battle pets, there was hope that the big vortex would indeed come into being. He was gaining momentum. Strength augmentation. Agility. Suping's eyes were glowing. He used all the strengthening skills on himself. Blue veins were popping out on his arms. He threw himself forward when his strength reached the peak. He reached the boulder and lifted it. Ah! Suping shouted. His eyes were turning red. Come on. The boulder has to go up. He placed his hand at the bottom of the boulder and the released astral powers were forming an air blast behind him. The astral powers were blowing the dust away under his feet. The golden crows were dumbstruck. They had just witnessed how Suping's strength increased by several times. This weak and pathetic creature became as powerful as the young golden crows. What is the cause of that change? Dickian was also gazing at Suping in astonishment. The way that Suping shouted had stunned the noble crow. One could hardly imagine how shocking it was to see a tiny creature trying to lift a boulder that was unbelievably larger. Suping's shout echoed even outside the venue. For the first time, Dickian realized it had developed a positive view of that human. Unfortunately, he is still too weak. The elder sitting on the right still kept its indifferent look. The elder was surprised by Suping, but that was it. Even though Su Ping had increased his strength, there was nothing he could do to tackle the 10,000-eye boulder. Not even the Golden Crows with Emperor-level bloodline could have lifted that boulder. His strength was insignificant. The elders were able to see through Su Ping completely. They admitted that the summoning system was strange and unexpected, but it wouldn't be of much help to him. What he was doing was like trying to fill an entire ocean with a drop of water. It was impossible. Roar. The Inferno Dragon stood next to Su Ping, bellowing to cheer him up. The Dark Dragon Hound kept its gaze on Su Ping. It understood what he was doing and how important it was for all of them. They wanted to help, and the only thing they could do was to pour all of their strength on him. Come on. Su Ping shouted inside. He felt his arms were going to break and all his bones were cracking. Still, the boulder was not moving at all. It was as if the boulder were gazing at him coldly. You cannot move me. Ah. Su Ping was unwilling to give up and he wasn't going to. He shouted and mobilized all the strength in him. Crack. His arms broke. Blood gushed out from his arms but then vaporized. Still, the boulder did not move. Su Ping's prime state began to dwindle. Clarity returned to his eyes. He was sad. He knew he would never be able to move that boulder. He could not even nudge it one bit, let alone lift the boulder and carry it over the bridge. He failed. Su Ping was forced to admit that fact. Strength was ebbing away from him and pain began to spread all across his body. His arms were bleeding and so were his belly and neck. He was going to collapse. He failed. Why am I not surprised? I told you that the human could not do it, no matter how loudly he can shout. That is a 10,000-eye boulder. Not even the direct descendant of our first ancestor can lift that boulder. Touché. The Golden Crows were not surprised by Su Ping's failure in the slightest. That boulder was the largest boulder, even for the Golden Crows. Not even the Golden Crows with Emperor-level bloodline can move it, let alone this puny creature. He failed. Dickian gazed at Su Ping. And yet, there was neither contempt nor mockery in Dickian's eyes this time. Rather, Dickian felt worried. The elder sitting on the right snorted but said nothing. In the meantime, back at the venue, Su Ping had turned ghastly pale after that failed attempt. He had overexerted himself. He looked at the Inferno Dragon and the other battle pets. He lifted his arm without saying a word. PFF. He poked his throat with his fingers. He killed himself. The Golden Crows could not believe it. They could tell the move was fatal. The three elders were just as dumbstruck as the rest of the Golden Crows. Revival on the spot. Su Ping disappeared, then returned within 1 second. That. No. The Evercom elders were reacting violently. Revival? Traveling back in time. The three elders looked at each other. The Golden Crow sitting on the left said with a solemn tone, that is not because of rules, or time alone. It's not a dummy or a projection, either. The chief elder narrowed its eyes as it gazed at Su Ping who had just returned to life. The chief elder was not just stunned, but scared. The elders were reacting even more violently than the other Golden Crows because they could not understand how Su Ping had been revived. His revival could not be explained by any of the theories they knew. Nothing happened, and then he came back to life. The flow of time and the rules didn't change. Su Ping couldn't have been revived. And yet, there he was. That human is not a common one. The chief elder kept its voice low, as if fearing that something would hear it, or it was merely whispering to itself. It meant something else by saying not common. The other two elders heard that implied meaning. Is a Heaven Master controlling this human? If so, that Heaven Master might be looking at them, the Golden Crows, via some special means. The elders were frightened. The formation they had used to close their star had been set up by their first ancestors. Not even a Heaven Master could break in. The first ancestor is sleeping. Has something gone wrong with the formation? Or, is there someone even more intimidating than the Heaven Master? The elders found it scary to even think about it. Their confusion deepened. Why would a human man supported by a Heaven Master travel such a long distance to our star? Just to look for materials needed for the second level of the solar bulwark? The Heaven Master could have provided those materials easily. Did this human have to come here? The elders could not find the reason and their looks became grave. At the venue. After Su Ping's revival, he once again returned to his prime state, full of strength. There was no supply of astral powers in that place but he could revive. That was why he was confident to try and move the boulders. I need your help, Su Ping said to the Inferno Dragon and his other battle pets. The Inferno Dragon, the Dark Dragon Hound and the Purple Python understood what he was asking of them. They saw Su Ping's determination. The Inferno Dragon clenched its teeth. It turned around and flames burst out from its body. The Inferno Dragon had shared its energy with Su Ping but he needed more. I'll give you everything that you need. Roar. The Inferno Dragon opened its mouth. That roar seemed to have shocked the world. The flames were rising to the sky and the fuel was the Inferno Dragon itself. Its bones were the wood and its blood oil. Behind the Inferno Dragon jumped out a virtual image of a purple blood dragon. The dragon was crying. The Inferno Dragon was burning itself so that it could squeeze out the last bit of its energy. The dragon's roar was astounding. The bond of the contract passed all the energy to Suking. The vortices inside him began to spin, faster and faster. The vortices lit up and merged into bigger ones. Strength was coming back to him. Suking looked into the Inferno Dragon's eyes through the flames. He knew he could bring its pet back to life since it was a cultivation site, but he was still moved by its sacrifice. Boom. Suking ran to another boulder. That boulder was just a little bit smaller than the first one. Suking placed his hands under the boulder and unleashed all of his strength. Come on. Suking shouted. His voice echoed across the venue. Chapter 626, Up. Crack. Suping's arms were trembling. The raging strength was too much for him to handle. He was unable to take that sudden outburst of strength, even while having the first level of the solar bulwark. Bang. His arms broke, his head bumped into the boulder due to the inertia, leaving it cracked and bleeding. And yet, the boulder had remained completely unmoving. It didn't even move an inch. The boulder would not give in, no matter how loudly Suping shouted or how much strength he exerted. The boulder was like an eye of coldness looking down on that pathetic creature. He is too weak. The Golden Crow Elder on the right blinked. It could tell that Suping was still too weak to move the boulder, even after using all those secret skills and the astral powers from his battle pets. Dickian stared at Suping silently. He failed again. That was not unexpected, but somehow, Dickian didn't feel delighted. That creature was an ugly thing that it never thought highly of. Huh, he is biting off more than he can chew. I cannot believe he is trying to move the 8,000 die boulder. Stupid thing. Any one of us able to lift 100 die boulder is considered stunning. I cannot believe that creature is going for the 1,000 die boulders. Many gigantic golden crows laughed out loud while observing from the nearby twigs and leaves. They didn't even try to conceal their contempt. Bang. Having failed a second time, Suping smashed his head against the boulder once more. Blood gushed out. His head was completely cracked and he died on the spot. The next second, he reappeared on that very spot, which had left the 3 Golden Crow Elders in a grave mood. The other Golden Crows that were laughing at Suping stopped their mocking, while being surprised and confused. The first revival had already taken them aback. They could not comprehend something like that. Again? Having returned to life again, Suping looked away from that boulder and ran toward the next boulder he saw. He forgot to ask about the passing standard, so he had to try the boulders one by one. From the largest to the smallest one. Each time, he would try his best. If he had picked a small boulder in the first try and carried it over the bridge but was considered to have failed the test because the boulder was not large enough, he would regret his choice for the rest of his life. Roar. The Golden Crows heard the sonorous roar again. Amid the stairs, the young human burned his energy and began his third try. Failure. Revival. The fourth boulder. Failure once more. Revival again. The fifth boulder. He died again and again, and then revived again and again. He shouted and shouted. He would call forth all his energy with every effort. His determination and perseverance had made the Golden Crows ignore his weird revivals. They were touched by Suping's tough spirit. That creature, which was as small as a bug, had thoroughly shocked them. That creature. The 3 Golden Crow Elders looked in speechless astonishment. They had failed to see how Suping had revived the first time. They then failed to see it for the second time and then the third, the fourth and the fifth time. They simply couldn't understand what the theory supporting Suping's revivals was. Those revivals weren't supported by any method or strength known to them. It was beyond reason or logic. The only explanation the Golden Crow Elders could come up with was that the manipulator was a heaven master. Or an even superior being. The Golden Crow Elders shuddered in fear just at the thought of the possibility. Someone superior to a heaven master was strong enough to harm the entire Golden Crow race. Not even their first ancestor could stop such a threat. The Golden Crow Elders found it even harder to understand why Suping had gone there in the first place. Outside on the twigs, some Golden Crows noticed what was happening in the other trial venue and exclaimed in surprise. Look, the one from the He family is challenging the 500 die boulder. Oh my god, it chose to pick that boulder. That is almost frightening. Soon, more and more Golden Crows shifted their attention away from Suping to the larger venue. There was a Golden Crow that was releasing wisps of golden energy which traveled to its 3 claws. The wisps of golden energy were wrapped around the boulder that was 5 times larger than the Golden Crow itself, and the boulder was picked up. The Golden Crow flapped its wings and the boulder gradually left the ground, as it was lifted into the air. The Golden Crow had successfully moved the 500 die boulder. The Golden Crows on the twigs cheered with excitement. Not all of them belonged to the He family, but at the end of the day, that young Golden Crow was a child of the entire Golden Crow race. It was a good thing for the entire race to have a child so talented. Well done. Dickian also saw that. Dickian then witnessed how the Golden Crow from the He family was flying toward the cloud bridge, about to arrive at the bottomless pit by the edge. Dickian looked away after 2 seconds to look at what was happening in the small venue. There, a human was still trying to battle against the boulders. The first boulder he had tried to lift was a 10,000 die boulder. He currently was having a go at a 1,000 die boulder. Still, it was too heavy for him. Dickian knew it was impossible for Suping to succeed. Even Dickian, if it didn't have the Emperor-level bloodline and great talent, it wouldn't have moved the 1,000 die boulder at all. Not to mention that Suping was just a human. Soon, Suping failed that attempt. He had lost count of how many times he had failed. But he never stopped. He would only kill himself quickly so that he could move on to the next boulder of a smaller size. That time, it was an 800 die boulder. Boom. Suping went all out with the help of his 3 battle pets, and the boulder began to show signs of giving in. This time, the boulder moved. The moment the boulder moved, Dickian, who had been focusing its entire attention on Suping, widened its eyes in disbelief. Did Suping just move an 800 die boulder? It's not possible. Some of the other Golden Crows had noticed Suping's move as well. They cried out in alarm. They had thought that the human would eventually lift a dozen die boulder at most. It was surprising that the 800 die boulder was moving. Yes. At the venue, Suping noticed that the boulder began to sway a little bit. He was ravished by joy. He had never seen that with the previous boulders. That was the first boulder he had been able to move. And yet, that was it. It only moved a little bit. Suping understood that he couldn't have possibly lifted the boulder. However, he finally had an idea of what kind of boulder would be suitable for him. He gave up on that boulder. Suping looked around and found a boulder that was 2/3 of that one. Give me strength, he said to his 3 battle pets. He didn't know how many times he had said those words to them. Unsurprisingly, raging strength was poured into him. Suping stared at the Inferno Dragon, who had once again burnt itself to give Suping more strength. He had seen that many times. He wanted to cry his eyes out every time it happened. His friend trusted him completely and was loyal to him. He would never let the Inferno Dragon down. Come on! Suping bellowed. His clothes burst, turning into rags, and the wind blew his dark hair back. Even the Ashura energy was pouring into his arms. Boom! The boulder was nudged. The boulder was lifted off the ground. He picked it up. Ah! Suping's shout grew even more sonorous, echoing across the entire venue. He lifted the boulder off the ground. Faster and faster, he flew to the sky. The boulder was as large as 1,000 aircraft carriers. Suping was almost as invisible as a speck of dust while being under the boulder. Still, that speck of dust was carrying that boulder above its head. 600 die boulder. I can't believe it. Outside, the Golden Crows cried out in disbelief. More and more Golden Crows were alerted, and they turned their gazes toward the small venue. Suping was carrying the 600 die boulder as he flew toward the cloud bridge. The Golden Crows widened their eyes in complete silence. Chapter 627, Number 2, a 600 die boulder. That boulder is heavier than the one the Golden Crow from the He family was carrying. How could that human lift that boulder? Dickian stared blankly at Suping. Looking from a distance, the crow was only able to see that boulder. The human under the boulder was so tiny he could barely be seen. Still, that tiny creature was lifting a boulder much larger in size, not to mention that the environment at the venue was especially harsh. For the Golden Crows outside, lifting a boulder of that size might not be a great deal, but still, they would be impressed. Whoosh! At the venue, amid all the gazes, the tiny human who had lifted the boulder was flying across the cloud bridge. He reached the edge and then threw the boulder. The boulder fell into the bottomless pit. The tiny human was panting heavily as he continued hovering. He was like a speck of dust floating in the air. But no Golden Crow would forget about that speck of dust. He has roughly mastered 3 types of nature's rules when his rank is so low. The 3 Golden Crow elders commented. Compared with the other Golden Crows, the 3 elders were calmer. They had already concluded which boulder Suping would lift according to his first attempt at borrowing his battle pet's strength. The fact that Suping had managed to move the 600 die boulder was within their expectations. The only thing which perplexed those elders was Suping's revivals. They could not understand that, at all. In the list of saviors of earth and heaven, this descendant of the Heaven Master can earn a place on the earth list. The chief elder said. No one could tell whether the chief elder was happy or not. The elder on the right nodded in agreement. You're right. But just barely making the cut. Having a place among the first million is good enough for him. It's so sad that only one can make that list, of all the young Golden Crows of this generation. The elder on the left heaved a sigh of disappointment. The young Golden Crow's performances were subpar in its size. The He family kids are doing well. They can become our Imperial Guards, the elder on the right said. It's not even close to its big sister. While the three elders chatted, Suping was gazing at the boulder as it fell into the pit. He breathed in relief. He turned around and shouted into the air, "Have I passed this round?" Yes. The voice could be heard all around him. It was the chief elder. Suping was glad. Good. I passed it. He didn't want much. He only aspired to get through the test and get the materials for the solar bulwark's second level. Whoosh. Suping suddenly felt how a wisp of energy enveloped him. Following that, his view changed. He was outside the trial venue. The Inferno Dragon and the other two battle pets were standing next to him. He felt them before he saw them. Thank you so much, Suping said. The three battle pets were exhausted. Suping felt a surge of complicated feelings. The Dark Dragon Hound barked as if to say don't mention it. The Inferno Dragon snorted casually as if it had forgotten about the pain of burning its soul countless times. The Purple Python wiggled its tail to show that it was relaxed. Suping took a deep breath and placed them back in the contract space so they could rest for a bit. Suping turned around and looked into the larger venue. Many young Golden Crows in there were still moving the boulders to pass their trials. Come here. It was Dickyon's crisp voice. Suping felt a swift move, and the next thing he saw was Dickion standing right in front of him. Dickion said nothing to Suping. It was gazing at the other young Golden Crows. Suping said nothing, either. He waited for the young Golden Crows to finish their trials. Suping noticed that many of the participants were moving boulders that were much smaller than the one he had carried. Some of the boulders were just 1/100th of the boulder he picked. They're choosing such small boulders. Can they pass the trial? Suping was compelled to ask. Dickion lowered its head. Of course. I'll have you know, those boulders are not small. They can pass the test as long as the boulder is above 10 eyes in size. Of course, that is the lowest standard. Suping was dumbstruck. A 10-eye boulder was much smaller than the one he had chosen. So, I wasted all that strength for nothing? Suping was speechless. He decided to ask and make sure about the testing standards from then onwards. Soon enough, the young Golden Crows finished their trials. There were several Golden Crows able to carry 400 or 500-eye boulders and they caused a storm of cheering. The results were posted at the end of the trial. Ranking number 1 was the Golden Crow from the Jew family, which was considered to be one of the powerful branches of the Golden Crow race. The young Golden Crow, surprisingly, had outperformed the young Golden Crows from the He family and the Kaian family. It had successfully carried an 800-eye boulder. Ranking number 2 was Suping, a 600-eye boulder. In third place was the young Golden Crow from the He family and the one from the Kaian family. Both carried 500-eye boulders. The other Golden Crows carried 400 or 300-eye boulders, and smaller ones in some cases. The young crows participating in the trial were stunned speechless. Ranking number 2 was a foreign creature that they couldn't even recognize. Such an unknown creature was supposed to be awfully weak. And he had carried a 600-eye boulder. The young Golden Crows found it hard to believe, so they didn't trust the results. Still, they were afraid to protest during such a grand occasion, where their parents and elders were present. The first round ended. The second round came right after. The second round would gauge the spirit and soul. This time, the chief elder didn't create an individual venue for Suping. The chief elder would act as personal examiner. As the second round kicked off, a dark black dragon tore through the void and appeared above the branches. That dark dragon was larger than anyone could see and the scales were cast with iron. Each scale was as large as 10 aircraft carriers. The dragon was hovering in the sky and that roar seemed to originate from ancient times. It was more shocking than any other dragon's roar Suping had ever heard. A dragon? Suping stared at the dark dragon blankly. Roar. The dark dragon roamed about in the sky and gradually curled up together. That pair of gigantic dragon eyes were fixed on all the young Golden Crows and Suping. The dragon's mouth could eat up over 1,000 young Golden Crows in a single bite. When the dark dragon's look reached him, Suping felt his brain receive a shock, and then his soul left his body. He couldn't even begin to describe that terror. Woo! Squeak! Many Golden Crows began to cry in fear behind Suping, trying yet failing to brave the dark dragon's stares. Some Golden Crows covered their heads with their wings, shaking in fright. The young Golden Crows were terrified. That's the dark star dragon that is born in chaos and feeds on stars. Dickion explained with a grave mind. The explanation was for Suping. Suping looked at Dickion. The second round is about to begin. I hope you won't wet yourself. Dickion sounded indifferent. Suping focused his mind. A creature born in chaos? So, an ancient creature that was just like the Golden Crows. Squeak. You bald bird, you're making me scare your kids again. Aren't you afraid one day I'll get impatient and eat them up? The Dark Star Dragon grinned a cold grin at the young Golden Crows. Since the beginning of chaos, the Dark Star Dragons and the Golden Crows had been fighting against each other. The three Golden Crow elders glared at the Dark Star Dragon in silence. But because of that threat, the young Golden Crows began to feel even more horrified. The Dark Star Dragons and the Golden Crows were sworn enemies. The weak ones would become the food of another. It was evident that the Dark Star Dragon was over 1,000 times stronger than the young Golden Crows, and the deep-rooted fear against Dark Star Dragons made some of the young Golden Crows want to drop out from the trial. Chapter 628, A Trace of Heaven. Master, for this round, you will go into the Dark Star Dragon and catch the Dark Blood Worms. The Chief Elder's voice echoed. The Chief Elder didn't have to go into the details, since that was the same for every year's trial. The young Golden Crows knew what to do. They were none less frightened the moment they saw the Dark Star Dragon. It was just like an ordinary person being fine with seeing a snake, but it was an entirely different thing to find an item in a pit full of snakes. Dark blood worms? Suping didn't understand. Dickian helped him. The dark blood worms live inside the Dark Star Dragon and can make very disturbing sounds. Those with a weak spirit can lose their bearing because of fear. Try to be careful. Suping asked a critical question. How many dark blood worms am I supposed to catch to pass this round? How many? Dickian glared at him from the corner of its eye. Catching one will be good enough. Suping finally set his mind at ease. If he hadn't found out, he would have tried catching as many as possible till the end of the round, or else he would always be worried. Come on in, kids. The Dark Star Dragon said. It opened its bloody mouth to reveal its fangs. The dark swirl inside the mouth carried a sense of destruction. The first step for that second round was to get inside the Dark Star Dragon. Many young Golden Crows felt their blood freeze as they stared into the dragon's mouth. Suping, too, felt stressed. The Dark Star Dragon's rank was lower than that of the three Golden Crow elders, but the three had restrained their energy while the Dark Star Dragon was unleashing all the violence it had. It made the young Golden Crows feel that they were drenched in an ocean of blood. But I've seen things like this before. Suping managed to calm himself down quickly. He had seen other creatures like that, and they, too, didn't hide any strength. Suping had been convinced by the system's ability of revivals in the previous round. Since he had proven he wouldn't die for real, he took the lead and dashed toward the Dark Star Dragon. Look! That human! How bold! He went first. Let's see if he manages to at least remain standing in a bit. The Golden Crows were surprised, and some were even angry. It made them feel ashamed that Suping had dared to go into the Dark Star Dragon first, when the other young Golden Crows were still there, making up their minds. He stole their thunder. That human! Dickian was also taken aback. The Dark Star Dragon was intimidating, even for her. The fact that Suping could resort to action so fast was proof of his strong will. Back at the nest, Dickian had already been surprised that Suping could focus on cultivation in that harsh environment. Dickian had partly gauged Suping's spirit, but it turned out that his will was stronger than expected. A young Golden Crow that was large as an aircraft carrier snorted. With an outburst of golden light, it flapped its wings and flew toward the Dark Star Dragon, catching up to Suping soon after. From the He family. Well done. Many Golden Crows cheered. Many had been astounded when they saw that Suping had snatched number 2 in the first round. The Golden Crows were astounded. Most of them were angered and startled when Suping jumped toward the Dark Star Dragon first. He had stolen the young Golden Crow's thunder at their trial. That foreign creature should have behaved instead of being a show-off. The Golden Crows had been born in chaos since the ancient times, and their first ancestor was also a heaven master. Of all the ancient creatures, the Golden Crows were considered to be among the best. Whoosh! More young Golden Crows flew toward the Dark Star Dragon. The onlookers were overjoyed. Suping heard their cries of delight, which he found strange. He noticed they were a bit too hostile to him. He was just a visitor, not an enemy who went to challenge them. Never mind. Suping shook his head. He wasn't in the mood to bother about that. He only went there to find the materials. It would be the best for him if he could pass the trial and the Golden Crows kept their promises. Still, if the trial itself could inspire his potential, the trip would be more than rewarding. Huh? I see a vermin here. The Dark Star Dragon noticed Suping. Its big eyes deemed Suping a creature as small as a grain of sand. He's a participant, the Chief Elder said to the Dark Star Dragon. Treat him like one. The Dark Star Dragon found it interesting. Since when could a foreign creature get involved in the Golden Crow's trial? The dragon sneered but didn't ask other questions. Are you not afraid of death? The dragon questioned the tiny human that had arrived first. Suping stopped and looked up. Since he was very close, it was impossible to see the dragon's complete body. He couldn't even see the dragon's head in its entirety. Shall we begin? Suping asked. The Dark Star Dragon was enraged. Suping had ignored its question. So, killing intent alone doesn't scare this vermin. Huh? Yes, we shall begin. Cruel killing intent emerged in the dragon's eyes. Wisps of dark energy roamed in the surroundings. While the Dark Star Dragon was unleashing the wisps of dark energy, Su Ping heard a cold voice coming from behind him. I heard that you're a human, right? I do not care what your race is, but this is the trial for golden crows. Get out of the way. He felt an intrusion in his mind. It was a presence as tough as a glistening sword. Well, baby bird, you don't have the right to ask me that. Su Ping sneered. It was a golden crow, but it was just a young bird after all. He would argue when Dickian treated him impolitely, not to mention that the fledgling didn't enjoy Dickian's high status. You. The golden crow flew into a rage and its eyes were breathing the fires of anger. Right then, space trembled. Before they knew it, darkness prevailed in the world. They felt a strong killing intent in the dark. The golden crow that was about to teach Su Ping a lesson was startled by the sudden change. It saw that the sky had become pitch dark. In the meantime, the Dark Star Dragon had revealed its true nature. Its mouth was smelly and its throat was as loud as thundering. Some dragon images sprang up in the air. Those images were as large as the golden crows, but the dragon images looked corroded and decayed. The golden crows were the target of the dragon images. Damn it! The golden crow from the He family was not in the mood to discipline Su Ping. It unleashed a golden light with a grave look, attempting to keep the dark images at bay. While the golden crow was trying its best to withstand the strike, some dragon images were also heading towards Su Ping. Those dragon images were making gestures that were indeed threatening. Su Ping took a step forward. Boom. A dragon image roared and smashed its way towards Su Ping, but the dragon image was dispersed upon making contact, as if Su Ping were a piece of rock. Su Ping was an unsheathed sword. He cut away all the dragon images that were striking him. His spirit and soul are so strong. The Dark Star Dragon's evil energy cannot affect him at all. I cannot believe a human can do this. The golden crows were dumbfounded. The onlookers were unable to see what the participants were seeing, such as the dragon images. All of them had felt that the Dark Star Dragon seemed to be more intimidating than before, but that was it. They saw that the golden crows were fighting something invisible in the air and only Su Ping was moving toward that bloody mouth with a steady pace. Even an adult golden crow would shudder in fear when looking into that bloody mouth, but Su Ping didn't seem to be affected at all. That vermin. The Dark Star Dragon noticed that as well. It, too, was both angered and surprised. This beast was an immemorial savior born in chaos. The golden crows had captured it and used it to test the young golden crows, but the dragon thought it wasn't too bad. What it could not accept was for such a puny foreign creature to belittle it. Roar. The Dark Star Dragon snarled and bared its teeth at Su Ping. Su Ping's eyes were turning redder. The force field began to appear behind him, bit by bit. The force field grew larger and larger. There were demons dancing around. The force field was like a portal to an unspeakable world. They were able to catch glimpses of massive creatures inside. That is the soul mirror. The golden crows were taken aback. What surprised them was not the fact that Su Ping had been able to manifest the soul mirror, but the fact that the things inside the soul mirror. The three elders wore solemn expressions. A gigantic creature was running around in the force field. The three elders became frightened. They perceived something with a power on par with them. No one could fabricate the creatures in the soul mirror. Only the things witnessed with one's eyes could be reflected in the soul mirror. That was to say, Su Ping had seen those horrifying things himself. That human is strange. Once again, the three elders were shocked by Su Ping's mysterious traits. His rank was low but the soul mirror was threatening. The creatures inside were bloodthirsty and cruel. If Su Ping had seen them, they must have seen him as well. Su Ping would have most certainly died if he ever met those creatures, unless those creatures hadn't bothered about that puny human. Wait, is that? All of a sudden, the chief elder narrowed its eyes. In the spinning force field, a skeleton sitting on a throne flashed past its sight. Around the skeleton's feet were piles of white bones. The majestic skeleton was resting its eyes on the throne but no one could ignore it. Inside Su Ping's force field, the skeleton was slowly looking up. It seemed that the skeleton was able to look through time and space, straight into the chief elder's eyes. The elder crow's heart skipped a beat. It immediately prepared itself for defense. But the skeleton disappeared. That was a Heaven Master. The elder on the right said with a trembling voice. Heaven Master. That was a name that had a bewitching magic that silenced the three elders. Is that the human's Heaven Master? The elder on the left asked after the silence. The chief elder replied, no. That Heaven Master carried a strong undead energy, not like the human Heaven Master I met. Both elders fell into silence again. That was another Heaven Master. The descendant of the human Heaven Master had met other Heaven Masters. The elders were even more confused about Su Ping's intentions. Roar. What? The Dark Star Dragon was about to snarl at Suping when it saw the force field. The snarl never left the dragon's throat. The dragon's scales were trembling. What was that? It was a passing glimpse of something, but the dragon was convinced of what it had seen. This vermin's soul mirror had a heaven master. No way. The Dark Star Dragon looked at Suping in confusion. All of a sudden, the dragon asked itself a question. How come a foreign creature was participating in the Golden Crow's trial? The dragon found an answer of its own. It turned around and glared at the three elders, for the dragon believed that 3 old birds had almost gotten it in a fatal danger. A heaven master must have sent Suping over there to practice. And by trying to teach Suping a lesson, it had offended that heaven master. Damn the old birds. You 3 old birds. The Dark Star Dragon was furious. Although seething in anger, it lessened the pressure on Suping. Since he was related to a heaven master, the dragon decided that it had to make it easy for him. Of course, even without that favor, the dragon knew that the human could pass the trial. It is a good thing that I'm a smart dragon. I almost fell for their plot. The Dark Star Dragon said to itself. The more powerful the creature was, the more perceptive they would be. The young golden crows were able to see that skeleton king in Suping's force field, but they would not recognize it as a heaven master. Powerful was a relative term. The Dark Star Dragon was powerful enough in the young crow's eyes. What? Suping felt the burden had been lifted from him. He noticed that the Dark Star Dragon stopped releasing that violent energy at him. The beast only had a threatening look, but no more cruel energy was emitted. It was as if the dragon was a living, vicious thing a moment before, and then, while its size was still the same, the dragon had turned into a statue unable to scare him in the slightest. Chapter 629, Tablets of Principles. Whoosh. Since the stress had disappeared, Suping moved forward and entered the mouth of the Dark Star Dragon. He's going in. Has he regained his consciousness? That was fast. I think I saw something horrifying in that human soul mirror. Many golden crows were astounded when they saw that Suping was the first one to go into the Dark Star Dragon. Some had noticed the horrifying presence in Suping's force field. Dickyung remained silent. Once again, Suping had surprised her. Are those dark blood worms? As soon as he went into the dragon's maw, Suping saw clusters of dark worms flying toward him. Those worms were more like snakes. They were creatures of the undead. Suping was not a stranger to the undead kind. He fearlessly ran to them. Boom. He wielded his fist of exorcist. A dark bloodworm received the attack and was dispersed like mist. The creature was reborn from the mist, although having become weaker, it immediately started to run away from Suping. Suping would not let that happen. He went after the worm and punched it repeatedly. The worm was only half its original size in the end. Let's go. Suping grabbed the worm's tail and yanked it out of the Dark Star Dragon's mouth. Seeing him re-emerge from the beast shocked the golden crows yet again. It had been a matter of minutes ever since Suping went in. How could he have subdued and captured a dark bloodworm that quickly? The young golden crows were still countering the dragon's evil energy when Suping came out. He cast them a look and then flew toward Dickian without delay. Halfway through, he was shocked to find that a load had been lifted off from his hand. The dark bloodworm was gone. Suping stopped at once. You've passed the second round. The chief elder's voice resounded in his mind. Suping was able to breathe. So, he passed the second round. That was to say, the dark bloodworm he had just captured must have been taken back by the dragon. What a stingy dragon. It wasn't like he was going to take the worm away with him or anything. Anyway, Suping went back to the place where Dickian was and waited for the third round. As Suping flew back, 2 young golden crows managed to break free. One of them was the one that had threatened Suping just then. The 2 golden crows were flying toward the mouth of the Dark Star Dragon. You got lucky, said Dickian, keeping its gaze on Suping for a while and eventually looking away, all to pretend that his performance was undeserving of praise. Suping rolled his eyes. Lucky? I passed because I'm good. Bah. Dickian sneered. You wouldn't have found one so easily if that Dark Star Dragon hadn't cut you some slack and straight off given you a dark blood worm. What? Suping did not understand. The Dark Blood Dragon was making things easy for me? Suping noticed the 2 young golden crows fly into the mouth and disappear into its depths. On the other hand, just then, he had found a dark bloodworm as soon as he entered the mouth. Being the case, Suping trusted that Dickian was not lying to him. But he couldn't understand. Why would the dragon do that? Dickian was tongue-tied. You're asking why the Dark Star Dragon did that? Dickian had also noticed that presence in Suping's soul mirror. Being a golden crow with an emperor-level bloodline, Dickian was more sensitive to such terrifying presences since birth. Dickian had a general idea why the Dark Star Dragon was making it easy for Suping. It was merely afraid of dying. Humphrey. Dickian didn't share its discovery with Suping. It wasn't like Dickian could have told him that he had scared the Dark Star Dragon. That would only make his smug attitude to worsen. Suping was speechless. What's wrong with this bird? It didn't finish the sentence. While Suping and Dikian were talking, the dark star dragon was hovering in the sky and its roars were intimidating. Even some of the adult golden crows were shuddering in fear. Many of them had taken a few steps back. Half an hour later, the two young golden crows that had gone ahead of the others and into the dragon's mouth were coming back. Suping saw them but couldn't recognize them. He didn't care who the golden crows were as long as he had passed the trial. As for the ranking, he couldn't care less about it. He found no fun in boasting to a flock of birds. It wasn't like he was talking to some pretty girls. The other young golden crows broke free from the evil energy's influence, then flew into the dragon's mouth one after the other. The onlookers cheered as the first two young golden crows returned. Feeling bored as they waited, Suping sat on the twig and closed his eyes to cultivate. Stew. System, didn't you say that the hope for me passing the golden crows trial was slim? Suping asked. He didn't care about the ranking, but he could tell that he had been doing pretty well up to that point. He was ranked number 2 in the first round, and he delivered way above the passing standard. For the second round, he was the first to go in and the first to return. That was well done. This was not something the system expected. Suping began to wonder if the system was at all reliable. What are you getting at? The system didn't sound happy because the first syllable Suping had uttered was just to provoke it. You wouldn't have passed the first round if it were 10 days ago. But, you cultivated in the last 10 days. Do you have no fucking idea that you gained strength in your cultivation to prepare for the trial? Being such an intelligent system, how come you can't avoid that word? I cannot believe you just said that word, Suping replied. That's beside the point. If you say so. Suping recalled how he had tried to pass the first round. He was trying to mobilize all the strength he had when he lifted that boulder, including the most updated swordplay version. But he didn't wield any sword, per se. He just used the swordplay theory in himself. He used the essence. The essence was not limited by the shapes of the weapons. He could also become a weapon. I think I've definitely progressed fast in the last 10 days. Suping said to himself. The system snorted. Of course. Apart from what you learned during cultivation, your constitution is different from 10 days ago. Will you just look at this world? It belongs to the ancient times. What you sense is not astral power in the air, but the chaotic animo born from chaos. While being on this celestial star, your body has been refined hundreds of times in the past 10 days. Your bodily strength has reached the peak of the void state, and when you use other strength augmentation skills, your physical strength can even be compared to that of the fate state. Suping was surprised. My body was refined? My physical strength could be compared to that of the fate state? He lowered his head. He saw that his pores were glistening. The divine energy inside him was richer than before. When visiting the demigod burial, he would often bathe in Joanna's spring, and he had gathered a fair amount of divine energy. At the moment, he noticed that most of his blood vessels had become golden. The divine energy inside him was twice as much as before. I've stayed here for 10 days and this happened? This is a top-level cultivation site. The mere fact of surviving in this place is going to benefit you. The system continued. You've also been using the chaotic star chart in the past 10 days, thus being able to absorb chaotic anima. The result is stunning. Besides, you were staying in the nest of that golden crow with emperor-level bloodline. The chaotic anima in that nest is over 100 times richer than in the outside. Suping blinked. That nest? He looked at Dikian who was looking at the sky. So, I profited because of that condescending bird? Suping was not all happy about it, because he found that bird was indeed kind of petty. What you've gained in the past 10 days can even be compared to reaching the solar bulwark's second level, the system concluded. Suping nodded. He did feel much stronger than before. He just wondered. After collecting the materials he needed and reached the second level, how strong would he become? The second round lasted 3 days. Of course, that was calculated based on Suping's time. It was less than half a day according to the time flow on the celestial star. Suping cultivated during those 3 days. He had to remind the system to keep deducting the energy points. The daily admission fee was 9,000 energy points and the renewal was automatic unless he asked to be sent back. After the second round ended, the chief elder announced the result. Suping was number 1. That was within their expectations, but the golden crows were still stunned when they heard it from their chief elder. A foreign creature was able to get first place in a trial for golden crows. This foreign creature is extraordinary. Those golden crows had been born in chaos, and each of them carried an outstanding combat strength. Once they reached adulthood, golden crows could reverse time and travel throughout the universe. And yet, they lost to a foreign creature. That human. A young golden crow that was being surrounded by a crowd glared at Suping coldly. The bird was from the He family. It didn't get neither first nor second place in the initial round, then lost its chance at first place again. I should be the most glamorous one, the star. Damn it. Let's see what happens in the comprehensive trial. I wonder. What gave him the courage to steal our thunder? He's underestimating us. We are ancient creatures. That vermin is despicable. The other golden crows didn't like Suping, either. They could not accept the fact that a foreign creature was swaggering around in front of them. Your timeout has ended, the chief elder said. Above the head of the Dark Star Dragon appeared a crack leading to nothingness. That was the Dark Star Dragon's prison. You bald bird, you're kicking me down the ladder, you know. The Dark Star Dragon interspersed its message with curses, but it did fly into that nothingness. The dragon's actions belied the fact that it was a well-behaved creature. The crack towards nothingness was closed after the Dark Star Dragon left. The chief elder looked at the young golden crows and announced, the topic for the third round will be related to skills. Here we have a tablet of principes. The one able to stimulate the most principles will win. The minimum standard is 3. A wind sprang up as the chief elder's voice faded away. A great amount of massive tablets gradually descended from the sky and landed on the twigs. The young golden crows were like ants when standing in front of the tables. Suping was like a grain of sand. Chapter 630, Ultimate Textbook Tablet of Principles. Suping raised his head and stared at the tablet that was too tall for him, as he couldn't see the top. The tablet was primitive. He felt he was gazing into the universe. Vast, empty, lonely. The tablet seemed to be shrouded in a fog. There seemed to be nothing on the tablet, but at the same time, it gave the impression of being filled with stars. That was a strange feeling that could hardly be put into words. Suping felt he was about to understand something, but that feeling immediately vanished. System, what is a tablet of principles? Suping asked. Don't try me. The system warned Suping. Suping pretended to be confused. What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. The system stopped this badgering and began to explain to Suping, just like ancient creatures, the tablets of principles were born from chaos, except that the tablets of principles are not living creatures. Still, they carry with them principles of everything found in the universe. Once you understand the tablets of principles, you understand the principles of the universe. But it's almost impossible to understand the tablets of principles. Not even the 3 Golden Crow elders can do that. Suping was surprised. That tablet he was staring at contained the principles of the universe? That was to say, the tablet of principles was the ultimate textbook. You can say that, the system replied. This stupid, peeping maniac. But, to even start to learn the tablet of principles, you must be at the star rank or above. You can't understand the principles if you're not, and even if you can, the learning would make your head explode. The system added. Suping decided not to hold the system accountable for all the peeping since it did offer an explanation. He had become used to the snooping system anyway. You said that the 3 elders haven't yet fully understood the tablets of principles. Are you saying that anyone who can understand the tablets would be more powerful than the 3 elders? Suping asked. Of course. Suping gasped. The 3 Golden Crow elders were terrifying creatures, able to destroy the blue planet within an instant. The Deep Cave's crisis for the blue planet was nothing for those Golden Crows. That tablet of principles was an artifact that could help anyone accomplish such a feat in one go. But, one had to understand the principles for that to happen. Also, if you don't have enough brain power, you can analyze the tablet of principles for 10,000 years and still be unable to understand it, the system continued. The system, yep. What are you thinking of? Dickyang asked Suping. It found Suping was in a strange state. Suping was in a trance. Dickyang was curious about what was going on in the human's mind. The royal crow had belittled the human at the very beginning. But then, Dickyang became interested in him as time passed and wanted to know more. Suping came back to his senses and made up an answer. I don't know what I should have for dinner. Dickyang rolled its eyes. This human is still despicable. You'll be working in groups of 10. The third round has now begun, the chief elder announced. Its voice echoed under the tree crown. The young golden crows looked at each other. Soon after, some of them took the lead and flew to the tablet of principles. The other golden crows followed suit. As 10 golden crows had arrived in front of the tablets of principles, the other participants would have to stop as required by the rules. The 10 golden crows flew to the tablets of principles and unleashed the rules of an element they knew. The first one that all the golden crows used was the rule of flames. The golden crows released their rules of flames, which then were imbued in the tablet. Following that, glowing grains were manifested in a golden ray of light. That was the first principle lighting up. Golden crows had been born to understand the rules of flames, just like humans were born to understand how to eat and drink. Only some problematic golden crows would not understand the rule of flames. The young golden crows began to resort to other rules they knew. Some of the skills contained a destructive force, some golden crows were covered in lightning bolts, while others were able to create mountains out of thin air. More and more grains began to light upon the tablet of principles. Suping observed. He didn't rush in to take his turn, he had to see what the Golden Crows were doing. Those are all skills at the peak of the legendary rank. Suping thought. Those young Golden Crows were stunning, all their skills were quite destructive, and they had mastered skills of different sorts. One of the Golden Crows used 5 different skills and had lit up 5 grains. Those things are indeed powerful. They would be second to none on the blue planet, crushing the other world Heavenly King would be a breeze. But those Golden Crows were still merely baby birds. Suping said to himself. Those Golden Crows were terrifying. Soon, the first group of Golden Crows finished their test. Some returned in disappointment and some were proud. Of the 10 Golden Crows, 9 passed and 1 failed. Those that joined the first group were pretty confident about themselves. The Golden Crow that failed to pass didn't have enough strength when it was trying to light up the 3rd grain. The Golden Crow tried and tried but still ended up failing. Are you going? Dikyung asked Suping. It seemed that Dikyung was having high hopes. Suping raised his eyebrows. I'll observe first. He was not in a hurry, all he needed to do was to pass the 3rd round. He didn't care how good his scores would be in the end. He had learned some things from the Golden Crows. He was inspired whenever the Golden Crows unleashed their skills. The skills were a manifestation of rules and principles. It was usually hard to understand the underlying principles of skills, but maybe it was because he was standing close to the tablet of principles. Suping noticed that his brain was active, he was able to see the underlying principles. It was an amazing feeling. It's a good thing that I can steal some knowledge, Suping said to himself that the trip had been rewarding, even if he couldn't get the materials for the 2nd level of Solar Bulwark. As the first group returned, the second group flew away. They were eager to show their strength, unlike the first group of Golden Crows who were quite shy and hesitant. Soon after, 10 Golden Crows flew out and several more did fly away from the twig as well, but they weren't fast enough. By the time 10 had already gathered at the tablet, the slower ones would have to go back. The second group's performance was also marvelous, even more inspiring than the first group. All of them passed. 3 of the Golden Crows had lit up 4 grains. 1 had lit up 5 of them. Those Golden Crows have mastered different rules and their knowledge is profound. I wonder what the adult Golden Crows can do. The more Suping observed, the more excited he was. Those Golden Crows didn't just understand the rule of flames, but other rules as well. When they demonstrated those rules by unleashing skills, their power rose to that of the Fate State. As he watched, he thought of his Dark Dragon Hound, which had mastered the skills of almost all the kids he knew. It was unfortunate that the skills the Dark Dragon Hound had mastered were at the Ocean State. He wondered if it could also learn the principles when its skills reached the Fate State. I see that I have to train it harder, Suping said to himself. Inside the contract space, the resting Dark Dragon Hound was resting when it felt an urge to tremble. It was not a good sign. As time passed, more and more Golden Crows finished their 3rd round. The Golden Crow of the He family, the one that acted hostile towards Suping, had also finished its turn. It had lit up 6 grains, the best result thus far. But, soon after, another young Golden Crow bested the He family Golden Crow by lighting up 8 grains. A huge sensation was swept across the crowd. Suping could hear squeaks in his ears. He managed to understand some of the things the Golden Crows were speaking of in his mind. He learned that the Golden Crow that had lit up 8 grains hadn't done that well in the first 2 rounds. It was seen as a dark horse for that round. Its strength is not balanced, Suping said to himself. That young Golden Crow nearly knew rules of all kinds. But Suping found strange that apart from the usual rules of thunder, water, flames, light, and darkness, there was something he couldn't identify. Principles are varied. Those that aren't marked as basic principles can also be used here, the system explained. The basic and most prominent principles contain countless smaller principles. You can also achieve great results if you can become an expert in one of the smaller principles. The rules of thunder and agility are seen as part of the principles. They work because the principles are supporting them. Suping had become used to the fact that the system would interfere with his train of thought, and the answer was much to his liking. So, I have to already. I can pass if I can find the 3rd one? Find. The system snorted. You can try, you do have enough in you to pass this 3rd round. The hard thing for you should be the 1st round, but your cultivation during the past 10 days has helped you. You can wait for the end of the trial and have your potential inspired by the Golden Crows. Since the system sounded that confident, Suping knew he could set his mind at ease. I wonder if the Golden Crows would want to help me, a foreign creature, by then. He shook his head. The 3rd round was about to end. Not wasting more time, he flew toward the tablet. Chapter 631, Sword of the Void. As soon as Suping stepped forward, the Golden Crows began to discuss about him. After all, He had indeed offered a stunning show during the first 2 rounds. That human. I don't think this human can master the rules. You can't say that for certain. I think the human has shown strong abilities in the first round. The Golden Crows appeared to be worried. If Suping were to pass the 3rd round, it would reflect poorly on them, the Golden Crows. It's him, Humphrey. Among the Golden Crows that had finished their turn, the Golden Crow from the He family wore a hostile look. Its peers glared at Suping as well, because none of them liked this bug-sized foreign creature. They could not understand why their chief elder was allowing that foreign creature to participate in the trial. It was shameful. Not to mention that the foreign creature had outperformed them. Whoosh! Suping made his way to the Tablet of Principles. The remaining young Golden Crows joined him to make up the 10 participants group. The Golden Crows flew past Suping, giving him indifferent gazes. Suping didn't mind their hostility, since it wouldn't affect him. They could do whatever they wanted. Tablet of Principles. Suping stared at the towering Tablet of Principles before him. He felt he was looking at the whole universe. The grains that were inspired by the previous groups had dimmed down. Suping felt he was standing by the edge of the skies. Suping took a deep breath and started. Elementary Strength Enhancement. Boom. His strength increased considerably. The elementary strength enhancement could directly increase his strength 2-fold. Following that, Suping resorted to agility. He moved so fast that he became a blur. The Tablet of Principles felt something. 2 grains emerged in the tablet, one in blue and the other in green. The structure of the grains was complex. Suping felt he had fallen into a trance the moment those grains appeared. He felt he had seen the underlying principles of the 2 skills. He could somehow see their original structure. Principles. That feeling vanished right away, but it did leave an impression in Suping's heart. He looked away. The onlookers wore graver looks when they saw that Suping had successfully lit up 2 grains. Still, they were delighted to see that Suping had not taken further actions. Is this the end for that human? Before the Golden Crows could confirm their suspicions, Suping had already made his next move. This time, he used the elementary rules of flames. A huge ball of fire appeared out of nowhere and landed on the Tablet of Principles. The 3rd grain lit up. It was red. Most grains of such coloring symbolized rules of flames or fire. The Golden Crows were not happy about that result. Golden Crows were among the best when it came to flames. Of all the rules they could master, the rules of flames were a must. Golden Crows had more insights on the rules of flames compared to Suping. Compared to the Golden Crows, Suping's understanding of flames was superficial. The grain was thin and small. On the other hand, the Golden Crow's flame grains were quite large. That being said, Suping had indeed manifested that rule, otherwise the grain wouldn't have appeared. Bang! Suping was making another move. Thunder was clapping and lightning was flashing. Dark clouds formed in the sky, and then a bolt of lightning crashed into the Tablet of Principles. The 4th grain appeared. Rule of Thunder. The Golden Crows noticed that Suping's understanding of the rule of thunder was better than the others. That grain was twice as large than the other grains he had inspired. My understanding of thunder is much better than that of flames. Suping noticed the differences in size. His elementary rules of thunder were about to progress to the middle rank. He had attained such progress thanks to all the heavens tests he had undergone, gaining insights into the rules of thunder. Next. Boom. Suping was making ice. He was using many skills of ice. However, the ice melted on the Tablet of Principles. There was no visible reaction. That didn't work. He does not understand it well enough. The Golden Crows were relieved. Suping would rise to the top ranks if he was able to light up a 5th grain. Wind. Suping said. The underperformance when it came to ice was expected. It was just an experiment. After all, he had not reached the legendary rank on those skills. He himself was well aware that he hadn't tapped into those rules. Soon after, he noticed that he had also failed with the wind skills. He tried the skills of light, darkness, stone, and metal. All of them failed. Even though he didn't inspire more grains, such a wide range of skills had stunned the Golden Crows. How can a human have such an extensive knowledge? If he can gain more insight in those areas. I cannot even begin to imagine that. The Golden Crows got the chills. This foreign creature has great potential. He was outstanding, even when compared to the other Golden Crows. Suping could be ranked among the top 10 million on the Earth list. The 10 million number sounded large, but compared to countless creatures since the dawn of time, 10 million was nothing. Sword of the Void. Suping stared at the Tablet of Principles. He had tried all the other skills. He was somewhat disappointed, even though he was sure those skills were not good enough yet. He had one last card up in his sleeve. The swordplay that he had learned in the past 10 days. Sword of the Void. Boom. He took out the sword. Space was rippling. At the same time, Suping was pouring both Ashura and divine energies into the sword. Such a combination made the sword look transparent.